those clutches out. Psh, 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 all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get
problem.
out of my way.
Level low.
All the time. All the time. No problem. Good. No problem. I'm the best. I pull those clutches out. All the time. All the time. No problem.
Good.
No problem.
Level low.
Hello. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's doing good. Eurism, good to see you. Him, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you, Him? Hope you're doing well, my friend. We've got some things to catch up on just a bit. We've got some plans for the night that kind of involve a decent amount of farming, a little bit of some building, and then maybe some searching for some base raids, perhaps. Let's go ahead and boot up the game.
On intimidation.
Tanit, hey, my friend, I hope you're doing good. I should be booting the game as we've got like that starting soon screen running, but I'm always just sitting there messing around rather than booting the game. So here we are. Give me a minute here. It's getting ready. It's getting ready to kick in. Surely any minute now. Yeah, the shaders. We haven't even gotten to the shaders yet. There's the shaders. Let's hope the computer doesn't take off into the atmosphere here. Oh, that's good to know, Kel. Care to elaborate? I know, 1 hour patch. I saw that, Him. I did see that. Yep, we got a 1 hour patch coming up. 2 a.m. I believe is the downtime. I actually didn't check and see what time they were running the downtime. We should maybe check that, huh?
I dream of it.
Oh, God. Easy workaround, Kel. We'll just bring a carrier out or something. Plus, you can bump vehicles, can't you? I suppose if they're in the process of being built, they might not be able to be moved. So what's up with this right here? You guys see this? Do I have the game pulled up? Ah, the chat's kind of in the way. If you see this, it says on the NA servers, the next Coriolis Storm and Landsrad voting. Oh, it's gonna start 2 hours earlier. Okay. Right. That just confused the hell out of me because the way they worded it on Twitter was very not normal. I did not understand what they were saying. That makes more sense. It's going to start 2 hours earlier. Does that mean it's going to end 2 hours earlier? I don't know, but you can see here it's an 8 UTC downtime, which is 2 a.m., which is the typical time that they drop these things. It's the typical time that they drop these things. Worst case scenario, Kel, we could literally just disassemble the buggy and then reassemble the buggy and or have some guild members slap down some other forward operating bases that we could transfer the materials that way. Real elaborate troll pulled off there. Man, it says YouTube's connected to the bot rigs, but then it immediately cut them off. That's so freaking annoying. It is going to end earlier as well, him. That's what you're saying. That makes the most sense. I don't know why they would warn us if it's starting earlier. Honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. We'll go check out here in a bit. Yeah, Kel, we had some weird. So I suppose we could talk about this, since I like can predict who the people were that did this. We had some weird comments pop up on some video or live stream or something like that, from somebody who I believe is in the Deep Desert Police Department. He pops in on a comment on one of my videos and he's like, Jed built over a node, which is a bannable offense. And I just start laughing, bro. I'm like, you're fucking barking up the wrong tree if you think I give two shits about your fucking bitching and moaning, guy. You know what I'm saying? Then I click on his channel. And it's like a bunch of clips of Dune Awakening. The very top clip of the Dune Awakening is titled DDPD PR. And it's just a screen with an image on it, and then it has my voice talking about the Deep Desert Police Department. So I suppose we should maybe distinguish the Deep Desert Police Department that I'm talking about from the seemingly crybaby bitches who moved over from whatever server they moved over from, and they're calling themselves the Deep Desert Police Department, because I'm pretty positive we're dealing with two different people here. Because first off, the Deep Desert Police Department I know would never bitch and moan about a node being built over, first off. Okay. Oh, that one got me going. And then second off, they are just not weird. And then they're not weird like this guy. This guy's weird. So yeah, I suppose we should distinguish the two Deep Desert Police Departments, because whoever these guys are, they like to bitch and moan and whinge and complain. I think you put it perfectly, Kel. They are weirdos. Eurism, hello. Thankfully, the bot rigs reconnected. You guys see what's going on? Have the servers been doing this to everybody all day? Like, what the fuck is happening right now? Hopefully, when we get an Odham, that will change. Oh. Shh. Nobody look. Nobody look. Nobody look. We didn't look at that. What the fuck is with this ping, bro? This is unmanageable. Eurism, you been dealing with this all day? Him, they haven't. This was whinging and bitching and moaning from a very strange individual. One that the Deep Desert Police Department guild, if they took themselves seriously, should kind of be ashamed to have on their guild whinging and moaning like that. He built over and no. And then he uploads my voice because I was talking about the Deep Desert Police Department, and the real Deep Desert Police Department are a force to reckon with. These guys, apparently somebody on the stream said that they came from their previous server, and that the DDPD is something that kind of has multiple guilds to it, whatever. None of them are actually associated with each other. Whoever came over here apparently are the bitch sect of the DDPD, if you want to call it like that. The pussies, if you will. The crybabies, however you want to phrase it. I don't really care. Yeah, we got an update here in a few hours. Hopefully it's going to fix whatever's going on here. But we've got an update to show ya. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. If you take a look over here, you can see that we've got some walls put up. We've got quite a bit of walls put up, don't we? Yes, in fact, we do. Let's go ahead and take a little peek. See here. I'm not positive where exactly we left off with the walls, but I know all of this was here. So all of this is here and was here and should be known. We get up into this area. All of this seems familiar. I was very tired last night when I was building walls. I told Eurism when I got off, I was like genuinely about to crash out on fall asleep at my PC. Putting up walls and shit, and you know, like it is. Are we shenanigaming? Yes, always. Yeah, the rent-a-cop. The rent-a-cops. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Okay, so I believe this is where we're gonna kind of start to get into some of the other things that I put up. You can see here we've got some pillars working down, and what is that? That wasn't here yesterday. No, it was not, but it is now. That's a giant ornithopter bay. Let's go ahead and slowly walk our way up to that. Oh, hello. Who put that door in? I did. That door was placed by yours truly. Here we go. Here we go. This is where I left off because I ran out of plus stone. I'm starting to remember now. We were putting up these pillars and whatnot, really making this look nice. Really making this look nice, because previously, I don't know if you guys can see through the window here, but it is just the structural pillars. They looked really ugly. That looks much better. Much, much better. And we can, as you can see, we've kind of closed this area off as well. We're starting to get these we're starting to get the, how am I going to cap out on doors? We'll look at it here in a second. We'll look at the resources here in a second. You can see we're starting to wall off these stairwells here. Excellent, excellent. I didn't complete walling this one off, obviously. Clearly not finished. We're not going to leave it gaping wide open. Work your way up here. And now we're getting into the extension that I put onto the base. This is a massive ornithopter bay that is, you know, more so like dedicated ornithopter bay, where you're going to be able to fit maybe a carrier, maybe 2 carriers, maybe several assault ornithopters. It's one of the few ornithopters bays that will have hooked into this base. But we definitely needed to make the expansion because yesterday off stream I was up here. Obviously we're still walling off the staircases. Looking good, looking good. Oh, hello. Who needs a window made of glass when you can just make one yourself, am I right? And then we get up into, this is the OG ornithopter bay up here. But as you can see, it's not very big. Like, it's not massive, right? It'll be able to fit some scouts. It'll be able to fit some assaults. You could even squeeze a carrier or 2 up in here, but it's no guild capital mega ornithopter bay which is kind of what we're going for on that. And we may even... we may even branch out and build another ornithopter bay up in this region. Him, don't fucking tell me that. Don't tell me that, him. If that's the case, we'll have to work around, but that's not a problem. Not a problem, him. Relax. Settle down. Everybody relax. Everybody calm down. We'll figure it out. Let's work our way back down. That's about it. We did the ornithopter bays yesterday, I guess. Thought I did more than that, but you know what? It took... You know what took a shitload of time? These stairwells and shit. Like, walling off these stairwells. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of time. We still got a lot of roof work to do, too, as you can see. We've got some roof work we need to put in. I haven't quite scheduled the date for the roofers to come out and place the roof down, but, you know, I've got them in my books. I'll give them a call eventually. $21 of 70 doors. I mean, realistically, we're not even halfway through our doors, him. I think we're fine. It is... I'm glad you pointed out that the archways count as doors. That's stupid. That is dumb. What, have we lost our mind? Oh, the biggest update of all is we've gotten all of those walls down, and most of what we have mainly sealed off, and we're only halfway to 5,000. We still have 2,500 more pieces that we can work with here on this base, which is actually huge. Actually massive. You know what else counts as doors, him? Those stupid pieces right there. That's a door. Dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. Eurism, I was like flashing my high beams at you yesterday before I messaged you and said I was passing out, trying to see if you were over there because your shit was all exposed. I was like, man, his carrier's getting hit, I'm pretty sure, right now. I'm going to do some plistone mining tonight as well, Eurism. Let's go ahead. We're going to roll out for... I'm going to try and zone out of this place and then maybe zone into... First off, we're going to Arkeen, and then we might zone in to the... We might zone into the deep desert to see if it's got the lag going on out there. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's lost its frickin' mind. Do we need bodies out in the deep desert, Kel? I'll probably swing back to Haga Basin, grab the assault, and fill it up with bodies. Yes, yeah. I don't know what's going on, driver. I've never had the ping, like, at a constant 190. Feel like I'm trying to connect to Australia right now. I can only imagine any of the European players that we have are getting hit even harder. Deep Desert's lagging also. I'm wondering if that has to do with the update that was announced. But the update was announced way, way earlier in the day. Christina, hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. We're doing good. We are doing good. We'll be doing even better if the schematic we had on the market managed to sell, but the price that it's being put up for, to me, is way too high. Not a reasonable price. I hadn't even thought about using Grey Wolf. I hadn't even thought about using a deflection to counter somebody, and if you get stuck with a tractor field, rather than trying to run. Just flat out using a deflection. What's interesting about that also is, I mean, so run with me on this thought process here. Let's say that you got caught up in a gravity grenade, so you can't pop the grenade, but you're the dead center of the grenade, so you're not going to be able to get out anytime soon. And they hit you with an attractor field. So you're, for all intents and purposes, cooked. What if you let your shield crack? Then they're going to crack your shield quickly. What if you let your shield crack, then you pop the deflection ability, and then you're sitting there, grenade disappears, and you're sitting there on deflection. You still have the attractor field on you, and they're still firing at you, but you're avoiding all of the bullets. And then your stamina depletes, but your shield may have had time to regenerate by the time your stamina depletes. Then they have to crack your shield again, but now they don't have a gravity grenade and the attractor field dipped on them. So they have to crack your shield with their aim from the SMG or the Adept pistol, or the Regis pistol. You might be able to cycle between those two things is kind of what I'm saying. Christina's controlling the market on her server. Very nice. On their server, I suppose. Very nice. I think if I were to try and control the market on the Dugap server that we play on solo, which is, the market over there is all but abandoned, I think that we would end up just losing all of the little money that we do have. Oh my days. Would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? 285 million straight to the bank. Thank you. Wham, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Don't mind if I do. Do not mind if I do. Gimme dat money, as they say, huh? Huh? Look at that. A dart for every man selling for 200 mil now to 198. Oh, somebody crying, bro. Somebody crying. They just, ooh, somebody crying. And I'm laughing. Fuck no, that wasn't way too cheap, bro. Hell no, that was not way too cheap. That was, somebody overpaid for that. Bam, boom, bop. It's done. We did it. Done. Yes. Okay. So let's take a look. Let's see if we did undercut it. I don't think we did. Yeah. Look, the highest in the market right now is 200 million. Shee. It goes all the way down to 82 million. Bro, I could just buy this and use it. I don't want that weapon though. I'm not sold on a dart for every man. I'm really not, especially since we just picked up the Regis Disruptor. Like, why would we be why would we even worry about it? We're sitting at 150 ping inside of this as well. Mick, what do you want me to do, Mick? What do you want me to sell? You want me to sell fucking 10,000 tier 5 radiation suits? Is that what you want me to do, Mick? Is that what you want me to do? I don't disagree with you, though. I do not disagree with you, though. Though. Don't disagree with you. Don't disagree with you. We're done fighting the system on that. No luck after 2 rounds on the market, huh? Yeah, see, that's on Dugap, I swear. I can't sell anything on that server. I maybe would be able to sell... I'm rich, Cal says. We're rich. We're rich. I'd be lucky on Dugap to sell plastanium. Yeah, I'd be lucky to sell plastanium ingots on Dugap. No joke. No joke. The attractor field, you believe, does not allow you to use abilities. Oh, the mine. The grenade for sure doesn't allow you to use abilities. So you're right. You would still be cooked in my scenario that I was thinking of, Cowboy. You're right. You can use abilities when you're in an attractor field, not when in the gravity field. So, I mean, you would assume that... I mean, the thing with the deflect is it's going to blitz your stamina. Like, you will end up losing out on your stamina, but the question is, does it give you any extra time? I don't think that's what Mick's saying. I think Mick is just saying you might as well use the repair glitch instead of fighting some dumbass bug that these guys put in. And I agree. Couldn't agree more. Oh, so if you're in the attractor field, do not fire your own weapon. Is that what you're saying, him? Eldest of the men, Jenkins, is live. Rufus, good to see you, my friend. Why would you use deflection to save the shield? My argument is you wait for the shield to crack. No, I know, Mick. Mick, you and I are on the same page. We're on the same page. I got you, my friend. My argument is that you would wait for your shield to crack, and then you would use deflection in order to give your shield time to recharge. Or you would wait until it's just moments before your shield cracks. Just moments, because if you wait for your shield to crack all the way, you're kind of screwed, because you have to wait for it to charge all the way back up. Oh, and you bring up a really good point. Yeah, you bring up a really good point there, actually. Because the reload will help you out and give you extra time as well. And the cooldown on the deflection ability is really, really short, so you could just turn it off and turn it on at will. Man, you might be onto something there. Was it you who was bringing up the deflection ability last time, Grey Wolf? You might be onto something there with that tech. You know, I was really hoping, I didn't think so, but I was really hoping that there was just like a full stack of bodies there. Because this ping is a bitch right now. Yeah, you might be onto something with the deflection ability. There might be some possibility to that. We are gonna actually probably make a push or two for the Regis Disruptor pistol this week, Mick. That's about the only thing that's worth anything on this rotation of the deep desert, in my opinion. It'll be the spot that we can guarantee get into some PvP at. Excuse me, I'm dealing with a bunch of ping right now, so if you guys would just stop fighting, don't fight back. Yeah! Okay, I don't know what's going on with the AI. The ping seems to be affecting the AI as well. Yeah, you're right, Mick. There is always going to be campers there. So that's why I'm saying it'll be the guaranteed spot we can get into PvP. Which is nice, because last week the PvP we got into was fun, but it eventually turned into like a 60% PvE, which was not as fun. I don't enjoy the PvE in this game, so even when we're like rolling around doing the PvP, having to also do the PvE sucks ass. So with it being like centralized in a PvP ship this week is actually nice, because the AI down there ain't shit. That's one thing I'm worried about with Arc Raiders. Like, I'm super excited for Arc Raiders, but the hell was that? But at the same time, I just do not enjoy PvP VE. Like, I hate getting third-partied when I'm doing PvE, and I don't have fun third-partying other people doing PvE. Does that make sense? Can we just have, like, two consenting people doing PvP? Like a wilderness, if you will? Like a wilderness area? perhaps. The same thing goes for, like, Apex Legends. Drives me nuts. I absolutely hate that they have, like, the dogs and the spiders in that game, dude. I freaking hate it, man. And when I used to play Apex Legends seriously and grind ranked out, nothing would drive me more insane is when then we would have, like, a team inside of ranked just insistent on fighting spider nests or some shit like that. I'm like, listen, buddy. Listen, pal. We need to move on. We're drawing way too much attention to ourselves for nothing. Kel. Don't remind me of the darkness. Don't remind me of the darkness. I forgot all about that. I forgot all about how dark it gets down there and how frustrating it is to fight in the pitch black darkness. I forgot about that. That does suck in the ship. It definitely sucks. What is it? This right here, this stupid... I don't even have the light on me. The light that you can put on your guy sucks as well. The one that you can carry is better than the one that you can equip, which is technically meant to be like a higher tier. It's dumb. Yeah, we do have the power harness, Mick. We've about got the full tier 6 armor that I could possibly even want. The one thing I would maybe switch out is the boots or the helmet from pincushion into forge just to give a little bit of extra poison resistance, but I'm not a huge fan of the forge set, so... Kel, I don't know if we need bodies. I was just doing a body trip just because we're on our way out here to go see what these weirdos are doing and then dump some bodies off. We might do like a mining trip over on Dew Gap. We might go do a full-on mining trip over on Dew Gap. Perhaps. Oh my gosh, Cowboy, I think that would just kill the disruptors, to be honest. I really think that would just end up killing the disruptors. Oh, we are very blocked in right now. I see. Incredibly blocked in. Wow. Legendary amounts of blocked in. More blocked in than I could have even ever predicted. Right? Huge. Huge. Dupers are out in Forest Grey Wolf. I saw a couple of them when we were in Arcane. No, you're right, Mick. You're right. That's why this week is very much so focused on, I'm going to go do a mining trip in Dew Gap. We haven't done any mining in Dew Gap. We did that one rock, and we might as well go do an entire run here. I do need to pad the materials there. That's why this week's focused on padding the materials in Dew Gap, doing a little bit of mining over on this server, and then figuring out the fuck, I just can't even think. Oh, we need to do the Hugga Basin housekeeping. Like, that's why we're putting up the guild base. We need to get all that set up. That's what we've got going on this week. Oh my god, it's already Wednesday, dude. Thursday, practically. We've got that dev stream coming up tomorrow. Well, 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 would you look at this? The third of the eldest of the men Jenkins has arrived. Excuse me, don't mind if I do. Some basically no competition mining going on here. Big, 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 big. We'll take it, we'll take it. So it is a Harmony ping problem. Something's going on with Harmony right now. Laggy. Curious to see how much we affirmed in the way of gear that turns out to be crap, or they release new junk. I'm a bit confused what you mean by that. I don't have the highest of hopes. Shouldn't we already have data mined some of the new gear that is meant to come out? For example, like the tier 5 pincushion gear. We already know what that's called, and we already know what that does. And then there's like the assault ornithopter rockets, which are meant to come out. Like, I don't think we're gonna get anything new that the community doesn't already currently know about. We're just gonna get new shit in the rotation that we haven't seen yet. Whether or not any of that's actually good is totally up in the air. I could imagine that something like the assault ornithopter whatever the hell it's called, missile launcher schematic is going to be really good. Or at least something that people want to mess around with and fight over. Harmony's definitely rough to play on, and I can only imagine that during the more peak times of the day, it's even worse. And it's just getting worse and worse by the day because of all the decaying bases. Like, I swear the decaying bases are absolutely brutalizing the Hugga Basin, and now they've got cannons firing 24/7 every 10 seconds. It's freaking insanity. It's almost like they asked themselves, how can they create more lag inside of the Hugga Basin? Spice is all the way back down to 2898, yeah. It'll be interesting if the dupes ever stop. You know what I should have done before we left the base? I should have slapped some bodies down. I wasn't even thinking. The constant noise of the cannon sucks. It's invaded my sleep. I dream of the cannon and noises now. They are a part of me. We have become one. Is G8 also contested in Dugap? Honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. I'll go roll out there and check. I'd imagine. This is, like, not the most dead of servers. There's a fairly decent amount of people that still play on this server. I'm pretty sure the... Oh, shit. I mean, the Fermentally Unstable is still here. When it's not Landsrat, when it's not a vendor they want to fight for, they don't really even try. The server's not dead by any means. It's definitely on the lower population side, though. If there's not somebody to fight out there, the chest is probably gone. Yeah, I said that like a week ago, Gray Wolf. I said that these dupers are gonna dupe themselves out of business. It's kind of like they're just riding it to the bottom. They don't care. And technically, the reason they're duping themselves out of business is because the population of the game is dwindling as well, for a whole slew of different reasons. It's the lack of people. Is that what you're saying? The transfers. See, I don't know if it was you. Somebody was making that argument last night. What is your argument that the transfers are doing? Like what material is coming in that these people who are transferring are putting in? Yeah, Harmony's always had an overabundance of people though, and you would almost be able to make the argument that the people transferring in would need materials more than they're selling materials. Right? So if anything, that would increase the demand. So I'm curious what items. Yeah, duraluminum is racing to the bottom. That's probably something that you're right. That is probably something that the new transfers have pegged as an item that's easy to sell. Even the problem is it's only easy-ish to sell. Nobody buys duraluminum at a specific point in time. Nobody even uses duraluminum at a specific point in time. Very, very sparingly. The sand trout leathers are shooting down. Sand trout leathers are always a good one as well. Yeah, okay, both of those actually check out with, like, new players flying in. Are we sure it's new players and not just developed bot farms? You're 100% right, though. If there's a bunch of people flooding into this server, there's not enough people buying those medium-tier components and shit. So I'd imagine they would drop in price. That's interesting to take note of, especially considering that Harmony's hyperinflated. Yeah, the bot farms probably have a better time duping rather than actually putting in some sort of like legitimate bot farm work. So that's why I'm doubtful that it's a bot farm farming all of those materials. But it's not entirely impossible. It's crazy empty over here, you guys. Crazy empty. I wouldn't be surprised if the Regis is just not looted and open. That's crazy. No, I don't disagree with you, Grey Wolf. If people are flowing into the server, it's most definitely going to lower the prices of some of those medium grind materials. Duraluminum, sand trout, all that makes sense. What if Funcom adds a special weekly event in the Hog Basin PvP ship? Nope. Wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. First off, the Hog Basin performance is ass shit type performance where they don't like have any sort of like stability going on with these decaying bases and shit. So if you actually got 40 people in one area in the Haga Basin, the whole Funcom server system may shut down entirely forever for good. Might just kill it. Now, if it was something like in the deep desert, maybe, and I think that would be decent for some like organized guild versus guild PvP combat. That makes a little bit more sense. But a last man standing in the guild versus guild type stuff with how big that could get in the deep desert on specific servers just is maybe a bit too much. So I think like a King of the Hill type thing would be better suited. Yeah, presumably it would be on every single Haga Basin, though, which might actually spread it out enough, but eventually it would just turn to a point where it's not, PvP's not happening there anyways. The Haga Basin code is the worst. I think and it's the game code, actually, Tana. It really is the game code. The game is, what happens in the Haga Basin is the more bases that are out there, the more processes per minute that the game's server has to handle, the more calculations that the server gets put under and has to take care of by the minute. And then you start adding in variables like, the base is decaying, so different pieces of the base is decaying at different rates, and the server is accounting for all of this information. So the more bases that are down, eventually it just turns to a point where the server is shit. And then they come out and they add in missiles, and they have the missiles fly out of not only the artillery things that you would expect to be firing the missiles, but also straight out of the side of the mountain. Let's just fire the missiles straight out of the side of the mountain, and increase the lag 4x over in the Haga Basin, and give everybody noise in their sleep. It's crazy. It's craziness. The reward from PvP, in my opinion, Mick, is more so based on the experience. Now that, don't get me twisted, because you need risk versus reward. But, like, the experience in itself is also a reward. So, like, I would prefer a risk versus reward system similar to full loot in a way, or at least partial loot. Partial gear loot for people that flag up. But just getting out there and getting into the PvP in itself is also kind of where the experience is the reward, if you will, something dumb like that. But when the experience isn't that great and you compound that with the fact that there's no actual incentive, yeah, get fucked then. Yeah, get fucked, basically. Wabam! Kynes is all the way down to 14 million. We've gotten it 3 weeks in a row now, Grey Wolf. That's 3 weeks in a row we've gotten the Kynes cut array, which is a bit insane. Oh, come on, you old fart. Don't just bash your head on the roof, you silly goofball. Let's fly. We're gonna go grab some missiles. We need to go grab some missiles. Soup! Hello, hello, hello! Didn't work in Destiny having loot split like that. That's my only thought on that. What do you mean? It's the same sample played over and over again. There's no variation in the cannon's firing sound. Eurism's going to work with like a tick because of this. That's too good. I've said it since day one, Mick, and I'm biased as hell because I really prefer the RuneScape PvP system, but I would prefer a flagging style of PvP system where if you decide to attack somebody, you're then skulled up, if you will, to keep it in RuneScape terminology, and at that point in time, you're at risk of losing more of your gear. That incentivizes PvE players to fight back, because if you fight back against somebody who attacked you, you don't get skulled. You're still only at risk of losing some durability and whatever resources. And then that also spawns in the PvP versus PvP experience where if person A attacks farmer A and person B sees person A attacking farmer A, person B is more incentivized to attack person A, and because they have a chance of getting that gear. So now the PvE player gets to escape with their life. Everybody's happy. I know, Funcom can have that idea for free. I didn't come up with the idea. But it's theirs, they can have it. If they split the loot PvP and PvE, it would be divide the player base more. I think just they allow the PvP players to fight at no risk and attack players at no risk, and that is just not fun. You're right, Yurism. They should work on... Yeah, maybe they should work on actually dropping some new loot first. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. Who turned off the light? It's always the fucking fuel cell. Surely we have missiles somewhere. Here we go. It's the searching game again. Everybody's favorite do-gap searching game. Find the item in the chest. Where's the missile? Oh, we've never found it so fast in my life. Game completed. World record right there. World record item found in chest timing right there. And you know what? We got some heavy darts as well. Double huge, double big, huge, massive big, as they say. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and equip these MK2s afterwards. Maybe get ourselves really hooked up. Get ourselves really hooked up. Hmm. 250 more? I don't need 250 more. We probably won't even need this many. Grey Wolf, I think you're right, but you're also wrong. Because, yeah, if the PvPers are in a group and they attack a farmer, the farmer doesn't have a chance of fighting back anyway, so it doesn't matter if they're skulled or not. This would encourage, this would encourage a group to fight back against somebody attacking and actually be able to get the person's... I think it still would work just fine. I said this in yesterday's stream. I wish that they would come out with like a single-way combat zone and then multi-way combat zones. Again, and I'm ripping that straight from RuneScape. Half-baked? We try, we try around here. Organization level 99, I would say. No! Nailed it, nailed it. Yeah, we don't even have that quest done. Fuel! I need the fuel! Hey, that's big, bro. That's so massive. I never knew that you could do that, and I'm so happy that you can. Mick, that's not even the argument that we're making. There's no incentive for a PvE player to fight back, Mick. That's the problem. If a PvE player fights back against a PvP player, what do they gain? What do they have the possibility of gaining? Does anybody have the answer to that question? Tell me right now, if I'm a PvE player and I get attacked by a PvP player and I kill him, what are the chances I'm going to pull from his body? Nothing is the correct answer, yeah. I was leaning towards fuel cells. It's always fuel cells, yeah. I'm always bitching about the fuel cell drop rate from the fucking PvP in this game. It's stupid. It's the dumbest fucking thing. There's no risk to a PvP player. Mick, you just seem to be misunderstanding entirely. What is this man doing? I know, Kel, I've canceled out many large orders before because I did not know that you could shuffle them around. Oh, well, and I think that's blatantly obvious, him with the way the player base has just been dwindling and dwindling and dwindling. I think it's blatantly obvious that that's what they'll end up doing. And PvP players always fool themselves into thinking that they're the majority inside of the game, which they're in fact not. So the best way to make this work, and I'm a PvP player, so don't get it fucking twisted, but the best way to make this work is to incentivize PvE players to fight back. They already don't want to be in a PvP zone. If a PvE player could never step foot in a PvP zone, that's what they would choose to do. So they already don't want to fucking be out here. If you give them an incentive to fight back in the sense of, okay, this asshole is going to take my resources, but if I fight back and kill this guy, I might get some of his gear. That's how you create a healthier PvP ecosystem. And like I said and explained before, and it's the last time I'm going to explain it because we should all understand by now, Mick, I'm looking at you. This also does this has a second order effect of making the PvP players want to fight other PvP players, because if they're both flagged, they're both at risk of losing some gear. Because I'm telling you, Mick, the true PvP players do not want to go fight somebody for fucking resources. That's not what PvP players want to do. And if they do want to do that, that's fucking insane. It's the least rewarding form of PvP. It's insanity. He does, Eurism, yes, correct. And most people do. Most PvP players have this weird sense that they're the majority. Oh my god. Mick, it's round and round we go with you, my friend, so I think we'll give this one more go before it just turns into a permaban, because you get fucking weird, my friend. We'll set you in timeout for 24 hours. We can come back, try it again for the third time. It's like talking to a wall with you, Mick. Day drinking, I couldn't agree with you more. Thumping ornithopters is griefing. That is, in fact, griefing. the Deep Desert Police Department on this server, the real Deep Desert Police Department, that is, they will thumper your ass so fast to do not land anywhere near where they can push you into the sand, I tell you what. Oh, Ghost, I'm so glad you brought that up, dude. I'm using a static needle on this account right now. I need to go grab a Halix pick. I'm so glad you brought that up. Well, I mean, I agree with Mick in a sense, in the sense of you can't just label a PvP player a griefer. Funcom developed a PvP system, and this is what I was trying to get through to Mick. Funcom developed a PvP system that makes it to where the only rewarding PvP that you can get into is if you are technically griefing or taking from or ganking or whatever fucking word you want to use to describe it from a PvE player. That is the PvP system that Funcom developed, and it's fucking terrible. PvP players are not incentivized to fight other PvP players. Two people fighting over their fuel cells is not a incentivized PvP fight. So what is the only PvP that you can get into inside of Dune Awakening where you actually stand to gain something? It's attacking resource farmers, the least fun form of PvP. It is the least fun form of PvP. Attacking resource farmers is, again, I'm going to say it, the least fun form of PvP. I wouldn't call it griefing Eurism. I would call it grieving. It sounds like somebody grieving a game that has died off because of the toxic PvP system that Funcom developed. So you can't blame the PvP players for fucking doing the only PvP that they can actually gain something from. You cannot blame the PvP players for partaking in the only PvP that they have and stand to gain something from. You can't. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't work that way. So it's not the PvP player's fault. Got everything all fucking twisted up, bro. How do they fix the system? They incentivize the PvE players to fight back, and in doing so, they are also incentivizing the... Oh, I forgot, it's this one. They are also incentivizing the PvP players to fight with each other. This is what you call starting to get towards a healthy PvP ecosystem. For some reason, PvP players convince themselves that they're the majority population, even in these PvP games. Which is just absurd because they're just fucking statistically not. For example, we can even look at Escape from Tarkov. Nikita just came out and said it. He said at the and I got the quote now. I've heard the quote twice now. I know how it goes. At the start of the wipe, it's 80% of the player base is playing PvP. But towards the end, towards the middle and the end of the wipe, does anybody know what he said? He said it's 50-50. For Escape from Tarkov, which is a heavy PvP game, to turn into a 50-50 should tell you guys something.
Are you good or...
Fuck, no, we ain't good.
Jenkins.
How do you know me?
What's up, dude?
How do you know me? Who are you? How do you know me? Give me the pistol.
What's up, dude?
Drop the pistol now.
I don't have the pistol. I'm waiting for it to spawn.
You're lying. You're lying to me. Who are you? Are you DDPD?
I swear.
You know Dirty Mike?
Listen, I swear on...
Do you know Dirty Mike?
What the fuck?
Okay, well then.
Him. I know he's a part of FU.
Oh. Oh, you're calling him for mentally unstable now. How do you know who I am?
Not their name?
Yeah!
How do I know?
Yeah!
Al talks about you a lot.
Who? Who?
Alcina?
I don't know who that is.
The governor. I don't know if you knew that name.
Who's the governor?
Alcina?
I don't know who the governor is. I don't know who the governor is.
Alcina.
Is this Dust?
He said, I don't know who the governor is. Alcina.
Dust,
Yeah, Dust.
Dusty? Oh, Dusty. I see.
Yeah.
Have you guys won against the Fermentally Unstable? It has been a while. What's the scuttlebutt?
So we've kind of just been like going back and forth with them. There's not been any kind of like actual combat going on. But,
Interesting.
yeah, apparently it's just Skywind Lydia. Dirty Mike gets on a couple of times. Fucking Warfreak will get on a couple of times. They've got a couple of newer guys. They're like kind of their shuttles or their bus pushers. They
It's just
go
Sky
out
and Lydia now?
them, but for the most part, it's the main.
That's what I
ones
heard. I heard
don't
they
get
turned
on
PvE.
all that much.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong button. Now I think we make our escape. I think now's the time we escape with our lives. I don't know who that man is, but my attacks seemed to do nothing to him. He seemed not panicked at all. I think it's time we fly. I can't believe I'm saying it, but my Harmony character feels more powerful than this old man. This old man's got some questing he needs to do. I was nowhere near breaking his shield with the static needle, Kel. Nowhere near it. I just ability dumped on him as well because I was panicked. I didn't expect somebody to be there. I heard the mine go off and I was like, is that what I think it is? And sure enough, it was. We're flying around on Dew Gap right now. We did a mining trip on Dew Gap. We're padding the numbers here to see exactly what sort of dirty business we can come get into over here. We're going to start running both deep deserts and messing around inside of both of them. I am playing a younger Jenkins. I really am. The third eldest of the man Jenkins. He's not as experienced and not as wise as the eldest of the man Jenkins. Dirty Mike sucks. Hey, we love Dirty Mike around here. And apparently Arcadius quit. I could have saw that coming from a mile away. What a shame. What a shame. So I think it's confirmed then. The Deep Desert Police Department over on Harmony, not the same people that were from over here. We did not get the Fermentally Unstable to rebrand and swap over to Harmony. That's not what happened. Instead, we got a big bunch of crybabies who cry about Jed building over a node and come bitch in my comment section. Oh. We got the Mall Cop version. Oh my god, another person on the server. Yeah, no, there's people on this server, Half-Baked. It's not a dead server. It's not a dead server. It's a lot of PvE players on this server, but then when Dust kind of rose up, the politicking and stuff got weird on here, so... I was gonna say, Dew Gap's not done yet. It's not over yet. That was Dust. That was somebody in Dust. And Dew Gap is far from dead. I mean, last night when we looked at the player count, Dew Gap had 25 players on it, and it was like 2 a.m. Looks like rush hour. Yeah, this is definitely the peak day, peak time to play. Even on Harmony, actually, we should probably run a stream or two in the middle of the day on both of these servers to see what it's like more like during the peak time. Well. I'm wondering if there's any goofy people still putting down some goofy bases on this deep desert. We're gonna do a tiny little lap here. I'm not gonna lap the whole thing, and then we'll probably do one more roll of the resources here, and we'll swap back, do the same thing over on Harmony. I've got that guild base that we need to finish slapping up over there. It's that way nowadays on these servers. Even on Harmony, nobody builds out in the deep desert. And if they do, they've got like one chest stacked between hundreds of walls of hundreds of walls of honeycomb. People be honeycombing over there. $2,500 half-baked, 2,500 piece count. We're halfway through. We're at 21 doors as well, which we have to keep an eye on, both because we need to have like functioning doors for the base, but also because the big wall piece that we're using that kind of is saving us on our build piece count counts as a door. Only halfway, and I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the stream, Half-Baked, but we showcased it. We put up a lot of walls last night. We closed off a lot of the staircases. We built up a lot of the ornithopter bays. We put a lot down last night. And we're still only halfway there. We've got plenty of builds left. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. We got to start, like, something that we're going to do some building on that base tonight, and something that I might try, like, yesterday we were focusing on walls, basically. Today, I think I'm going to try and focus on getting the roof looking like a roof. You know what I mean? Like, most of my builds, I haven't gotten to the roofing portion yet, and it's been flat roofs, you know. Over here on Dew Gap, the base we have on Leg, there's a bit of, like, a roof section that kind of has a bit of some roofing design going on with it, but I haven't really like locked in a solid pattern for it. So how did we end up 17,000 meters away from our base? What the hell is going on? Oh, it's in the A section. Never mind, that checks out. Around 1 to 3 eastern, Leg is filled with ornithopters flying in and out of the base, and lots of people driving around the Haga Rift too for the deserter kills in Cobalt. What's going on? Oh, I should look at the Landsrad. It's less important here on Dew Gap, and then they flip off. But is there anything? Anything solid coming out this week? Perforator? No. Power Harness, actually. Deliver House Rapier? Possibly. That's actually like a decent trade-off. Circuit Gauntlets as well? Shee! Kill Deserters? Fuck no, dude. Is it Deserters in the Deep Desert? Yeah, fucking hell no, dude. Absolutely not. Nope, not in a million years. Oh no, found in the Haga Rift. Okay, yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Is that aluminum tier? I thought it was duraluminum. Yeah, no, that's an easy trade for the power harness and then the circuit gauntlets, which again are the two best in slot items, and then both on Harmony and on Dew Gap. Do I not have a pincushion helmet? Both on Harmony and on Dew Gap will be nearly best in slot. I mean, surely pincushion helmet will come out of one of these things. It always does. No, I think you're 100% right. If it carries through like it does with everything else, then Adept is duraluminum. A dirty, dirty resource farmer. This is a dirty field right here. Look how brown this thing is. This field stank, bro. That's a stanky field. That's not the nice spice. You can, Eurism. Yes, in fact, you can. They hold on to it for a long time, if not forever. Seed prices have dropped. This is what Grey Wolf was talking about. He's thinking that the massive influx of players re-rolling onto Harmony, they're all kind of doing these these mid-game money-making methods like agave seeds, like sand trout leather, like, what was the other thing? Jasmium, erythrite, crystals. They're doing all these medium-game moneymakers, and they're basically causing a supply versus demand problem where there's way too much supply and there's not enough people on Harmony who even care to buy that medium game stuff, which is, in my opinion, fine, and honestly might be able to land us some deals because the market's so damn hyperinflated over there. They will 100% go back up. And that seems to be the case with the sand trout leathers, with the Opifire gems, with the ship manifests, and also with the agave seeds. Agave seeds basically rely on the lands rad, though, as do the Opifire gem and the ship manifests. Eurism's about to be rolling in the rewards coming out of them. Yeah, the lands rads can be collected. I think they hold on to it forever, but it's at least a couple of weeks for sure. Yeah, honestly, half-baked. They might even be, like, worth it like you said, to stockpile or even invest in as like a bit of a mid to long term investment. You know, if the Opifire gems or sand trout leathers really are down to like, say the sand trout leathers drop down to like 20,000 a piece or something like that. That's cheap. That's really cheap. That's like half off. And like Eurism said, as soon as there's a good schematic that comes out of the lands rad that would be able to make use of that sand trout leather or whatever, those will spike in price. Smoking sour. I missed your chat. My bad, my friend. We're on 2 servers. We're playing on Dugap as well as Harmony, my friend. Perk. I missed your chat as well, and you're 100% right. That's what I was arguing with Mick about. You fight the resource farmers over and over and over again, which is the most boring form of PvP, in my opinion. And then all of a sudden there's no resource farmers, and now we're just flying in fucking circles with our thumbs in our ass. Yeah. Yeah. It's basically exactly how it goes. Couldn't agree more. Excellent block job. Huge. Massive. Massively in our way. Nice. Nicely done. Even if we were entirely blocked off, there's like 6 different methods we could we could use to get around that, so huge. What was I just saying is happening as when you transferred, you ran for what? I know what I was going for to get more money on the server, grabbed seeds. No, and it's not even what I was saying, half-baked. It's what Grey Wolf was pointing out. And I think you're right, and I think he's right. It's definitely taking a toll on those mid-game moneymakers, because money is king on Harmony. You can, you know, buy your everything is hyperinflated, so you can make a shitload of it quickly, and you can just buy the things that you need. We've swapped back over to Harmony, Aura. We're kind of running farming trips on Harmony and then Dugap right now, padding the materials a little bit on Dugap so we can fill out that account, get that back up into a functioning form, and then we're also just kind of putting in the grind over here still. I have no idea who put those buggies there. If I had to guess, it was the person who was crybaby crying in the comments of one of my YouTube videos about Jed building over a node, and I just laughed and laughed and laughed. And then I looked at his channel and I saw the last video that he had posted was actually a clip from my live stream. I laughed and laughed even more. I was like, my God, we got a real fan. We got a real fan in the making here. The Deep Desert Mall Department is what they should be called, or something like that. DDMS. Deep Desert Mall Security Squad. 100% half-baked, and that plays so heavily into the real-world trading problem that happens on this server as well. Like, these Chinese bot farms are up and running and functioning for a reason. It's because they're fucking selling money. And you know what I mean? And they wouldn't be offering to sell money if there weren't people buying the money from them. So the real world trading is thick, especially with new players. But on such a hyperinflated server, if you could just do an hour of grinding and save yourself whatever the going rate for Solari is, you might just end up doing that. Fringe, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling the vid of the guy clipping your audio. I don't know if that's like a quote from something that you just made there that went way over my head, Eurism. But it's not like the clip he grabbed wasn't you know, pertinent. I'm assuming this guy's a part of the Deep Desert Police Department that's on Harmony. And I was talking about the Deep Desert Police Department. I just don't think he realizes that I was confused as to which Deep Desert Police Department that I was talking about. I didn't realize I was talking about the Temu version of the Deep Desert Police Department, you know what I mean? Oh, an Eminem song? Got you. I see, I see. Not a huge Eminem guy. Not a big Eminem fan. I'm a more into, like, the Tech 9. Is what I grew up listening to. Tech 9? And nowadays, I listen to a lot of Tom and McDonald, a lot of Dax. We be rocking the No Big Deal. Yeah, not a huge Eminem guy. Dear God. You know, we had ores after ores after ores over on Dugap, and it is just few and far between over here. Everybody be farming. Deathcore, I'm assuming, is some type of metal. If I had to listen to rock, it would be some classic rock, some real classic rock. Nowadays, classic rock is probably more so the rock that was playing when I was a kid, so let's go classic rock. The classic rock that I was listening to when I was a kid, which is classic. Not like Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit, classic rock type shit, you know, like some older than that type shit. You know? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Reese's Pieces, big. Yeah, huge fan. Actually, I don't like Reese's Pieces at all, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I don't like Reese's Pieces. I'm not a huge peanut butter guy. Peanut butter, not my thing. I was in school. When I was in school, we made peanut butter by ourselves one day. They were like, oh, let's make peanut butter as a class, and then we can eat it after we make it. Well, I don't know if I made it wrong. I don't know what I did. But I made the peanut butter, I ate the peanut butter, and then I got sick. Sicker than I've ever been. I'll never forget that. And it wasn't your creamy peanut butter texture. It was just not right. Ever since then, I can't do peanut butter in large quantities, and I most definitely cannot do, like, the chalky peanut butter that comes inside of, like, a Reese's peanut butter cup or Reese's Pieces. That chalky peanut butter is not okay. That's not peanut nor butter. I don't know what the hell that is. Ray gets it. Ray's picking up what I'm putting down. Bikini Sarah, hi, how are ya? Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Look at this guy building a base over on A8. Can you believe him? What a goofy goofball. You're so far away from the edge. I'm just kidding. This is where we based up for like the past 2 weeks. I don't know. Is this the week where all these nodes were down this? You know, it's wild. We're on Harmony, aren't we? It's a bit empty. It's a bit empty, a bit more empty than I'm used to. It's not only is it a bit empty, but there's nodes everywhere. It's not every day you run into like a full string of nodes. I don't know if we just happened to catch this at the perfect spawn or what. We do have a patch notes coming out. We do have an update coming out here in a few hours. It's a downtime stream tonight. Thankfully, it's not an hour and a half downtime, so it'll be an hour of a downtime, and then we'll be able to play for an entire hour before it's another, like, 35 minutes of downtime. I swear the downtime, the restarts on Harmony have turned into 35-minute restarts. They've extended themselves by like 10 minutes now. And I don't think there's anything that Dune Awakening can actually do to stem the bleed, which kind of sucks, man, because there's servers like DoGap, for example, which are technically doing fine, but then there's dozens of other servers which are just dead. So what do you do in that situation? Do you cram, 10 dead servers into DoGap? And so now DoGap has, 200 sieges that feed into it? You haven't tried to mine plastanium in the A row yet, man. You are missing out, Sarah. It is free plastanium for days. That real no effort, laid back, shut your brain off style plastanium for days. Odin's pretty much empty. I'm assuming Odin is a server. Yeah, and that was happening on DoGap as well. I think a lot of those abandoned bases have all but been taken care of, but it's just like, what do you do at that point in time? I made the point the other day that Dune could probably get away with shutting down like 90% of their servers and then funneling the player base into like three servers, but you can't just shut down people's progress because they'll just quit. So you got to merge people's progress. But then what happens when you merge people's progress and then all of a sudden, this fucking asshole! Hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no! I'm fast like lightning. You're gonna have to be faster than that next time, pal. Pew, 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 pew. Don't you fucking follow me. Don't you follow me. You'll be wasting your time because we're going home. So don't even follow me. I know I'm parched. I don't think I have water on me. We're on our way. Relax. Oh, look. They built over top of the hole in the thing again. I'm telling you, this is the Funcom developers. They hired a team of people to come build over this hole in the... Why the fuck are they building there, bro? Are they doing something nefarious down there? Are they under the map doing something nefarious? They said that they patched out the holes, but they've said things like that before, haven't they? Ponkyard is sitting with like 10 players. I'm wondering if that's like at the peak time, you know what I mean? Or is it at the slow time? And it's like a bit of a tricky situation because there's servers like that, which are, you know, pretty much all but dusted. And then there's Dugap, which isn't popping off by any means, but to have 25 players on even at 2 a.m. on a North American server is a lot. So it's not dead by any stretch of the imagination. So I think what you do is you funnel other sieges into the Dugap Deep Desert. But does then that cause a problem to where all of a sudden the Dugap Deep Desert has 100 sieges that funnel into it? So maybe more people are incentivized to re-roll on to Dugap? Because with 100 sieges, you could have even more competition, theoretically. And then we just get back to my original point of that they should just really whittle these servers down to like 3 to 5 different NA servers, 5 different European servers. It'll be interesting. I doubt they're going to talk about any of that in the upcoming development stream. You know, they're probably just going to talk about that vehicle coming up, that vehicle that we're all super excited for. They probably just are going to showcase some information about that. Oh, this motherfucker. This motherfucker blocked the path. We're going the long way. Excuse me. Oh, it almost like helps you turn. So that's almost like a big thank you type moment. You can just drive straight into that thing. It'll curve you right into the base. Excuse me, I'm just going to get this node right quick that you're not doing an excellent job of blocking. Thank you. Alright, I'm not seeing the Stravidium node. Excuse me. And whoever is sleeping here is gonna wake up to a buggy on their face. Got him! Wait. A buggy ass on their face. Even worse. What's with the unfinished buggies? Well, Psycho, we've got, as you would call it, a Psycho on this server. A real fanboy, if you will. I believe this is the doing of the Deep Desert Mall Police. The mall cops that moved over onto this server. I believe that's from them. One of their players is a big crybaby pants who likes to cry a lot. Seems like something he would do. Crybaby cry pants a lot. Is what I've heard people call him. My buggy had a tent baby, or my tent baby grew a buggy. One of the two things happened. You're good, Eurism. It's none of your buggies that we're talking about. It's none of your buggies that we're talking about, if that's what you're thinking. No, there's somebody littered a bunch of buggies next to our base. Big Baby Cry-a-Lot did, I think. The man who cried his pants. Alrighty, let's go ahead and fly on out of here, shall we? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, nope. Disconnect, reconnect. Back and forth. Yeah, the one tomorrow is about content, but there will be a community-based stream in the future, they said. Oh, cool. Cool. Kill. Yeah, they'll probably slide that community-based stream into, like, some Zoom meeting somewhere that they'll, like, make it very fucking obscure to find or something like that. They love doing that. The vehicle that is pretty much just a more expensive sand bike? Yeah. That one. Yeah. The South Park vehicle is what people are calling it, I think. You've seen 3 people on yours and they just wave at each other and that's during the day? Gosh. My gosh. And so you have servers like that. What happens when you merge a server like that with a server with a deep desert that's a little bit more popular and all of a sudden these people start getting competition out there? They probably fucking leave the game. Yeah, they're going to promote that meeting on Tinder. Yeah. Oh, we're going to be doing some things with the bike blade. I'll talk all the shit in the world, but we're we're going to try and make some fun out of it, you guys. We're going to try. Fib convinced me. It's a good idea. We should try and do something with it, whether it be like a racetrack or something. We'll try and put on some sort of community build here where we do frickin' something. I'm thinking racetrack. Fib was talking like a racetrack on top of the mountaintops that are up on top of Odham. I'm just kind of like wondering how far can we ramp these things? Could we potentially do like ramps from mountain to mountain, little gaps? That way we've got multiple people setting up like different sections of the track. We'll do something. We'll figure something out. Real make your own fun type situation because of these guys. Yeah, like a boxcar derby. We'll just build a ramp and then no gas, roll down the hill. Who's the fastest? That'll really be like a weight check there, won't it? Might expose a couple of people. It's slower than the Sandbike Mark 6, but it accelerates at the same rate as the Ornithopter. Yeah, so that's what I heard. The top speed's slower, but it accelerates faster. Ross was in here yesterday saying that the top speed is only slightly slower than the Sandbike, so I can push those buggies with our buggies. I don't know if we can, Ray, because they're not fully built out yet. They might be hard locked into place because they're not fully built. It doesn't matter, though. Whatever dumbass put those there didn't do a very good job. Yeah, wheelchair drag races. Yeah, exactly. Gray gets it. You gotta do what you can sometimes to make fun out of whatever. Sometimes, you know, shit. It is what it is, I guess. We're gonna try and make something out of it. That'll be kind of leading right into the launch of RuneScape 3 Leagues, which we're gonna be putting a shitload of time into. Nice. Yeah, it's a real make-your-own-fun type of game. Somebody brought that up, and I think that was an excellent observation. So I like to leave the corn in. It gives it some texture. It gives the whole piece just that little bit of texture that it needs to really shine. I don't know what madman has a buggy down here with the MK4 cutter ray. But for the love of God, if you don't have access to this buggy, holler, because we gotta get you access. Cutting with an MK4 cutter ray has got to be the worst. Yeah, I think even with a third of the worm disturbance that the vehicle causes, you're not going to be able to ride this thing. I mean, you'll be able to go island to island. I guess not Dirty Mike, Biker Mike on Harmony server gets on the bike and goes from island to island out here, so it's not entirely impossible, but the second that you get shot, the thing that sucks about that is if you're in, I don't know if it's the same with this vehicle, but with the buggy, for example, if you're inside of the buggy rocket pod thing, you have no shield. You're completely vulnerable to... Oh, come on. You're completely vulnerable to getting one-tapped by an ornithopter, let alone like an ancient way or something like that. I don't even know him. I honestly don't even know. I took out that MK4 yesterday and I tried to hit one of these basalt rocks and I got like 60. And I was like, well, something ain't right. What the hell's up with that? That's kind of my fault though, because we should have all of the resources out and available to the guild in order to craft like a full tier 5 fucking buggy if they wanted to, but we had to put everything on lock. That's what we're in the process of doing right now, is reopening everything out so we can hopefully avoid situations like that. Though even with that being said, I still suggest that guild members either put down like a tax haven base or a small type base that they keep to their own, where they put, you know, a good portion of the majority of their grinding into. That way it's like somebody doesn't do a shitload of grinding to make plastanium and then somebody else comes in and uses that plastanium type shit, you know? Well, that would actually be big, Blade. When then it begs the question, can you fire the rockets out of the side seat? I know, I'm sitting at 29,000 on Dugap as well. It's like, damn, bro, residue for days. Is this what it's like when you have to craft a melange? I forgot all about what it's like when you have to craft your own melange. What is this residue material you speak of? I've heard not of this. Hey, you thought you would escape from me. Not today, not today. Should make the worm's tremors. Can be anywhere except the actual rock. I think that'd be a little bit too harsh. I think that'd be, if you're saying it could like come up here, I gotta be like on the actual rock itself. The worm mechanic is something that gets old quickly, and I think that the flower sand debacle proves that. People were pissed about the flower sand moving. I agree with you, Grey Wolf. Especially with the lag inside of the Haga Basin. Yeah, if you see somebody farming spice on Harmony half-baked, it's only for the residue. That's the only thing that they would be farming spice for on this server. Come on, you damn buggy. You know you want to get up that hill. Get there, get there, get there! Ooh, yes, dude. Rock climber extraordinaire. Old man Jenkins, the man behind the wheel. He knows how to get the job done. In style. We never filled up our water. Son of a bitch. Old man Jenkins, figure it out. Now, I don't think that's a gap we make. I don't know if that hole goes all the way through. We're gonna find out! We're gonna have to find out! Oh, it does. Okay, never mind. We're good. Knew exactly where we were going. Man, I've been in that situation a couple of times, Kel. Nothing worse than getting your buggy wedged in somewhere or stuck down in a hole. Oftentimes when I get stuck in a hole, I blame it on the developers. Not because they're bad developers, but because they're fucking trolls. I'm convinced. Apex, all of these games do it. They put in like little gaps in places where they know that players are just going to end up falling through. And what pisses me off about that is that's the type of troll and the type of joke that the developer's never going to be able to see come to fruition. They don't get to see the end product of that joke when the regular player falls into the hole that they put there. Because, like, you go sliding, and they're like, okay, players typically slide from here to here to here. And then if they jump, but if they don't jump at the right spot, they're going to land in this fucking... I swear they do it all the time in games, bro. I swear. Troll devs. And it's funny. They could see it come to fruition if they happen to catch like a live streamer get caught in the hole, and that's probably just their freaking holy grail. I know, Ross, that's what I was saying. I felt like I was trying to connect to Australian servers. For some reason, they shifted Harmony to Australia, believe it or not. They shifted the Harmony server all the way to Australia. Shipping prices were an absolute mess for them to deal with, but they got it done somehow, apparently. Freaking weird, man. Oh, why? Oh. Right, that makes sense. And that's why this was flopped. Yeah. That all makes sense now. That needs to be flopped the other way, doesn't it? Fucking hell, I'm all over the place. There they are. You left your buggy in one of those gaps, just left it there for a week and made a new one? Yeah, sometimes. Especially if I got stuck on Dew Gap with my buggy, I'd be screwed. I don't even have a carrier on that server. And there's no reason I would make one just to unstick a buggy, that's for sure. How much is Spice there? Spice, surprisingly, has bumped all the way back up to 3,000 Solari apiece. Can you believe it? That's the highest it's been in weeks, bro. In weeks. The dupers on this server have started duping other things, I think. It's a weird mixture of things going on over here. Yeah. 1,000 on a server, though, is crazy. That's crazy low. It's all of Harmony right now, Ross. Is just hammered with ping. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if this is even happening for everybody, but all of Harmony everywhere is just crazy. Yeah, Blade, I had to stop buying Melange because I've got more than I need. I've got more than I need. We bought it at, like, I think the lowest that we managed to grab some at was 1,500 a piece. Spice-infused Plastanium is low right now? Interesting. It is a big week for Spice-infused Plastanium in the sense of, you have the, C7 and C3 being easy spots to get Plastanium paired with the two labs in the same. There's a lot of easy safe zone labs this week that really just power into the Plastanium, the Spice-infused Plastanium. I don't know what's going on. Even on the main menu, the ping for Harmony is saying it's at 168 and shit. Then we bounce over to Dew Gap and it's at 20, which is typically, I think this being NA East typically sits at like 40 for me, so I don't know what the hell's up with the 150. Here's what I'm thinking for this, though. So we go high on this side, but then we're super short on this side. And I'm thinking maybe we go up a little bit on this side. Rather than putting anything over here that is of use, maybe we just go up with like some form of like tower of sorts, just to kind of like almost not quite match the height, but just get a little bit more height of this side. Let's see here. See, we've got about half of this rock to work with here, so we could realistically put down some sort of like some sort of tower that almost features the rock or encompasses the rock in some way, shape, or form. Is kind of what I'm thinking with that. But this is where we need to start putting up the roof and these walls. I need to finish what I was doing with my thought on these walls over here, because we had I don't know if I was going to do a full collar on this last night. I ran out of Plastone and I was like passing out at my keyboard, so I was like, I'm calling it. I think yeah, just we'll leave that as a collar. And then all of this is meant to be open. This is another area that's meant to be open. Let's collar this out. Okay, this needs to be walled off. Big ornithopter bay, less big ornithopter bay. This has got to have like some sort of roofing put on it. Yeah, we got to figure out roofing. I think a lot of what I'm going to maybe, when we start working on this, well, a lot of what I'm going to try and knock out today is some of this roofing shit. And like, I think it was him saying earlier, it was him or Half Baked, there's a decent amount of like stuff that you can do with these roofs, right? God, when you start messing with the roofs, though, it's when you really get into like the nitty-gritty of needing to make sure it looks decent. When you're just laying down like the foundation and you're laying down like the walls, you can kind of, you know, slap them down and make it look better and better as it goes on. Whereas with the roof, it's like, I don't know. On the DoGap server, we were using this. As like a roof piece. Interweaving these back and forth as like a roof piece, similar to how we do this wall down here with the interwoven pieces. Just don't know, like a bell tower or lighthouse, or just like a fucking tower that kind of just raises this left side is what I'm thinking. In the West Coast though, Odin and US East is 100 to 120 normally. Spice is way overpriced on your server, around 8,000 a piece. Yeah, that's probably, are you talking about Spice or Spice Melange? If that's just for Spice, yeah, that is overpriced. If that's for Melange, I think 8,000 a piece. Steam is typically where it is like meant to sit on servers that are not being actively hyperinflated because of dupes. I've even seen and been willing to pay 15,000 a piece for Melange over on DoGap. I don't think I ever bought any, but I was willing to. Something else we need to set up inside of this base is the privatized sector, if you will. The captain's quarters, if you will, which I'm thinking is just going to be like built up here in some way, shape, or form, just like a little 2 high by 3 wide piece that's put up here that has like some stairs or something leading into it from this peaky whatever the fuck window you want to call this right here. Okay, we've oh, nice. We wedged ourselves. Nope, we're good. I still need to figure out the staircase to get up to this like upper viewing deck area. Oh, and here we go. So this is something I did as well last night, was closing off these staircases. I'm not positive if I want to bring the wall all the way down. Ooh, look at that. We've got like exposed wall over here. We should really close this off, shouldn't we? we went and closed these stairs off, and as you can see, I was going all the way down over there. I'm just not positive if I want to continue that or just leave this like semi-open, because I don't think I'm going to close this staircase off at all. I think this is just going to be like the open staircase. If I was going to close it off, I would have like gotten rid of these railings, but I think we're just going to leave this as like the completely open entrance, where technically the first door that you run into... Now that looks fucking weird, don't it? The first door that you run into technically to get into the guild base is going to be... This is all outside area still. It's going to be like right here to enter this section of the base, or like technically, I suppose you could call this a door right here. I didn't think that these would count as doors, but they do. Frickin' screwed, man. Bro, these cannons are in my sleep, I swear. The biggest joke in this game is picking your character's eye colors. They all go blue eventually. Do they go blue eventually? Is that like lore or something? You remember paying up to 16.5 thousand before the hackers came along, as long as it was less than an MK5 rad suit? Yeah, I'm right there with you, Blade. Yeah, I'm right there with you. 8,000 to 15,000 is like a healthy server's price, in my opinion. On a hyperinflated Harmony server, to have it all the way down to 2,000 is not normal. Could turn what off? Oh, turn off the eye color changing? Who needs a helmet? A helmet would be hiding this beautiful old man's mug right here. Interesting. You know, I think the game gaslit me into making me think that I made his eyes blue from the rip. You know? So I think the game just made me think that. I was like, okay, I guess I gave this old man blue eyes. I don't know. Oh, give me a minute. All right, let's mess around with the roofs just a little bit here. Let's just do a bit of some messing around. I'm gonna have to lay half walls down in order to get this. But I'm not positive that this is like the pattern we're gonna go with, so we're just gonna start with one. How much of a gap gets left if I take this over to the other side? Interesting. Very interesting. What can we do with this gap? Okay, it actually lets those mesh in, which I like. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it so much, actually. We're going to carry this across. We're going to carry this all the way across. Ooh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that fancy build techniques going on here. Oh, hell yes, dude. I like it, I like it, I like it. Now, what about... Yeah, you know what? I think we carry all that all the way across. I think we do. It's not going to let me carry it all the way across, though. It will on this side. It won't on this side because this side's got the slant. That might be a problem. Smoka, hello, hello. How are you, my friend? It's good to see you. Can everybody's brain breathe for a second now? Can we all breathe for just 1 second now that the audio's not just absolutely freaking through the roof? That might be... My God. Oh, dear Lord, what just happened? We just glitched into another reality there for a second. The stream probably can't hear the audio at all now, to be honest. I've got it cranked down in the settings also. Good to see you as well, my friend. I hope you're doing good. We're finally setting up the guild base. Ooh, well now this is a turn, isn't it? That's not something I was expecting to be able to have happen. Now what if instead of these was like this? But that leaves too much of a gap. So what if to expand the gap? How far would I have to expand it? Okay, we might be able to make that work. Before I pull the trigger, does it go all the way to this side as well? It should. And it does. Honestly, Blade, I have the sound from I have the sound cranked down in the OBS. It might be too low. Holler at me if it's too low. And like if we get into an assault ornithopter or like a fight or like some PVE or something and it's too quiet, holler at me, because I do have it cranked down in the OBS itself. Well, now that's gonna be a problem. I should probably just carry that pattern all the way down, because cutting it off here I think would look weird. So I might as well carry that all the way through to the rock. Nice. Come on now, there you go, there you go. I knew you wanted to place. This might actually fix the problem I was having with needing to end. I didn't need to extend this one. Though, honestly, maybe we extend all of them. I don't mind the extended version. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we'll just leave it, because I don't even know if it's facing the right way. Just had the blood bag disappear when you grabbed it from your inventory? Oh, nice. Good. Good to hear sort of bugs like that are rolling through again. Nice. It'll be fun moving all of our stuff in and out of the deep desert, I'm sure, this week. That's like one of the most thrilling gameplay loops anyways, the moving day. Excellent, excellent. Insufficient stability. Into that I say, you better look again. Check again. Check again. Let's see if that helped. I don't know. I'm not convinced it did, but it might have. It did. Okay. Huge. Huge. All right. Hell yeah. That's a fucking roof right there, you guys. That's a roof right there. It's also a roof with like a pathway that you can slap down some like outer decorations in. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Easy roof access, you know, from like right here. Easy roof access. Can I even build right there because of the stairs? I don't, or because of the curved thing? I don't think I can. I can't. Okay, roof access will have to come from something else. Build additional pylons? Oh yeah, no, we got it. We got it, Grey Wolf. Yeah, you just gotta slap one of those down somewhere. Stability is the dirty, dirty mistress that we have to deal with every single night, I swear. Every time we're building, we've got that dirty, dirty stability to deal with. Now, something under these would maybe go a long way. Move further inside the claim. That sucks. The problem with that is that's going to kill off a bunch of building materials. I'm not entirely against it. Let's run it down and see how it looks. Who be sniping? Who got the snipes? If I had to guess, it's Eurism. Eurism's got the snipes going. Why does it keep resetting? You missed. It's not Eurism this time. Oh. We've got a mystery guest. Well, let's get this second layer put down, and then let's go take a look and see who we're dealing with here. They can't land a single sniper shot. They be missing and missing and missing. All of this might end up coming down for the sake of saving build pieces. Oh, and now they're gonna leave? Oh no, they're coming closer. They're coming in closer so they can hit one of their snipes. Boom, 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 boom. You're lucky I'm out of missiles, my friend. You're lucky I'm out of missiles. Boom, 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 boom. That's what would have happened. Oh, it's Minnie. Minnie! Hey, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Hello, hello. Hello there. This adds a bunch of unnecessary build pieces to the build. It might be coming down. That's something we'll run into later, should that end up being a problem later. Okay, a wall just got placed somewhere, and I don't know where. So we just lost a build piece. That's fantastic. What I like about this going all the way across like that is it seals off this section right... Oh, look, we found it. Never mind. It seals off this section right here so it doesn't look as awkward. Like, it's still an awkward-looking shape, and I have no idea what we're going to do with this. Like, all of this might end up getting reworked. But we might also end up turning it into something. I have no idea. Juxt, good morning. Good morning. Well, now that doesn't make any sense now, does it? What the fuck is going on there? Honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. We'll leave it for now. Now with this second side... I don't think it's necessary to close off this second side the same that we closed off the first, but we may come back and do exactly that. We just might. Half wall at the... Oh, half wall, half wall, half wall. Now you guys are thinking. Now you guys are thinking. That makes total sense because we're about a half wall in height above the thing. Yes. That makes sense and looks much better. Don't know how I want to build up around this. I do want to raise this side to make it similar in height to that side. Though, like I said, I don't think it needs to have any functionality over here. It just literally is just going to be raised up just to almost have some height on this side as well. Let's finish off our walls. Let's finish off our walls so we can get a final piece count as to where we're at. Because we were at 2,500 right when we started, and basically all we've done is the roof right here. This was a lot of pieces though. So let's get these walls finished off. There was like one wall in here I think that needed done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Juxt, the man, the myth, the legend, coming in, dropping that tier 1 sub, resubscribing for the second month in a row. Believe it or not, can you believe it? Believe it or not, absolutely freaking wild. 30 minutes prior to the technical start of my birthday. Juxt, hey, we appreciate you, my friend. We definitely appreciate you. And guess what? We've got a new member dance that absolutely I love. This one gets me pumped up. The music does anyways. Brace your ears, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if it's turned down like it was last night. Oh, it's somewhat turned down. Hey! Legendary. Now, outer face, even though it's the inner wall, you know what I'm saying? And this is an interfacing wall too, so does the interfacing triangle match up with that better? It does. It does. Okay. Nice. This is all just roof here. This is all just roof. And what's the troubling thing here is for each of the roof sections, we're going to have to work out some sort of roof design. I don't think we'll just be able to, and I don't think it would be smart to just copy and paste that roof design all over the place. But fuck, I love that roof design. That actually works out really well there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Excellent. This is all walled off. Working our way down. Walled off. Closed off. Perfect. Not repair, demolish. There you go. The roof design is like 80 tiles, so if we, we'll see if we got enough later. Yeah. Did you do a tile count there, Blade? Was it 80? That's a decent chunk of tiles to waste on a roof. It was like 1, 2, 3 per... Plus the... Fuck, dude. Yeah, there was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot going on into that roof. That's why I'm saying each of the roofs probably won't end up looking the same because we're going to run out of frickin' tiles. Though it looks like most of the walls that I need blocked off are blocked off. Like, our walling's basically done. This is an open area. This down here is another open area. Like, that's all finished off wall-wise. Working even down here, this is like the openest of areas. That's finished off wall-wise. I might bring like some of that down, but I like leaving some of the rock open as almost like a feature to the build, you know? I think I'm gonna roof this off. I don't know if any of the roof tiles are going to fit on this thing, so we're just going to have to go with that. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Redo, reset. Oh, fuck me. Just hit the wrong one. Of course we did, of course we did. Classic. Classic delete the wrong item type energy going on right now. Huge. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Alright. What if we go one higher on this? Can't see if that's even... It's not in the right spot. Of course it's not. Yep, nice. With the gap as well. Freaking nice. Nope, let's just demolish that. Waste time. Just check the FIF limit. It's hard to hit, though. It's 55... No. Blade, what? 55,000? Have you lost your mind? It's 5,000. 55,000? Surely that's like a surely that's a mistype. There's no way you genuinely there's no way you thought it was 55,000. I'm positive it's not. It's 5,000. 5,000 is hard to hit. No. What the fuck are you guys talking about? 55,000. 55,000 build pieces, my ass. We're talking about a 55,000 build piece, right? Okay, where's my other 50,000 pieces? Where the hell are my other 50,000 pieces? I'm at max expansions. Are we talking about taxes? Are we talking about taxes? I'm trying to cover it up, Kyler. I'm trying. Okay, that's what we're doing. It's always been 5,000 cap. I think it's 500 per claim. It might make sense because your regular FIF is 2,500 and my advanced max stake, no shot. Bro, I'm telling you. Where the hell's my other 50,000 pieces, you guys? I'm missing 50,000 pieces if that's the case, because if I whip out my build tool here real quick and go flying in the sky, you'll see that we are in fact 5 high and 6 wide, which is exactly how big you can go. It's 5 expansions plus your regular claim. So somebody took 50,000 pieces from me. Literally unplayable. Jux gets it. Shut it down. Shut it down right now. If it was 55,000 pieces, bro, I'd be putting up this on that side for sure. And even if we just went and looked at it, we've only burned through so many pieces right now. 2,682, not too shabby. Not too shabby. We've still got plenty of pieces to build with. Are you happy, Kel? Or no, are you happy, Kyler? Look, we figured it out, you guys. The puzzle was right in front of us all along. The solution to the puzzle was there all along. Alrighty. We can leave that gapped. Ooh, now this might be interesting here. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then we can take this. Oh, it even snapped without the gap, too. Freaking nice. Okay, I don't know. What are you doing? What are you doing, sir? Would you get in the right spot there for me? What's going on, pal? What's going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, no, we're good. Thought we soft-locked ourselves. Is it the... No, it can't be the roof that's blocking me. Why? Snap into the last spot, will you? Making runs of Cobalt all week? Are you selling that Eurism? Okay, I don't know why. Good enough. In order to get this to connect properly without a gap, you have to have walls for it to connect to. That's why it gaps. Come on, you fucker. It gapped. Place the roofs over it once it's placed. Oh, you're gonna get all the swatches you can. Gotcha. Yeah, that's about one of the last, like, real grinds for PvE players to do is swatch grinds, yeah. That's about it. The swatches are the same every week, though, aren't they? So, like, realistically, if you got all of the swatches in 1 week, you would have all of the swatches, wouldn't you? Oh, you son of a beach. That's a gap, isn't it? Yeah, it's a huge gap. Okay, fuck it. Walled off, walled off. We're leaving all of this open. Open face here, open face over here. You work your way down. Or you could work your way down. Like, I don't realistically know what this is going to end up being, if anything. This is kind of another one of those spots where it's just like, what even is this? What even is this? Honestly, Kel, I don't know, and that's kind of what I was asking, though. Is, like, if you get all of the swatches on 1 week, technically you have all of the swatches, right? Unless you'd have to come back and get, like, the heavy swatch variant and just hope that that comes out next week. Okay, okay, maybe something like that, huh? I see, I see. Not gonna work on that side, huh? Well, if it's not gonna work on both sides, we're not gonna do it on this side. We won the lands, Rad? Oh. Yes, indeed, we did. Is there a Solari one this week? If there's a Solari one, it's completely up in the air. One tile to rule them all, you know what I mean? Come on, dude. I don't know, I liked this, so we're gonna put this back like that, and we'll come back to this later. That might actually... Can I floor this off now? No. Hey, you take it easy, Half-Baked. You take it nice and easy out there. Why is the Solari tab one tile to rule them all? DH, because you get 12,000 voting power out of the Solari tab. Solari tile. Which means that with 12,000 voting power, you can swing the lands rat in any direction you want. Like this week, for example, technically everybody was voting for 50% experience boost, but whoever won the lands rat that was the tile that was the money, they took it. They took it with an epic troll at the end and made it 33% melee damage boost. That's a really good question. It's 1,000 Solari per point, I think, is what we found out. So if you wanted to get all 12,000 points, it would cost you a pretty penny. But on a hyperinflated server, that ain't shit. Yeah, 12 million? That ain't fucking... That's nothing on this server. I could buy that 10 times over. And I'm far from rich on this server. Okay, big. Insufficient stability. I think that we're being dirty dogged here by that dirty dog stability. You motherfucker. You're really gonna make me put up some shit for that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, like, we might just leave it open, right? Doesn't look that bad right there, huh? It's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm on a dead server and you have 75 million plus? Yeah, so you could, even on a dead server, you could buy it 10 times over, and then you basically get to decide what goes out in the lands rad. To be ADA compliant, I should have to put in some elevators? Yeah, for sure. Somebody needs to hit up Dune developers. I don't know why people keep asking for elevators. I think even if they came out with elevators, people would still just do the suspensor belt thing. Like, even in this base, realistically, are you going to walk your ass up those stairs? No. No, you're going to grappling hook and then Shigawire claw into whatever entrance you can entrance into. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of is what it is. J-Wolf, when he makes bases, he makes them more Shigawire Claw friendly, where he's like putting half staircases in to leave the ground section nice and opened up, because realistically everybody just gonna Shigawire Claw anyways. Oh, come on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Might as well leave. Oh, what the hell? Not the wall I thought I was putting up. Might as well leave this open. Nailed it. Suspensor pad should be a placeable, not an ability. That'd be cool, Eurism. That would be actually cool. Make that play into your base a little bit. They're changing the storm and voting time up 2 hours on NA servers. Yes. So this week's going to end 2 hours earlier. Speaking of which, we're 2 hours away from the hour-long downtime happening tonight. It's not 55,000 building pieces. I don't know what fucking world you live in. Let's take a look at this again, and it's the last time I'm going to address it. 2,752 building pieces out of how many? Say it with me, everybody. 5,000. Okay, let's go ahead and take this and let's build a wall here real quick. Okay, just one wall. Now it's going to say 2,753 building pieces out of how many? 5,000. I don't know where you're getting the 55,000, but it's never, ever, ever been 55,000. I promise you it's 5,000 and always has been 5,000. We've been doing mega bases on this game since the game launched. We always max out our fucking claims. It is 5,000. As for the swatches, I don't know what the hell's going on with the swatches. I don't give two shits about cosmetics in this game. We need to get the red, white, and blue swatches, which is like, I don't even know. Oh, sarcasm's impossible to read, him, okay? Sarcasm is impossible to read. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. That's a good though. That's a good one though. Eurism, pretty clever on that one. I'll give you that. It's pretty clever. We're going to go do another mining trip over on Dew Gap, I think is the play. We got a decent chunk of building done. We still have 2,247 pieces that we can put down here on Harmony, which is massive. So let's hop over to Dew Gap. How to get 75+ million in a dead server? I'm thinking that same thing, Psycho, actually, because we're broke as hell over on Dew Gap. So yeah, whatever money-making methods that guy's putting together, I need to get my hands on. Though I don't know what we would even buy over here on Dew Gap, to be honest. I don't know what we would even buy. Unfucking believable. Good job, Dune. Good job. Are we still live on Twitch? Yeah, we are. Okay. You controlled the market on rare BPs since week 3. You and 2 others are the main PvPers, and you just deny everybody else the BPs while looting them all. We also sell Plastanium dust since we basically control. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. Seems like you played a key role in killing off your server. Let's ride. You know what is actually going to chokehold this account here? Water. Water. It's going to be water. I'll need to roll back and bring an assault ornithopter full of some bodies out here. Last week, dupers have made their way onto your server and now laundering duped Solari by buying out patterns at prices that make no sense. That's real-world trading happening. But yeah, the dupers have infiltrated seemingly like 90% of the servers. Some of them they hit less hard than others, but basically, if there's people on that server trying to buy Solari, the dupers will figure out a way to make Solari and sell them that shit. And on some of the lower pop servers where the dupers have to put more effort in, I think the Solari sells for a higher price. Like on Harmony, for example, I think the Solari is probably going to be the cheapest exchange rate. I don't know what these rates are, though, to be honest. Oh, that's actually not that dead. That's not that dead of a server, DA. Are you European? Or North American? Are you an NA? Because if you're on NA and you still have 30 people on right now at midnight, 2 hours before a patch, that's a decent amount of people. NA, yeah, that's decent. That's far from dead. You're kind of sitting at, like, the do-gap levels where it's like, it's not popping, but it's not dead. There's other servers that are, like, actually dead, like 10 players on them. At peak. 10 players at peak on them. That's a dead server. Yeah, you might want to check the price of melange on your server. Because typically, on Harmony, they're duping melange and selling it for incredibly cheap. In the auction house, you'll see some people selling like a calibrated servo for 10 million Solari a piece. That's a real-world trade waiting to happen. Oh, residue's gonna be the hot commodity. Once the melange gets duped to a point where people don't feel the need to harvest and craft melange anymore, residue is few and far between. That's what happened here on Harmony. If you see, we're not on Harmony right now currently. If you see somebody harvesting spice on Harmony, they're not doing it for the melange, they're doing it for the residue. Being psych, that's what's going on with this server. This server, DoGap, it doesn't have a massive duper problem. It doesn't have a massive Solari dupe problem or a hyperinflation problem. So the auction house is super dead. I could sell the 29,000 residue I have for 20 Solari a piece. I don't know what that maths out to, like 400, 500,000 or something like that, 600,000. But I mean, shit, honestly, on the DoGap server, 600,000 is a lot of money, so that might be worth it, actually. Actually, now that I think about it, that's not a bad deal. But I'm kind of with you, Psych. Just because it's on the market for 20 a piece doesn't mean people are buying it on this server. Why the hell would you buy? Why would you buy residue on a server that doesn't have a massive melange duping problem, and so you're having to craft your own melange. So everybody's probably got an oversupply of residue, especially like the big guilds. They're processing 50,000 melange or 50,000 spice. You know, a shitload of residue just from that. Yeah, you're very soon, if that's the case, you're very soon going to be selling the shit out of that residue for like 5,000 a piece, deadass. As soon as the residue runs out and these guilds start needing some more of it for their fuel or whatever, that is going to absolutely spike in price. That's what happened on Harmony. When we first rolled on Harmony, you could probably pick up residue for like 1,000 a pop. Which might sound like a lot, but it's a hyperinflated server, so 1,000 a piece is like 100 a piece. Now on Harmony, it's like 12,000 a pop. I'm not positive. I think Dewgap, with the first wave of duping that came through the game, I think the Dewgap did get hit. I feel like a lot of the guilds and people who took advantage of that first wave of duping didn't put any of that shit on the market, though. Because it was a lot easier for your average person to pull off the early dupes that were inside of Dune Awakening. So I feel like there was a lot more people that did it. But as soon as those got patched out and it became more of like an actual process that people needed to do, they stopped. So it's just basically these Chinese bot farms now doing it with their software. What time is that live stream today from the devs? Do you guys know? Oh, Chuji actually does bring up a decent point. And the duping that happens there, if it's done via like some Chinese bot farm or something like that, and then sold as like a service to people to provide them with, oh, you know, you could buy 10,000 melange on the Dewgap server for fucking $10 or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't know what the prices are. It basically is just Chinese hackers now, Chuji, because like you said, The ones that were easier for like the general population to pull off have all been patched. Now it requires some, from what I understand, it requires from some like network switch technology software shit where they shut their network on and off. I don't know how this dupe works. I know that basically it requires some third-party software, and I know that for the most part it's just Chinese bot farms that are doing it. That's actually weird, DH, because I think that schematics are probably the least valuable thing in this game, considering that we can only expect them to come out with new schematics as the game goes on. So the older schematics are going to become less and less sought after as they get filtered out with the newer schematics. And then we're talking like as soon as they drop tier 7, then tier 6 is basically made as worthless as tier 5 is. You would think the best way to launder it would just be to hold on to the Solari, unless they're trying to like clean the money, but the account's probably cooked anyways. Because I'm pretty positive these Chinese bot farms are getting banned. They just spring up as quickly as they get knocked down. I think whatever genius is trying to launder money with purchasing blueprints is not going to actually be having money in the long run. That's like holding on to Bandos inside of old school RuneScape, expecting it to hold its price, but then the next tier of item comes out and now Bandos is worthless. Oh, you dirty, dirty dog! You dirty, dirty dog! Quickly now, quickly now! Run, 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 run! And it's as easy as pie. All right, man. Hell yes. Hell yes. I don't know if the meta over here on Dugap is still melee, but we'll go ahead and take that Regis Disruptor pistol upgrade, that's for sure. Should they combine all the server markets, Psycho? That would help out with the servers that are dead. Like, for example, here on Dugap, before I re-rolled on Harmony, it was impossible to sell anything on the auction house because nobody ever went to the auction house to buy anything. So, oh, Kel! Kel, that's more important than what we just picked up right now, actually. That's more important than what we just picked up right now. No, I have not gotten the pick. We need to go get that. Oh, DH, I get what you're saying. So it's like they've reached the max cash stack, so they've got to purchase something. I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying. At that point in time, if you've genuinely reached the max cash stack, then yeah. I thought we had to determine that the integer was some crazy number, like 58 trillion or some shit like that, rather than 2.14 billion, which is how RuneScape rolls. According to Fury, there's a Solari cap. It's the 30... Oh, it's 2.14 billion. Okay. It's the same as RuneScape, then. So yeah, I guess if you duped enough Solari to hit 2.14 billion, you would have to do something with the overflow. Yeah, if it's 32-bit, then it is 2.14 billion. I thought we had mathed it out. I thought we had said it was like 64-bit, which made it into the trillions or some shit. And I was like, if you've got trillions of Solari, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Correct, it can go up to 2.147 billion. A number I'm all too well aware of. RuneScape has the same thing, which is the game that I grew up playing, so. Well, see, now we're talking about 5 billion in the bank passes the 2.14 billion, so somebody explain that. It's a 64-bit is 9 quintillion. Oh, shit. Listen, man, I'm not a number bit integer fucking mathematician here. I know that 32 is 2.14 because that's what Jagex has to cap their money at because they literally can't push it any higher than that. So if you have higher than 2.14 billion in RuneScape, you got to turn that into platinum. DH, I'd tend to agree with your logic right there. They've got some back-end crazy code going on, that's for certain. One giant strand of spaghetti code is what I like to call it. Yeah, it's because one giant strand of spaghetti is strung all the way through that database, it feels like. They make a change over in the left side and something all the way over on the right side changes as well. They fix a bug over here and they reintroduce a bug over there. That only happens if your code is somehow spaghetti stranded together in ways that people thought not possible. Kel, I think that would be like an easy solution. That'd be like the easy way out for them. Funcom is notorious for taking the easy way out, so that's entirely possible that that would be something that they do. I don't know if it would actually cause or solve the problem because I don't know the ins and outs of the method, so I can't even theory craft a possible solution. I know it involves network switching or shutting off in some way, shape, or form, and then it involves the taxi service. All right, here we go. Come on, 80% drop rate. Please, please work well for me here. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I don't want to fight any of you guys. Excuse me. Excuse me. Don't mind me. Yes! Let's go! Let's go, dude. Huge upgrades coming in on this trip. Both the Regis pistol as well as the Halix pick obtained. Hell yeah. 2 best-in-slot weapons coming in. Frickin' clutch. And we've got Power Harness and Circuit Gauntlet on this week's Dugap Landsrad, both of which are going to be easy to knock down. So, hell yeah. Looks like we're going best-in-slot all around. They're using the taxi service somehow, DH. They kill themselves at the banker while putting something up at the auction house, and they respawn at the taxi. I guess the taxi service is just the respawn point in it. So it has nothing to do with the taxi. That's just where you respawn if you happen to die in the Haga Basin. I don't know, dude. I don't know. So maybe you're right. Maybe it just looks like it involves the taxi service because that's where they're respawning at. I don't know. Like I said, this one's more of like a bot farm software related dupe rather than just a chest breaking vehicle moving dupe or whatever the hell was going on with the last one. The first dupe that was in the game, anybody could pull off. This one requires, I think, some special timing or some special software. You gotta get real lucky with your timing on like some disconnect shit or something like that. A boom and a boom. Very nice. 2 massive unlocks coming in. Brought to you by AI vibe coding. It totally is AI. It totally is. I'm convincing myself more and more that they genuinely used ChatGPT to code this whole fucking thing. And The creative team's just been phoning it in for years. I'm convinced they're the least creative group of individuals I think I've ever come across. It's an achievement also how little creativity that these guys have. All right, we're gonna do a couple things here. Yes. Somebody was saying it is the client side, almost like New World levels of client side validation or whatever they call it, where in New World you can go invulnerable just by moving your thing around or whatever it was. I didn't play much of New World. I played the open testing, and then after that, I knew New World was gonna be a shit MMO. Just from the open testing, I said, "Fuck no." The way Funcom doesn't care about their creative projects is endearing. Truly, it is definitely, it should be studied almost how little creativity that these guys have, yet they still manage to pull off financially viable products. It should be studied. It should be studied how they could create a game that is just so fundamentally broken, yet still a solid skeleton of a game. Like, how do you even? These two are like these are opposite thought processes, and yet they still somehow Funcom pulls them together into one cohesive thought. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody at that company's pulling the weight, and it's not the creative team. I'll tell you that. And I looked at some of the Conan monsters and stuff too. Also not creative. Also run-of-the-mill type monsters. So if you're a PvE player hoping that they're going to like pull through on this, unless you see Joel end up getting canned along with every other creative person on this team, this is the type of PvE that you can expect to come from them. That'll be nice, DH. The more information they give, the better. And I fucking knew it, bro. I'm not saying Arcadius was cheating, but I'm saying that he had a lot of fucking stamina. He had dodges for days, and now there's ways to do dodges for days. You could do 1, 2, 3, 4 dodges before I run out of stamina, right? And I think you can even get that up to 6 dodges. But now if we get our stamina back up, I can do 1, 2, and then a jump dodge, and then a jump dodge, and then a jump dodge, which is technically 5 dodges. Jump dodge, 6 dodges. 7, you know, so there's ways for you to get it back up that don't necessarily... There's ways for you to manage your stamina and be able to dodge constantly that don't necessarily involve cheating. But that motherfucker, when we first fought him, was dodging all over the place. Bro, this is all of the melee weapons for sale right now on the Harmony server. This is all of the melee weapons for sale. Why? No way that sells. Busted ass server. Nobody uses the auction house here. Yeah, and then you can DH, and then you can... So, okay. So what the fuck, then? So what the fuck is going on, then? What are these guys duping? Would they be duping just raw Solari using this method? I'm pretty sure you have to put something on the auction house. No spice sand for sale. Oh shit, melange is going up. Oh my god, look at all this melange for sale. When we first checked this server, there was like 1 stack of melange for sale, which didn't scream duper to me, but this does. on a server where nobody uses the auction house. That's crazy. Yeah, this dupe requires them to use the auction house, though, doesn't it? So how is that duping Solari? That's how they're duping Melange. If they're still duping Solari, then Harmony is just getting worse and worse and worse when it comes to the hyperinflation. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see. Damn, bro. Damn. To think that the hyperinflation on Harmony was over and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Money printed out by the day. And they haven't even addressed this in weeks. It's been happening for weeks. Ever since we re-rolled onto Harmony is when this really started kicking in. They haven't addressed it in weeks. You thought they dropped their Solari and disconnect while taking the taxi and used some third-party program to lag their connection or something? I don't honestly even know. I remember Arc was also suffering the same dupe glitch, and the only way they solved it was launching fresh server, and on those new ones, they added a cooldown of 15 minutes for items in your inventory. Is annoying, but it was the only way to stop that server and client disconnect thing. I don't think Funcom will definitely... They'll launch fresh servers. That makes sense. I could see Funcom launching fresh servers. They'll never like they'll never delete any sort of progress or fucking do any sort of rollbacks or any sort of like TLC to these. And if I'm not mistaken, Arc is less of a grind than Dune Awakening. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying that? Because I don't see people going through the grind again here in Dune Awakening just to be on a server where it's going to be harder for people to dupe. And I say harder because I bet you anything that they would still end up finding a way to pull off the dupes. Hey, Jesse, Jay, hello, hi, how are ya? I hope you're doing well. More grinding in Arc? Interesting. I know Arc's not a Funcom game. Does Arc use Unreal Engine 5, though? Because it's not like we're comparing apples and oranges. It is Unreal, yeah. So it's still running off of the same engine, which is notorious for dupes, and then it's probably got a little bit more lenient client-side verification, which again is just kind of the same thing that Funcom's going through. Right. Yeah, so I think what happened in Arc is exactly what happened here. And Cowboy, you're right. That's probably the only realistic solution that they could come up with doing. I'm not sure what you're talking about, like 15-minute timer. Like that seems like it would be getting in the way of like real players' experience, which kind of sucks. Like, honestly, I don't give two craps about graphics in games, so I'm, like, becoming less and less a fan of Unreal games as the days go by, especially because all of the Unreal games look very samey. None of them have, like, a very distinct creative art style to them, you know? They all look very samey, which is just lame. I'm an old school RuneScape player, so, like, honestly, you guys, I don't give two craps about graphics. Oh, see, in 15 minutes to transfer servers with items on you. I mean, Funcom doesn't even allow server transfers, so unless you're talking about, like, transferring from the world map to Arakeen, and then there would be a 15-minute cooldown on that, that'd be fucking crazy, dude, first off. And, also might not be the solution to the problem, but they gotta come up with something. And unfortunately, these servers, the damage is done. So like Cowboy said, they'd have to launch fresh launch servers. And I know for a fact I'm not going to re-roll on a fresh launch server under the pretense that Funcom all of a sudden got their shit together and now there's not going to be any duping. Big X to doubt on that one. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, DH. Apparently, Jagex announced some sort of league coming to old school RuneScape. I don't know if it's happening this year. I need to look more into this because I was expecting Deadman mode to be happening in old school this year, and I think Deadman mode's happening. I need Man mode to happen, bro. Like, I need to get into some competitive PvP on some old school. Like, fuck, dude. But they announced some sort of, like, mini league type thing going on as well. And those are always some good fun, dude. So we might have that coming up this year as well, paired with RuneScape 3 leagues on September 15th. Arc Raiders on October 31st, I think. We've got Deadman mode coming out at the end of this year. Bro, we need Deadman. That's what I'm saying. If they replaced Deadman for this mini league, I'm actually going to be pissed. Oh, okay, okay. So if I was, like, trying to transfer from the world map, or from the Haga base into the world map, and I had an item in my inventory that had not been there for at least 15 minutes, it wouldn't even let me transfer. So I just collected all these bodies that I was taking out to the deep desert. I'd have to be holding onto those bodies for 15 minutes. That would absolutely... This game, Funcom literally already sucks as much time out of you as absolutely humanly possible. So I would very quickly back out of something like that. At least they can't dupe schematics. Wish they would to dupe residue, though. Yeah, I know. They need to get down on the residue. And it is good that they cannot dupe schematics. I agree. That would make an already bad situation even worse. Because now you really don't have anything to fight over. Because the second a duper gets their hands on a schematic, it's game over. What do you mean? It's like if you want to transfer Sieges. Oh, let's not park this here. Last time we parked that there, we almost lost it. We almost lost it to the Underrealm. Oh, I got you. Okay, I get what you're saying. I don't have enough experience with online Arc. I played offline Ark for a little bit. I said this isn't as much fun as I thought, and I just bailed. Also, like, the amount of DLCs in Ark is a big turnoff, which I think the same thing's going to happen with Dune Awakening. The amount of DLCs and the amount of expansions and stuff, the further the game goes on, the less accessible that it becomes to, like, a new player, in my opinion. Now, what are we going to do with this thing? Nice. And it's safe from decay. Perfectly parked. Yeah, water's gonna be the death of me. But that's fine, bro. Like, already having 231 plutonium cooked up on this bitch, like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, we're solo over here. We don't need thousands and thousands of plutonium, so big. We got 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining until these servers are going to go into a downtime for some sort of patch. Could it possibly be a patch that's addressing the lag that we're having right now on Harmony? I have no idea. Apparently, there's not everybody is experiencing these massive ping spikes. There's been a few people in the stream who said their ping's actually fine on Harmony, and then there's been a few who said that they've been getting hit as well. I've been at 160 ping all night long. I don't know what's going on. It doesn't matter what section of Harmony I'm in either. Deep Desert, Arakeen, Haga Basin, it's all the same. Actually, if you guys look at this right now, we're on Harmony, right? Yeah, we are. My ping's not bad. My ping's not spiking. I mean, we got that normal, typical Haga Basin lag, but the ping's not sitting at 100 plus the whole time. Nice. Best part of watching a new player come to Ark is watching them try not to die while getting the first tame or build. I don't know what it was about Ark. I just wasn't a huge fan. I was not a huge fan, and then when I was... So I played Ark on the, like, a solo experience for a little while, and then I was looking into, like, what the online experience was like, and I was just like... It's like one of those things, like you said, the experience comes into play, and it's like at that point it's too much of a bell curve. I don't want to dive into that bell curve. The same reason why I don't dive into Tarkov. The same thing kind of goes with Rust as well, though I enjoyed playing Rust more than I enjoyed playing Ark. Weird thing with that is when I played Rust, I basically got my ass kicked all the time because I was never wearing my headset while I was playing. I was always like watching a show or something. I was not taking Rust very seriously. This guy couldn't even block us from those two nodes properly. Dumbass, bro. Frickin' weirdo. I can almost promise this was the guy who was in my comments bitching about Jed building over a nose. Crybaby Deep Desert Police Department on this server. Deep Desert Crybabies, they should be called. Is that even on our land claim? I don't think that's on our land claim, Kale. That is not on our claim. That's on our claim. This is on our claim, so they can put it on your claim. Oh, yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Yeah, you're right. Because I was thinking, I was like, ah, fuck, I guess we'll just expand. I guess we'll just start to expand each week, so this can't happen. But it's not that big of a deal. Even if this guy was, like, competent in any way, shape, or form, which he's clearly not, but even if he was and he was actually able to block us off, there's about 24 ways that we could go about still getting out of here and still using this base to farm at. Even if it was disassembling this buggy and then moving it and farming over at a, say you put a base down right there that stored the buggy. It's fucking as simple as that. Or disassembling the buggy and assembling it out there. It's literally not that big of a deal. Incompetent trolling, as they say. You have an idea who did that buggy stuff? I'm convinced it's the guy who was bitching about Jed, but that is just a prediction, just an offshoot prediction. I woke up to some weird comment about some guy bitching and moaning and whining and crying. And then I went to his channel, and apparently he was a part of the Deep Desert Police Department, which took me back a little bit because I was like surprised to see a DDPD bitching, whining, and crying. But you got to keep in mind that the Deep Desert Mall cops that came over to this server is not the same Deep Desert Police Department that we were dealing with over on Gap. Incompetence versus like competence. It's big, big difference. The storm just rolled through here as you were loading back onto Harmony, so another one might pop. Ooh. Ooh. It just rolled through here, so I'm assuming it rolled through at 12:40. So at 1:40, we should have another one popping, which is 20 minutes before the downtime. So I think I'm gonna go do a quick little buggy run here. We'll go knock out some nodes, and then perhaps we go scan the deep desert again. Are you on, Kel? Who else is on? Yeah, we might go scan the deep desert again and see if we can't find a base or two to try and knock down with the next storm. Excellent point. Excellent point. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Fuji's down to raid. We need as many people as possible on Harmony, I tell you what, because these guys honeycomb their base like fucking never before. Alright, instead of doing a trip, we're gonna go out and scout just right off the rip, because I need missiles. We're gonna go scout right off of the rip, just because, it takes a while to fly from one end of the deep desert to the other, so we might as well kind of try and see if there's a list of bases, especially considering the next storm is going to roll in right as we get into the downtime. Where the hell did I place my missiles at, bro? No vehicle to restore. What? Oh, there it is. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, we need to go grab missiles, and then we're gonna roll. Now you're good, Chuji. We've got 50 minutes probably until the next storm. And the next storm is going to be 20 minutes before the downtime. They don't play any games over here, Cal. I don't know what it is, man. These guys take out a ridiculous amount of plastone. Like, they must have, like, 10 full ornithopters worth of plastone in order to lay down as much honeycomb as they lay down sometimes. Absolutely mind-boggling. Feels like it's a bit of overkill sometimes. It honestly feels like it's a bit of overkill. Because, you know, first off, they're even when they're actively using the base, there's never that much stuff inside of it, right? And after they leave the base, they typically clear most of it. I don't know, man. It's just crazy. No machines, no storage. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Kel. Kel gets it. No loot inside of this base. We're lucky to find one storage chest tucked in the back, and it makes you wonder if, like, there's possibly several storage chests hidden inside of these bases, but we just never find the sub-fief because they're so honeycombed, which again leads me back to my original thought, which is we need, like, a whole task force out here when we're raiding bases. Multiple people running the source of power so we can just actually burn through them. I don't know who's building that base right there, but I absolutely love it. I love that base. It's Jed's base. It is a badass base. And you can see it changing and stuff throughout the week. It is fucking badass. You just saw those walls up there on that side as we flew by it. It is a badass base. I've seen it going up over the weeks, and every time I fly by it, I'm like, sheesh, that is a sweet-ass base, dude. Alright, we need to find missiles, and I don't want to craft them. I'd have to put down a advanced machine to craft them, and I don't want to do that. Silicone blocks, complex machinery, and military power regulator. I don't think we have fucking enough silicone here, even, to be honest. That's not it. Military power regulator? What the fuck? Or was it overclocked? Okay, now it's just silicone, and we should have some silicone here. It's just where is the problem. I know I've got at least 400 silicone here. How many do I need? God only knows, Kel. It's here somewhere. I know I've got 400 somewhere because it still lets me craft plus stone. There's 250. That should cover it. We got it. We found it. We found it. We found it. We found it. This is why we need... This is... Oh, fuck me. Fuck me sideways. Damn it all. Just damn it. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Sure, sure, sure. Sure, sure, sure. Sure, 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 sure. Just go ahead. I think we can fix this without even having to add a power, because we're lazy and we're in the process of setting this, disabling this base anyways. Big, big. Covered it. We're back. And we're back. Yeah, Jed, definitely a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, I think that base would win competitions for real. For real, for real. How many per? 10. So I need to craft 25. That's all we needed this stupid bench for. There's some in that chest that I looked at. Some missiles. If I look at the door, it's 2 chests to the left. Silicone or missiles? Bro, am I just closing my eyes as I sift through these chests or what? I do a quick scan and I just expect my brain to pick up on what I'm looking for in a quick scan, and it never does. Oh, were we talking about power regulator? Oh yeah, there were some power regulators. One more left. Are we looking for missiles or are we looking for silicone blocks? See, now Kel doesn't even fucking know where it's at, bro. I'm telling you, this is why we've got to do the Haga Basin housekeeping, so we can get this shit in order. So we can, A, open up the resources to the entire guild, and B, get some semblance of fucking organization inside of this thing. Because I had this stuff organized, then I convinced myself we had an insider, and so I basically took everything out from down there and locked it up. I said, lock it up. And now it's time to unlock it. And when I locked it up, the organization disappeared. There should be some missiles there somewhere, Kel. It's just a matter of where. Just a matter of where. You know what'll be nice? We should be having the base, the guild base, opened up by September 10th. And it'll be, we'll be able, obviously, like I said, we'll be reopening all of these resources up and getting everything actually functional so people in the guild can use the guild base in order to craft shit that they need. So that way there's not a buggy ray with a tier 4 cutter ray on it for some reason. And that'll be happening right around, that'll be done probably right around the 10th, which is going to be huge. Because after the 10th, I believe that's when we're getting the, details on who takes what out of the storage's win type info. So that way, if my anxiety and paranoia ends up getting the best of me, I could be like, oh, okay. Jed grabbed the materials that I thought got inside it, and he grabbed them because he was probably crafting this, that, or the other. So at least it's not like random person A, and it's like, okay, I know it's somebody who... Random person who just joined the guild took out 500 advanced servos or some shit. It's like, hold on, what the fuck? But we got like Jed or any of the active players taking it out. It's like, oh, okay. Obviously, he was getting used for something. Obviously, it was getting used for something. What do you think they're going to vote for in this Landsrad? They might do vehicle vendor. We might actually get vehicle vendor, but I really think they're going to end up pushing the crafting cost reduction. Vehicle vendor would be cool. It was in that chest? We somehow missed it the second time? Hot damn. You think they're gonna vote for Comb, Grey Wolf? My question is, do we have the one tile to rule them all happening this week? I'm not seeing it. Might not have popped up yet. They took it out? Nice. I mean, I wish they would have taken it out last week. We probably would be benefiting from a 50% boost in experience, but... What are you gonna do? Fuck! Kel, I don't know if you've done any scouting for bases, but I need to go grab my las gun. Fuck, dude. We're so far! Alright, yeah, if you want to do some scouting, that would be fantastic, because I've got to fly all the way back to the Haga Basin, I think. Pretty positive it's in the Haga Basin. Yeah, because if it was one tile to rule them all again, it could go in any direction, man. We might be getting tool import rights again, which would just suck. The tool import rights are dumb. They're dumb. I think even the young Sparky is like, this isn't something that you actually use, is it? Yeah, it's only got a power pool of 700, so you want to put yourself at a disadvantage is what I'm thinking with that. Dumb. You know what I didn't grab but should have grabbed as well? I don't know why I didn't grab it. I should have grabbed the pistol that we bought. I don't know why I left it in there. I honestly need to pull those ancient ways out of there as well. Young Sparky recharges quicker, that's true, but how much quicker does it recharge? Is it worth losing the 100 health? Because everybody's all sold on Power Harness being best in slot because it gains you 50 maximum power, so it gains you 50 health. But if you just go and you're gonna lose 100. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if your shield isn't getting cracked all that often, not that bad of an idea to have the faster generation come in. God, you know what? When I was digging through these chests, I think I saw the las gun too. And I just thought in my head, I don't need that. That might have been on the Do-Gap server, though, when we were picking through chests. I don't remember. We got about 35 minutes until the next storm, presumably. 55 minutes until the downtime. Pair the young Sparky with power gloves and all the power talents, and you can outcharge one heavy. One heavy blade? I don't know what you mean. One heavy what? It would, Grey Wolf. Just... Oh, what the hell are we doing? I think it would just be a bit better, though. Especially if you've got source of power. And honestly, it depends on what server you're on also, because there's, like, no amount of extra power generation speed that I could get on Harmony that would make it to where I can solo rate a base. Not with the way they honeycomb on here. Oh, one heavy gunner or the Vulcan unloading on you. Okay, interesting. Is the game good or dead yet? You're planning on buying it. Aaron, it's just depends. What are you looking for? What are you looking for in the game? You looking for some PvP? You looking for PvE? Rockets do damage walls. You're looking for PvP, Aaron? Okay, then my follow-up question to that is, are you looking for a Rust style of PvP? Or are you looking for a, I suppose, maybe, I don't really know this game, so I'm not going to say, World of Warcraft style of PvP, where you don't risk anything and you don't get any rewards for partaking in the PvP? Or are you looking for, like, a Rust style of PvP? If you're looking for a Rust style of PvP where you, when you win, you take somebody's items and you actually have something to gain from it, not really it. If you're more of like a Throne and Liberty enjoyer, I guess that would have been a better one. Are you looking for a Rust style PvP or are you looking for Throne and Liberty style PvP? If you're a Throne and Liberty enjoyer, you might actually be able to get down on some of the guild versus guild combat, especially if they continue to iterate on that and evolve that whole system there. And like Psycho brings up, the game has a solid 150 hours of gameplay that you can partake in just in the progression system leading into the Deep Desert, which is where you get into that end game PvP. Now, you can, like, expedite that process if you've got a guild that, like, powers you through progression-wise right at the start. So you can, like, kind of skip some of those hours put into that early game grind. But there's a solid 150 hours in the Haga Basin. That's fine, Chuji. That's fine. That mainly Grey Wolf because the rocket is slower than the lasgun. So on a server like Do-Gap, where these guys put together some weird-ass bases that are easy to raid, a rocket to raid is totally viable. Over here on Harmony, where these guys are not only honeycombing, but they're like 3-wall honeycombing because of the wall, the stairs, and then the other wall, and it's all half-walled out. These guys are honeycombing like freaking crazy here. And a rocket launcher would just not cut it. Rust, but on a safe side, but you don't know, don't know the wipe. So this is kind of like inside of PvP in this game. If I go and I PvP and I die in PvP right now, the only items that I'm going to lose out of my inventory are these 2 vehicle fuel cells and this Solari. Those are the only items that I will lose out of my inventory. So I have no risk, but that means if I'm fighting another PvP player, I'm also probably only liable to gain fuel cells. So there's also no reward. The only rewarding PvP, the only PvP that you can come out with any sort of like extra resources on, is when you're attacking resource gatherers and whatnot. So it's like a bit of a mixed bag here, to be honest. If you're looking to solo this whole thing, Aaron, and you're jumping on like a big populated server, good luck. Good luck. This game's not balanced for solo play versus group play at all. Not at all. But if you're into like some guild versus guild combat, probably get down. I've had a decent amount of fun jumping in the PvP. I enjoy the PvP in this game. I just wish that the mechanics were balanced a little bit better, in the sense of like people can just respawn right on top of you, basically leading to endless loops of fighting. Fucking dust on that thing. Schematics, Ivory? I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about for PvP, yeah, so basically all you fight for in PvP anymore is to fight over schematics. If you have schematics in your inventory, you'll lose them. If you have resources in your inventory, you'll lose them. But, for example, on G8 this week, right here... No. On G8 this week, right here, there's a PvP ship that drops the Regis Disruptor Pistol, which is one of the best in-slot pistols in the game. And so a lot of the PvP this week is focused around there and focused around fighting for that schematic. Yeah, they did. They did, DH. That's what Grey Wolf was saying. It's gone. Or Grey Wolf or him. One of the two. They got rid of the one tile to rule them all. Which is good. Because honestly, that would have meant that this Landsrad could go anywhere. But now, realistically, it's either going to go vehicle vendor or crafting cost reduction. Probably crafting cost reduction. I think so too, Aaron. I think so too. I think the original PvP system that Funcom developed basically incentivized griefing and decentivized PvP players from fighting each other. Now that people are fighting over schematics, the PvP players are fighting against the PvP players, which is good. Fuck yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Cal, I'm on my way. Bio coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be vehicle vendor as well, Chuji, but it's totally up in the air with whatever the hell this server decides to do. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, Kel. I will swing through these islands as well and do the same thing. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Chuji, and if it does end up going vehicle vendor, the deep desert buggies are going to change and shift into a bring your own buggy where everybody needs to bring their own buggy out, put their own cut array on it. Because I'm not opening the focus cut array up. Not with, like, last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago when we were losing fucking cut arrays left, right, and center. Oh, that's a good point that you bring up, Chuji. I hadn't even thought about that. What a pain in the ass, dude. No, because everybody, if we get vehicle vendor, everybody on the first guild should be able to purchase their own tool, and we should have the base built up, so everybody should be able to craft their own at least tier 3 buggy to slap that fucking tool onto. What is that? There's just a box on this island. H8. There's just a box on an island on H8. Which island, Kel? But that being said, there is the second guild which won't have access to the vendors, so realistically I'll probably, Did you find any scrap metal here? I'm assuming not. They don't need to be so stingy with the scrap metal out here, I swear. They're super fucking stingy with it. I mean, honestly, Kel. Oh, yeah, they'll be cheap on the market, right? They should be able to get some. I was saying with the second guild, Chuji, I would slap, like, J-Wolf, Blushi. I would slap, like, the normal people that obviously I trust onto that. But as far as, like, a full open up, it's a bring your own buggy type situation. Is this the base he's at? Is this the spot? Is this where he's at? Okay, I don't see a carrier. I see a busted assault ornithopter. What is that? Do I have my scanner on me? I don't. Oh, man! We came out unprepared, I tell you what. Damn, they didn't even take his titanium. Let's go take. I'm gonna go take a look at this base right quick over here. G7 is Struvidium. Okay, I'll roll with you. This still has shield on it, so they didn't get the sub fief. That looks rated. That looks rated, and this was the base that we were trying to hit last night, but we did not finish off. You said you were going to G7. What tile are we looking at? H8? Yeah, we're looking at the top of H8. Kel said he saw somebody with a carrier and a buggy fly out here. I'm gonna go up to this I-9 sector just because it's a hole in the ground. So if you're gonna go check G7, I'm gonna check I-9. There's a carrier with a buggy out here. Party icons only work if you're close? Correct, but it actually plopped you onto my compass at least, surprisingly. I don't know if I'm on your compass, but you popped up on mine. They will give you a new buggy, no questions asked, DH, you're right, a new carrier. Yes, they will. Very interesting. Ballsy of him. The party features our ass. A lot of features our ass. They probably saw the fucking countdown to the... They probably saw the countdown to the reset and they were like, what am I even doing? Well, we've at least got 2 bases scouted out. I'm gonna go take a closer look at this guy's base here. Like, is it still opened up from when we raided him, or exactly what's going on here? You know, looks like he closed it up. A little secondary hole here? What is this? This has to be 2 different bases. No, he just claimed out and over. I'm assuming this is where his subfief is then merged into the mesh. Subfief in the mesh? Is that what you guys are thinking? That's what I'm thinking right here. Can't even really see into there anymore. This guy rebuilt his base, but this is very much so just a big forward operating base. Whoa, 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 what the fuck? It's open to the public. It's open to the public. I don't know if them back walls were open to the public. That's some scary business. Oh, okay. One of them is open to the public. This guy's nice. You need to get shielded from the storm? Take a quick piss break? He's got you. He's got you a nice little hole. Which one? This one? This one, Cal? Or this one right here? Because they've both piqued my interest. This one we raided and we broke a chest out of last time. This one looks like it was raided but is shielded, so they didn't get to everything. It's a trap, not a help spot. He's trying to trap himself a pet. I mean, it's possible. If I was a carrier and a buggy, I would not carry a buggy out here. That's crazy talk, man. That's crazy. And then this. What is this, bro? This is right next to G8 as well, so this just might be a hole. That's just a foundation, isn't it? That... No, that's a half wall. That's a foundation and a half wall. Oh, my God. Just perspective. That's a full wall. It's a full wall. It's not a half wall. Okay, it is shielded still. So hold on. What about in I-7? So this is the Stravidium, or this is the Titanium Island that I think... Oh, is this another base right here? Whoa, 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 whoa. We got another base. We got another base. What the hell is this? This is one we haven't even seen yet. Okay, we do not have another base. We do not, I repeat, do not have another base. This thing has been raided. I'm pretty sure this was the island a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was that. Maybe it wasn't. that Chuji and Fib were mining, and then they would drive like from here to here to here to here. No, that was a different map, wasn't it? That was like last week's map that they did that. You're at the H9 base. Come look quick. H9. You're 4,000. You're 2,000. What? Oh, H9. I'm coming. So we got 35 minutes until the downtime, and I think maybe 10, 15 minutes until the next storm. It's going to be another one of those raids right before the downtime hits. Also kind of depends on what sector this storm lands in. You can't see the icons on the compass? It's this island right here. Middle left side of 9. If you want to back out of the party, I'll re-invite you. That sucks. It's also weird you joined the party late and your icon popped up on my screen, so maybe they're starting to work out the bug. Oh. He did not make a dick and balls. Come on. Come on.
There's 3 generators right here behind one wall.
Look, there's 2 chests in here. These are chests that they're using to do the repair glitch. God, it's so dusty, I can't see. I absolutely hate that game mechanic. I hate it so much. Honestly, I don't know. This one looks almost like a troll base. It's got a dick on it. You know what I'm saying? It's got a dick on it, man. All right, let me get the notepad out. We've got H8, we've got H9. There's one on G7, but that I'm almost positive is a troll base. Kel didn't even notice the peen sticking off from the top of this thing. It was the first thing I noticed was the balls. Oh my god. He did not put this up at the top either. Like, come on. Come on. Oh god. I don't know how much would be at this base. I'm down to raid this one. We've got... It kind of depends on where the storm lands. If the storm lands in the H section, we could try and break into this base quickly. This one looks like it'll be easy to break into rather than being all honeycombed. And then roll over to the H8 bases as well, because there's those 2 bases on H8. We may be able to, like, knock out a 3-in-1 type raid scenario, depending on how honeycombed that is. Oh, yeah, let's definitely look around. We still got 20 minutes. I checked this island, but I wasn't looking for bases. I was looking for a carrier, so let's go Let's go do another swing through. This one also has that stupid control point on the island, which basically makes it impossible to build a base there, so we might not find one. Oh, really, DH? I mean, I would hope that they fix it, man. I really would. It would kind of fuck me with me just buying the Regis pistol flat out, but I still wouldn't even care that much.
Sector weather alert. Alar Sands.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. 8 minutes. We have 8 minutes. We have 8 minutes. We don't need to panic. We don't need to panic. What sector are we in? We were in... I think I was in the I sector when that hit. I think we pop into the Dick base. And then we fly up to these. It depends on where the storm's at, though. If it's super high north... Oh, it's G9. It's G9, so we have to make sure it hits G as well. It's not just H and H. Okay, well, we know it's hitting G. We know it's hitting G. I'm gonna... Or no, we know it's hitting H. I'm gonna fly down to G. I'm gonna fly down to G and see if we get the warning again. You got it in I-9, but no bases on that island. Yeah, so we got the warning in I. We got the warning in H. I'm going to fly down to G9 and see if I catch the warning there, because I'm not against hitting this base, though. I think it's going to be... I think this one's going to be empty. It definitely seems like a troll base. But just because they build it like a troll base doesn't mean that it's entirely empty and there's nothing in it. You know what I mean? And with Kel said he heard a couple of generators on the other side of that wall. It's entirely possible that we can break in, knock the power, and then fly out to those bases and knock out a two or three in one. Granted, the one base over on H8 is definitely going to have honeycomb. This Dick base, it is kind of near the Regis. It's not super far from the Regis. Nice. Nice. I'm not getting a warning anymore. Chuji, like, why would... Here's my argument to that. Why would the people who are farming the Regis Disruptor take the schematic out to a base in the deep desert and leave it in that base, rather than just taking it to a base in the safe zone and dropping it there? Because I'm right there with you. The same thing goes for that. I'm not getting the warning here anymore, you guys. I'm not getting the warning on G anymore. So I think we're going to be looking at a high storm. But on H8, in the big island, there's a tiny little box. I think I've definitely been here for 60 seconds as well. On H8, there's a tiny little box, and that's even closer. That's even closer. The base with the public penta is getting stormed, and then this one right here, this is another base that it's like, oh, it might be filled with schematics, or this might be, this might...
Alar Sandstorm is approaching.
That was in G again. What the fuck is going on? That was in G, but it went all the way down to 5 minutes. The base, that base with the public pentas is thick.
Alar
Oh, it's coming from the west. It's coming from the west. I can practically guarantee nothing's gonna be in here, but we should be able to knock this one down in like 0 fucking seconds. So I think we knock this one down and then we move up into H8 and we either take that one that's made out of comb, or we take that one and we try to take the public penta. The public penta's subfief I think is hidden in the mesh. I think the public penta's subfief is in the mesh.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Since it's coming from the west, and we're about halfway... Oof, we're kind of close to the side here. If this island was over on this side, we might have like a minute to break into this thing before the storm actually hits us. There's no sheltered spot next to this thing. Hide from the storm and then raid them. I think we'll be able to pop this wall still even before the thing hits us. I think we'll get in before the storm hits us. We'll have to hide in this base while the storm passes over and before we move north. But I don't think... Is that sheltered? Is that sheltered right there just in case? Okay, yeah, that's sheltered. So if we don't break into this thing in time, yeah. We should definitely hide because the storm will kill the shit out of you. There's no way you can las gun from there. Oh shit! Did you guys see the range on that thing? What the hell? Oh shit, you can las gun from here. What the hell? 80 meters? Shut up. Bro, I just hit that rock over there. 80 meters? Yeah, that is nuts. That is actually crazy. That's longer than the sniper. That's crazy, man. I think the snipers still do damage at past 75 meters.
Sector weather alert.
That's crazy.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I was like, man, how are you getting an ornithopter close enough to you, even 80 meters, to hit it with the las gun? As it's flying by you, you hit it like a few seconds. But yeah, if you're on an ornithopter riding, yeah, they can't get within 80 meters of you or they're going to get hit. Yeah. Jeez. Oh my god, the storm is really high up. The storm is really high up. So we either take the public penta base or we take the side comb base over there. Hopefully this thing still knocks this shield. We've been getting lucky with the storms not hitting a base dead on, but still knocking the shields, though. I don't know what the hell's going on Dugap, where I have the corner of a storm hit it. It even says it's coming in that sector, and it still doesn't knock the shield. It's just sadness. This base might survive because of that, actually. It's hard to tell. Just dropped it in it. I heard it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, fuck your base, pal. Yep, we're gonna have to hide in this thing. Hide in the crack! Back in the crack! Everybody back in the crack. That was definitely a base that they were either doing the repair glitch on or they were just researching the Regis Disruptor pistols that they grabbed from the G8. Or maybe it was a base that somebody put down just in case they, you know, caught a pistol from G8. They didn't have to fly it all the way back down to the safe zone. They could just fly up here and research it. Because schematics you will lose if you die before you research them. Have we decided if we're going for the Penta or if we're going for the other one? I'm thinking maybe we hit the comb, because we should be able to knock the comb down quickly. And then we can move to picking at the Penta, I suppose. But the Penta, I think, is hiding. Down for that one? I'm assuming you mean comb. Yeah, that one will be the easiest to knock, and then after we knock that, after we find the sub-thief there and knock that, we can roll out. What the fuck is going on? I'm pretty positive the guy's got his sub-thief hidden inside of the mountain, though. So after we knock this comb, I'm going to push the other comb that he's hiding. I bet he has it actually meshed into the thing. Right there is going to be meshed into the thing. Easy as Sunday morning. Ooh. Respawn beacons to go around with all of that. Down. Yep, I'm starting to convince myself that everybody's just meshing their shit into the terrain. I don't know how they're meshing it into the terrain, but that's what it feels like. I'm flying over to this one. I don't know what the hell is going on here. I'm gonna check this one. Look, there's terrain right there. I bet he's got it meshed into. Oh, fuck. I thought that was the sub-thief, bro. After I pop this floor, I'm going to head in with Chuji and start breaking that. Okay, maybe not. What the fuck? What is that? Oh, these are more foundations and shit? Those are hella glitched into the ground. I bet you fucking anything his sub-thief is pinned in the ground. I'm heading in with Chuji. How'd he get in there? Where the fuck is he at? What the hell? venting, venting, venting. There's people hanging near the public penta? Oh, so there's people here? Hell yeah. Let's go pay him a visit. You cheeky son of a bitch. You survived yet again. This one, you guys, I'm convinced he's got his sub-thief buried. I'm convinced he's got his sub-thief buried in the terrain over here somewhere. And that shit's getting annoying, dude. It really, really is. Oh, we got somebody fly. We got a flyer. We got a flyer. We got a flyer. I don't know what this guy's doing. Get in, you freak. Two flyers. What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? Fucking grab it. I got...
Hello, gentlemen. How you doing? Oh, he's coming at me.
Excuse me. Hello. Hello there.
Sir, how are you? How are you doing, sir?
I didn't see you on this fine rock.
Chilling, my man.
I'm the
Chilling.
eldest of the man Jenkins.
How about yourself?
I don't know what this guy's doing. He scared me. This guy scared me. I was landing. There's multiple ornithopters here. What's happening? Boom! Boom! Yeah, we hit him with the booms. I didn't get high enough. Did I accidentally hit Kel? Jed, you thought we were at H8. You had 4 ornithopters on you and was raiding with another fella for a second. What? We are at H8. What do you mean? We got multiple fellas. I'm just not positive who's who anymore. Jed said Jed's out here. I'm confused as hell. Boom! Boom! Oh, missed that one. Can we catch a reload? Boom! Here we go, here we go, here we go. I can fly high like an eagle. Boom! Boom! Oh, you fucking got so lucky you lost my track last second. It's Chuji. Jed, I hope I'm not shooting at you. Oh, bottom left of H8, huh? Jed was on another island in H8, apparently. What the hell is this? Who's this? It's coming up blue, so that's Jed? Chuji's the Harko scout. No, I didn't fire at Chuji. This is confusion. Okay, this is confusion. Now I'm just confused. Fellas, we got 10 minutes until this server resets, so I don't know what the game plan is here. Maybe maybe we go try and sneak into G8. Maybe we go and try and sneak in there. Oh, you left. It got wild. Oh, and your ornithopter took major damage. Sheesh. I mean, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. I'd rather not even attempt to make a push if we're not prepared. You know what I'm saying? Go die 6 times over and end up having the repair glitch fucking shit out on us. Alex, good morning. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I say forget about it. Chances are we're not gonna grab it anyways. Realistically, I'm not too worried about it. Good to see you, Alex. Oh. Yeah, guys, careful flying over this control point right here. We got people on the ground. Possibly ancient way folk. Couple of them. These guys are probably also thinking about rushing G8 on the reset, which, again, I just don't think it's going to be worth it. Six people on top of the ship? Yeah. Not worth it. Not worth it. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining until the downtime. We've got 10,000 meters to fly here. Actually, 14,000 meters to fly. Do we knock that out in 7 minutes? I think we get to this 10,000 meter base with exactly 2 minutes to spare. That's my quick maths in my head. I think that's what it's going to line up to. Yeah, 6 people on the ship, Kel, and we're rolling in there with swords. And we would just be losing durability for no reason. No reason at all. Especially with, like DH said, them possibly finally doing something about the durability repair glitch. No reason to go fucking tank our ship for no reason. If they do fix that, good on them. Finally, took them long enough. But also, worst timing, screwed your boy over who just purchased a Regis Disruptor pistol, just the pistol, not the schematic. So let's, like, fingers crossed they wait another week to knock that down. And honestly, coming in PvPing at the ship, you guys, I'd rather have, like, a group of 4 or a group of 6 or 8 even or whatever ready to go and just get into some PvP for an hour. Like, I feel like one of the live streams we put on tonight or put on this week will just be a live stream where it's like we're just dicking around at the PvP ship the whole night, you know? If they fix it, don't worry, it'll be back on the 10th. Him's right. If they fix it, they inevitably will reopen it back up because they are dealing with spaghetti code. Him is right. I want to know how these people are sinking their sub-thief into the ground. That's annoying. I think what's most frustrating about it is they sink their sub-thief into the ground, essentially making their base entirely unraidable, and then they honeycomb the shit out of it when it's like, You didn't have to sink your subfief into the ground. You could have just hit it somewhere, and chances are we wouldn't have found it, and your base still would have been unraidable. And I don't know, I'm only using the Arhoon lasgun. I don't know how much of a DPS difference Black Market versus Arhoon makes. But yeah, we gotta get like 6 people rolling with lasguns to really start ripping these honeycomb bases down. Because these guys honeycomb like crazy. Oh no. Eurism, I had that same thing happen. I'm assuming you're in Odham. I had that same thing happen. I needed granite and had none. I had to go all the way back to the North Haga base and buggy mine some over there. And I still had to search for it down yonder. I still wasn't like next to it or anything. All right, well, looks like my timeline was completely off. We've made it back to this base and we still have at least 4 minutes left. So I'm gonna try to make this last 4,000 meter glide here. That's kind of how base building works, isn't it, Eurism? You start off with that foundation and you're kind of looking at it like, is that going to come together? And then you put the walls up and you're like, all right, it's coming together, but my roofs are flat. And then you put down some roofs and you're like, I really like the way them roof looks. Actually nailed it with the roof. You know, I get down on base building in these types of games. I remember in Once Human, I've got several videos out showcasing like 2 or 3 different bases that I put up in Once Human. Had a lot of fun in that game building. Oh, him brings up a good point. Up on top of the plateaus. I never checked there. Excellent point. Fucking hate the triangles. Hello? Hello! Okay! Okay! We've just... Oh, wow! Talk about a spice hallucination. Where the hell am I even at? Okay, here we are. Okay, and now it's letting me in. Bro, what the hell was even that? What even was that? Dugap, Alex? Dugap's not dead. I didn't run into anybody, though, if that's what you're asking. We didn't run into anybody on Dugap, but it's not dead. Actually, you know what? We did run into somebody. We ran into somebody when we went down to go and try and grab the Regis pistol. We ran into somebody from Dust. We were able to catch up on what the scuttlebutt is over there. But I didn't, like, search the entirety of the deep desert for a base or anything like that. So I don't know, like, how many bases were out, how many people were out mining. We didn't spend too much time out in the deep desert over there. We're just padding the numbers on the resources right now on that account, basically. Gore, I swear, that would be a giant quality of life change. Having to do the back and forth is so dumb. And then you get people who are like, but it's, like, lore accurate. And I'm like, listen, buddy. I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit about immersion. I don't give a shit about it being lore accurate. I don't care. I want it to be like a game, simple. Simple and fun, but Funcom likes to suck the fun out of their game and absolutely force as much time as possible. Is the Regis pistol best in slot or something you can keep praising it? What do you mean? Yeah, Regis pistol is best in slot, my friend. Oh, is it best in slot or something? I keep praising it. I misread your statement, my bad. Yes, it is best in slot. Yeah, it is. I think in most, if not all situations, actually. If you can land your shot, it's even more dangerous. If you start missing your shot, you're going to get screwed. Why are there disassembled buggies everywhere? Chuji, I believe that there is a pussy, if you will, on the Deep Desert Police Department guild. This is not, now I need to preface this is not the same Deep Desert Police Department that we ran into on Dew Gap. It's another set of people. And these guys are more like a Deep Desert Mall Police, real Temu version of the Deep Desert Police Department. They're actually giant pussies. We had one of them pop in the comments of my YouTube video, or my last live stream, one of the two, popped in the comments somewhere and was like, Jed, one of your guild members, Jed, built over a node. That's a bannable offense. Fucking crying in my comments section. And when I first read the comment, I laughed, I chuckled. I was like, oh, this guy's just gonna find anything to bitch and whinge and moan about, cry. Especially with all of the ores in the A sector of the deep desert now, this is what you're gonna come into my comments and bitch about. Then I clicked on his channel to go look at his channel, and lo and behold, the most recent video that he had posted happened to be ya boy's voice talking about the Deep Desert Police Department now on Harmony, and just a real fucking weirdo. That's when I was like, oh, he's part of the Deep Desert Police Department, and he's crying like a little bitch, like a little chicken shit pussy ass. Get the fuck out of my comments, you crybaby ass. Deep Desert Police Department should be ashamed to have you on their guild type ass. Oh no, Eurism's getting his build absolutely cucked on him. Sucks. Honestly, Jed, it doesn't even matter because the nodes are everywhere now. They're everywhere now. So to come in crying, that's a bannable offense, he says. Get the fuck out of my comments, bro. And then I look at his channel, and his most recent video is titled DDPD PR. And I click on it because I'm like, what even is this? And it's my voice talking about the Deep Desert Police Department. It was my voice talking about the Deep Desert. He basically clipped the channel. He basically clipped the stream and posted what I had said about the Deep Desert Police Department. Prior to me knowing that these are not the same people that we played with on Dew Gap. It's another group of people, like I said, Temu. Yeah, big Temu levels of Deep Desert Police Department. A crybaby. He was just a big crybaby. And I was surprised, like, Okay, there's a lot of PvP PvE bunnies on these servers. Doesn't matter what server you're on. There's a lot of PvE only players. So I had anticipated it just being some PvE player. When I clicked on his channel and found out that he was the Deep Desert Police Department and or at least was a part of it, oh my gosh, I laughed and laughed and laughed. I said, I cannot believe they let such a pussy onto their team. His butt, big hurt. Big hurt butt. This just happened today, Jed. This comment just came in today. So now it not only sounds like he was big butt hurt over a very stupid thing to be big butt hurt over, but it also seems like he has no idea what he was talking about, which is comical. Absolutely, even more funny. I don't remember his name. His comments on one of my videos, I didn't delete it or nothing. I didn't reply to it either. I was gonna reply and be like, "You're really in my channel, acting like a chicken shit, you big pussy." But I had just woke up, and when I reply to comments right when I wake up, sometimes I come off way too aggressive. One note, I don't even know, Gore. I don't even know. I didn't reply to his comment. I didn't look into it. I looked at his channel. I saw that he was Deep Desert Police Department. I saw that he was posting clips of Dune Awakening. And then I saw that the most recent clip that he posted was actually my voice. And then I laughed even harder. I was like, I don't know what I stumbled into with this guy, but we're going to stumble on out of it. And then when we logged on, Kel was like, there's a bunch of buggies at the Deep Desert base. And I'm like, oh God, probably this guy. And I'm like thinking in my head that he somehow managed to block us out. No, no, this guy's not smart enough to actually put his buggies in a spot that that hindered anything we've got going on. They really got us good. They got us real good, real good. If someone is outside a ship, they have to get the key again, right, Mad? That's an excellent point, and I do believe so. If they are outside the ship, I do believe they have to get the key again. However, I could be wrong. They might just have to be at the point where they... So there's a certain distance that you get from the ships or the labs where you lose key access. I remember when we logged out at the Regis pistol that one time, we weren't in the loot room, but I still had... It depends on distance, like him saying. So they could be outside of the ship, but if they're just right outside that purple door, it's probably still going to let them in. Jed's making enemies, and he doesn't even know where it was that he built a base that caused the guy to get all butthurt. Well, we got a 60-minute downtime, so maybe hopefully you can download it faster than them, and then you'll just be able to smooth sneak out of there. Oh, Jed, that's actually a decent point that you bring up, but it might be even shorter than that because sometimes in the labs, if you go too far up the staircase, this happened at the G3 lab when we were doing PvP during full loot. I went too far up the staircase and then I had to go grab the key again. So if you go too far up that staircase, it'll reset as well. I wish they would drop the patch notes right now. Like, I really wish that we would have patch notes right now to go over. I'm not even positive that they're going to give any patch notes or if this is just going to be some sort of like tiny maintenance. Ray, I could always count on Ray to show up right when the downtime's happening and get mad about it. Huge. Oh shit, Cooch. That's crazy, actually. Is that why the Adept Disruptor pistol dropped in price? That might be actually a good thing for people to farm to try and get some price. Nah, this is an update, Mad. It's a whole hour downtime here that we have for the upcoming update. I agree him. They need to is the Adept Disruptor the best pistol? No. No, Horn. No. The Regis Disruptor pistol is the best pistol. Adept is just one tier below that though, and if you can't get your hands on the Regis, Adept is a decent way to go. You have the best sniper, and that seems to work okay, and the drill shot. It just really depends on what server you're on and what meta is going on the server that you're on. So in Harmony, no, sorry, in Dugap, the server that I run solo, it's been a few weeks since I've played there, so I don't know if the meta has shifted. But before we left Harmony, the meta was like full melee. It was like a full melee meta where people would run a little bit of some drill shot and then they would run the triple shot sniper in order to finish off kills or inflict poison. So the drill shot, the sniper, and melee, a good melee build on a lot of servers will pull you just fine. The thing about the Regis Disruptor pistol is it's 2 shots and it'll kill your shield. The Regis triple shot sniper is the best in my opinion, and it's not the best to snipe at people from a distance with, but it's the best to finish people off and to it's the best to finish people off and to poison them. Even the Adept only has 2 shots to drop a shield. Damn. That's like the main use case of the Regis. So if the Adept does the same thing, that's crazy actually. I agree him. Way too many patches. They should like condense them. They should consolidate them. What's funny is they came out like a week or 2 weeks ago in some sort of video and they were like, we've been patching the game sometimes almost daily. And they kind of like said that as almost like a bit of a flex. Not quite the flex that I think it is. Or that that they should think it is, you know what I mean? Not quite the flex. Oh, we have to patch our game daily. Okay. The more they patch, the more things get worse, is what I would say him. Every time they patch something, they mess around with the spaghetti code, which the more they touch the spaghetti code over here, the more it breaks the spaghetti code over there. So we're taking the servers offline at September 4th for a scheduled maintenance. So this isn't even technically an update, you guys. It says a scheduled maintenance. So I'd imagine the patch notes that come out with this is going to say something along the lines of like back-end stability fixes, and that's it. That'll be the end of the patch notes. Yeah, what's funny is they do these scheduled maintenances, yet it's been 3 weeks now of non-stop melange duping from a Chinese bot farm. It's also been since day 1 of the game that some form of repair glitch has been in the game, essentially removing all of the risk you're meant to be taking into the PvP zone. If you can't risk and lose durability, you're screwed. I don't think that would work, Wolf. And if they did, they would only ban them for 2 days, just like with heavy cheaters in this game, they'd catch a 7-day ban. Oh, you get caught hacking, giving yourself unlimited stamina, aimbotting in this game, 7-day ban, slap on the wrist. They don't Funcom doesn't know what a permaban is, I've come to find out. They've never heard of such thing as permaban. Even with the dupers that got banned, little 2-day ban. Boom, boom, boom. You're right, but it takes out the gear durability is supposed to be the one risk that you take into PvP. If your gear durability isn't at risk, then you literally risk nothing. Are you going to be able to go get into more PvP more consistently and be less concerned to go dive into PvP? Absolutely. Huge. You're right. But there's now 0 risk and 0 reward for PvP, which just sucks, dude. It just sucks. And I don't know if it's because I grew up playing old school RuneScape, where in the wilderness, if you got into PvP, you both risked something and you had the chance of gaining something. So I don't know if it's just because I grew up with that type of PvP mode where it's like there's actual risk, there's actual reward, there's actual reason to be partaking in this and trying to win out in this. Whereas on this, it's like there's no reason to even worry about whether or not you win or whether or not you don't win. Which is why I almost, when I was with Chuji and Kel just now, I almost said, "Fuck it, let's go down there, just the 3 of us with a sword and cutter ray or las gun and try and take this ship, because the PvP doesn't matter, dying doesn't matter. You just go get into it, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. I prefer just a little bit more risk, a little bit more reward. I agree. The risk should be something else. The risk should not be durability. Durability is not a solid risk. It's the only risk that we have right now, which is why I'm like, with the durability glitch, it takes out all of the risk. It's because durability is all that we have for risk right now. But it should not be it should be something else. It should be your gear in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's like 2 items, 3 items of your gear that are going to get dropped if you skull up and die, it should be something. You can save your ancient way. You can choose like 7 items, let's say, that you can save on death, but the rest of it you're going to drop on death. I think that would be a massive change. It would immediately shift the game up to where people aren't attacking resource farmers to get any sort of reward out of PvP, and then you'll have PvPers attacking other PvPers who are attacking resource farmers because they know they won't get shit from the resource farmers but resources, which you don't need, and then they'll have the possibility of getting gear from the other PvPer. Instance loot replacing schematics won't be hard, so there won't even be that much risk. Yeah, so Kel brings up a good point. When they bring up the instanced loot, now if Kel, Chuji, and I roll in and we manage to get into the loot room and grab the loot, we might be making it out of there with 3 Regis Disruptor pistols, which just that much more heavily adds to the loot pool. Or if there's a guild of 15 people holding it, all 15 of them are going to walk out with a Regis Disruptor every time the chest respawns, which is just going to flood the loot pool, thus eliminating even more risk. Nomad, it's an excellent idea. It would definitely force people to think about what they're taking out. It wouldn't be people just in full purple tier 6 unique schematics and ancient way paired with all of the best in slot weapons. If you could only pick X amount of items to save, the rest of the items you're either going to go green or tier 5 unique. which if we make it to where PvE players still don't lose anything, so if you're not flagged as a PvE player, you could go out there in full tier 6 and possibly have a little bit of a competitive edge against the PvP player, which again would just be incentivizing the PvE player to fight back, thus creating a healthy PvP environment. Unfortunately, they literally incentivized attacking resource farmers to gain anything, and they decentivized fighting other PvP players. You know, Nomad, I would love to take credit for the system that I just put together, but I can't. It's not my system. I took it straight from RuneScape. Ripped it straight from RuneScape, made a couple of tweaks so it fits inside of the Dune game. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, I ripped that straight from RuneScape. And then another thing I ripped straight from Throne and Liberty is the control points. Control points should be put into the deep desert like once every 4 hours. There should be a control point that opens up, which basically turns into a King of the Hill type scenario where both factions fight it out to see who can hold the area for the longest. After the control point runs for 15 or 30 minutes, let's say, whoever held it for the longest time walks out of there with like 20,000 points put into that Landsrad tile or something. Yeah, him. It's funny that you bring that up because I swear these Dune devs, this was a really big problem right when the game was launching. You had a developer holding a Q&A with content creator number 1 over on that content creator's channel. And then you had a whole nother developer doing a video to put out on Twitter. And then you had a whole nother developer doing a Q&A with a completely separate content creator all the way over here on their channel. 3 separate forms of media, all 3 of which would be saying different things and all 3 of which would be contradicting one another. So these guys need to start to pump out their information into a consolidated spot. This is the same thing that happened with the roadmap that they released. They released a roadmap post on X and on Discord, and then on Steam, they added a detailed like blog post which somewhat explained the roadmap. Brain dead behavior. Brain dead behavior. So you might be right, him, and they might not come out with instanced loot, but I'm almost positive that there's a video out there with Joel or some dev, or there's some post somewhere that's talking about that. I don't think that was like I don't think that was just generated from the community as like a possible fix that they were going to put in. I think that was fairly like announced. And then they're talking about having the chests spawn at the same time that the AI spawns. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. You have not yet started farming spice in the deep desert yet? Soon, though? I mean, isn't there medium spice fields inside of the safe zone? Am I mistaken? Have we confirmed that there are medium spice fields inside of the safe zone of the deep desert? Because if there's medium spice fields in the safe zone, realistically, a PvE player has 0 reason to go and enter the PvP zone, which is how it should be. PvP players, fake PvP players might be upset with that because they like to gank resource farmers. It's all small. It's all small. Got you. Well, if it's all small in the safe zone, that I kind of have to take that back because small spice fields suck ass. Hitting up a medium spice field and being able to fill up your assault ornithopter, especially as a solo, like okay, now we're having somebody say there's 100% medium in PvE. I don't know. I haven't looked. On Harmony, spice melange is duped to hell and back. So guess what? I do not need to spend any time farming for any reason whatsoever. There's definitely mediums in the safe zone. Kel has solo crawled them. So honestly, there's no reason for a PvE player to go into the PvP zone. And that's how it should be, in my opinion. That's how it should be. Forcing a PvE player to go into a PvP zone is never going to work. It's never going to work. Incentivizing them by giving them options to go into the PvP zone for X, Y, and Z at a boosted rate possibly would be something that would convince them to give it a try, but still, realistically, it wouldn't work. See, and I'm with David. I've yet to see a medium one inside of the safe zone. 500 sand for smalls is terrible, which is why if the mediums are in the PvP zone and the PvP zone only, like farming a medium spice field is a game changer. Yes, that from what I heard, Mad, the mediums are in PvE. I've not seen them. Yeah, Edu, the servers are going to be offline for an hour. We've got 35 minutes remaining, and then we'll be able to play for an hour, and then the servers are going to be coming down for about 30 minutes. Harmony will be down for about 30 minutes. Well, that's actually what's funny, Hom, is if you see somebody farming spice on the Harmony server, which the melange has been duped to hell and back, if you see somebody farming spice, they're farming it for the residue. The titanium, Craig, in the PvE zone is abundant. Free AF. We'll see. And Daniel, you're a part of the 15% of the PvE players who actually will enjoy PvP. But it's only 15%. 85% of PvE players will never, ever step foot in PvP. Even if you try to force them to, they will not. Does this time count towards the chest restart? All of the chests will respawn and be respawned when the server resets, Mad. Kel, you're actually right, and I bet that's even worse. That's even worse nowadays with these PvE players getting all butthurt when they die in PvP, even though there's now no reason they should even be out in PvP at all. It's like, bro, don't go out to PvP and you don't need to be here and then bitch when you die. It's crazy. Yeah, Craig, A section, you're going to want to be in the shield wall. In the shield wall, there's ridiculous amounts of titanium and stravidium. And if you're on like a lower population server, you should be able to set up a buggy base in the shield wall and do full runs, easy peasy. Even on Harmony, which is farmed pretty heavily, we're able to go out in our buggy and do full runs of buggy on Harmony. So, and that's in the, like I said, the shield, the A sector of the deep desert. You don't even have to fly past the shield wall anymore to get ridiculous amounts of titanium and stravidium. Seven hours remaining until the live stream. You bring up an excellent point. Excellent point. Oh, boy. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. What do you think we're going to get out of the live stream, huh? I don't think it's going to be anything special. I'm not holding my breath that it's going to be anything special. I think probably what they'll end up doing is talking a little bit more about what sort of little event, island, or whatever little crashed ship or whatever's happening in this DLC in the Haga Basin. I bet that's what they'll talk about. Farming small spice sucks. I would not farm small spice fields in the deep desert. Seems pointless to me. What I do when I'm farming small spice is if I just want to shut my brain off, I will go to the world map, siege swap to another siege, come back, jump in the Sheol region, see if there's any spice right up there in the Sheol region, and then go back to the world map, rinse and repeat. So yeah, like really cool bike, guys. And yeah, it's like a 10-minute live stream showing off this bike driving around for a little bit. There's something else coming in this DLC, though, I believe. Cosmetics is going to be the topic, yeah. Oh, we're here to showcase the cosmetics, and we've got a new set of Twitch drops coming out. You're going to be able to get yourselves the foundation and the window to the new set. Not the whole set. No, no, no. You're going to have to go through 7 rounds of Twitch drops to get the whole set. First, we're dropping the foundation and the window piece, yes. It's weird, man. It's weird. These guys are weird. They do weird things, man. They fucking do weird things. I wish this wasn't my first Funcom experience, so I could be like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. This is just them. I'm sitting here like somewhat expecting them to use logic in any way, shape, or form. Just the smallest amount of logic will do. I'll take the smallest bit of some logic. We get the opposite. The class sets you get from the quests are MK5, but they added MK6 blueprints to the schematics. Okay. I'm going to have to break that down in my head. The class sets that you get from the quests. This is from all of the class quests. So, like, the archetype armor. Is that what you're talking about, him? The archetype armor for each of the different classes is tier 5. But they added tier 6 blueprints to the schematics. I don't know. I'm not entirely positive what you mean. The hour is 2:32 a.m. It was this time 31 years ago that your boy was born. You know what I'm saying? Something about this dance, just like, with this song, levels up my energy. Oh, we got the energy pumping now. Yeah, the archetype sets, the reward sets completing the entire class are tier 5, like the weapons they give. Gosh, that sucks. Hey, Eurism, very nice, very nice. Kel, we appreciate you. We definitely appreciate you. And we did give you a comb gun that looks like a vibrator. Yeah, you're right. We can't forget about the event with the extended chisel, the elongated chisel sword that came out of it. Classic, classic. The archetype sets are tier 5. Gosh, that actually sucks. Slick Rick. Something definitely just fell out there. I think the cats just knocked something down. Craig, we appreciate you, my friend. We definitely do. Slick Rick, how long are we down, my friend? My friend, we're down for another 27 minutes. For an hour total. Free speech? No. No, I told you guys, if you're over 30, you gotta stretch before you start dancing. I ended up tweaking my back about 2 weeks ago, I think, because I got a little too herky-jerky on the hip movement. A little too herky-jerky, and my lower back was tweaked, you guys. It was like pinched nerve tweaked. There are tier 6 versions of the archetype sets. Okay, well that's big then. That's really big. You're just saying that you get rewarded the tier 5 version, I'm assuming already completed. But then you have access to crafting the tier 6 version. That's huge. That's big. And I heard that these archetype sets, do you have to have the whole set on in order to gain the benefit? I heard that these archetype sets give you a cooldown reduction. If you pair that cooldown reduction with if you pair that cooldown reduction with the trooper class cooldown reduction, you might actually have something nasty going on with some of these builds and the grenades and stuff like that. Yeah, and what is the bet? They do the server restart about an hour after the maintenance? 100%. That's 100% gonna happen, Craig. 100%. Because typically these downtimes are an hour and a half. And so they go from 2 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. And then at 4 a.m. my time is when the servers typically reset. So we get about 30 minutes to play before the reset. And they reset it every time. Yeah. Over 50s? Yeah, over 50s, you might just want to stay in your chair and skip out on the exercise. Over 30, you need like 5 minutes of stretching. Honestly. But then you take a look at that video of the like 82-year-old man who either invented Pilates or did Pilates every day of his life. This 82-year-old man does a somersault and then pops up onto his feet and he's still just, boom, he's fine. Dude, if I did a somersault right now, stream would have to end because I wouldn't be able to get up to lower the desk anymore. My ass would be grounded for about a week, probably. I would have to genuinely go to the doctor for my back on that one. Are you playing on NA, Craig? What region are you playing on? Because I could actually tell you specifically. If you're playing on NA, I don't know how the hell it'll be 7:30 p.m. for you. Yeah, NA will reset 1 hour after the downtime, and Oceania resets 10 hours from now. I gotcha. Yeah, with the time frame that we run these live streams in, we get a lot of people from Australia, Europe, Norbert, the OG of OGs. Norbert comes from Austria. A lot of Brazilians, Germans, Russians. A lot of the New Zealand. Yeah. Yes, sir. Give me a minute. Something fell out there and I never checked on it. Dude, I've never had cats that behave like dogs. But these fucking cats, you guys, I can't leave any food on the counter. They will eat it. They will knock it down. They will eat it. Uh, the other day, one of these cats pulled I don't remember what it was. It was either a hamburger or a steak. Pulled an old hamburger or an old steak off the counter. And when I saw it eating it, it had it in its mouth and was like, "Rah, rah," shaking it like a dog, shaking it like a dog in their mouth. Milk, I can't pull cream out for these cats at all. They will go batshit crazy. I had them try to knock milk out of my hands to try and get to the milk in the cup. What else? What else do these stupid cats eat? Anything, bro. Pizza. Oh my god, pizza. If we leave pizza out on the counter, these cats will eat the pizza. Not just the cheese, not just the pepperoni. They'll eat the whole piece of pizza, dude. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I've never had a cat eat human food like a dog, and I've never had cats that hunt like these cats do. There will be a gnat, a tiny little gnat flying through this house, and I'll just hear in the through the door just do 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 do, and I'm like, what is going on? These cats are like bouncing off the walls out there, and I go out, and it's because they're all four of them. All four of them are chasing down one gnat, and I can't even see this thing flying around. I just know they're chasing a gnat around because they're swatting out in the air, and then obviously finally when I get close enough, I see it, but. Just freaking weird, man. All the archetype sets are light armor except for the trooper. Do you have to be wearing the whole? Oh, each piece gives some cooldown for a total of 7%. Oh, interesting. And trooper being heavy armor is actually huge. Are these regions back? How's EU back online? EU's not online. Bro, why does it take Dune Awakening so long to shut down? Man, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Compare editions. Fucking wild, you guys. I gotta give it up for Borderlands for doing this. Because this lost them money. And I honestly, this is like a sales tactic that I have no problem with companies implementing. And it's pre-purchasing for early access. So if you pre-order the game in the deluxe or ultimate edition, for example, you get 1, 2 days week early access. I don't care what early access it is. It makes sense for these companies to sell their games that way. Borderlands didn't do that. That's actually wild. People who buy the base game get in at the same time people who buy ultimate edition. That's crazy. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. If we didn't have RuneScape 3 leagues literally dropping 3 days after Borderlands, we would probably be picking up and jumping into Borderlands on release. Are you really in the game? I think you're debating me. I haven't gotten an update yet. Do we have an update coming out? It still says Europe's down on their Discord. Not that I trust their Discord. No update. Oh, so it's just back on. I mean, a fucking announcement from them on their Discord would be fantastic. I tell you, it'd be absolutely fantastic. Let's go ahead and try booting up the game, see if that works. I actually am a big fan of the trooper armor being heavy, especially with the ranged meta that is developed inside of Harmony. Absolutely big. Stupid guns are still here. What do you mean? Game's not even booting up for me. I think y'all are bonkers right now. I don't know what's going on with Europe and why they got let in first, but I can't even launch the game right now. Oh, wait, there went. Yeah, Mad. Was it you who was asking if people lose access to the key after the restart? Because if you're sitting inside of that room trying to get in first, you might want to start trying to get in. Because even though the game doesn't say it's up, it may actually be up. If these guys in EU aren't debating me, a bit too believable. Europe actually never went down. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Excellent. Good to know. Did anybody tell Funcom that? Did anybody make them aware? Europe never went down, though their Discord is saying very much so that it is. Oh, you got it. You got it out. Very nice, Mad. Very nice.
I dream of it amongst the wild threads of his.
What in the world? Mad hardwired in to make sure, just in case there was a download coming, that he was knocking it down. Well, I mean, like, sheesh, look at this, bro. I don't know exactly why we're on already. You know? Weird. You just looking at the archetype sets that the trooper gets some blade mitigation and no dart? Oh my god. Well, that sucks. Well, there goes the use case and why I was excited for it to be heavy armor. Like, okay, great. Let's give some heavy armor some blade mitigation. Do these guys check? Do these guys check anything before they release it? Right? I feel like I'm going crazy. All of the regions still say they're down. They're obviously not down. I doubt this is going to have any sort of patch notes to it as well. So there is a Hallex pick this week, Matt. It's in C7. We just picked up the Hallex pick on our Harmony server, which is a massive upgrade for us. It is right here. C7 in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to take advantage of the reset here to go and knock out some easy mining on Harmony. Yeah, Hallex pick is definitely a must grab. I'm glad, I think it was Kel reminded me that I needed to get it last time we were on Dugap, just because I'm stuck using the static needle right now, which is just the worst tier 6 melee schematic in the entire game. You might as well be using a green schematic at that point in time. Shit. Do we know anything about the crashed ship that's meant to be entering the Haga Basin and what sort of rewards are coming from that yet? Like, do we know anything about that? Is that in the public test realm? Like, are people able to go and experience whatever bit of content that is now currently? No Landsrad for the Fire Dirk. The Landsrad is entirely dependent on your server. But the Carterizer has been on the Landsrad like every single week, so I'd be surprised if it's not there somewhere. But it is different server to server. Oh yeah, you gotta love uncontested nodes. Frickin' huge. Makes me wonder if DH was right though, if they managed to patch out the repair glitch. That is important information to know because we just recently picked up the Regis Disruptor pistol, just the pistol, not the schematic. So if this happens to be the week that they fix the repair glitch, get effed me, I guess. You know, it would be really nice if the buggy's cut array was 80 meters, the same as the las gun. That would be a game changer, I tell you what. Maybe a little bit too overpowered at 80 meters, but extending it a bit would be nice. How so? How so? Because even heading into the downtime, there was literally 6 people sitting on top of the PvP ship on G8. So I'd imagine there was even more in the PvP ship. An hour heading into reset, which is why I'm saying it's nice that we at least know where we'll be able to go and find some consistent PvP this week. We have an entire hour until the reset. Now I'm questioning if they're even going to do the reset, because the way that timing worked out, that almost was less of like a planned maintenance and more of just like the daily restart. Did they change the time that they're doing the daily restart? According to their Discord, it's still happening at 4 a.m. my time, which is in an hour. You know what's funny, you guys? The nodes, this is an exact replica of the Deep Desert 2 weeks ago. All the way down to the node placement. They're in the same exact spot as they were 2 weeks ago. Freaking crazy, dude. I'm complaining, but it's also kind of nice because I know this route. This area is what we were mining 2 weeks ago, so I know where the nodes are. I don't have to look for them. But it's kind of just another form of like lazy development. Oh, we've got 20 handcrafted maps in the deep desert for you guys. My ass. Is that piss I feel falling on me? Yep, it is. Sure is. Funcom will tell you it's rain. That, my friend, is piss. You just got pissed on. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be 2 titanium nodes right here. There they are. There they are. I don't know, is it just me or is there less bases in the A sector of the deep desert this week? I mean, this place has been crammed. Like, even all the way out in this section, it's like base here, base there, base there, base there. Bro, there's like no bases out over here this week. If these populated servers in each region start to die off and bleed player count, we are in trouble. Hell yeah, that's pretty damn full inventory right there. We'll take it. I have no reason to, but there is a, I think, titanium node that's going to be right up outside of this lab. I don't know if I'm creating the shade or if it's following me. I don't know what the hell. Oh, him. Are you saying it's my lucky week because the Regis Disruptor pistol is out this week, so we could technically land that schematic, which would solve the problem I have if the repair bug is down? I suppose technically you're correct. And we're going to be making some pushes for that throughout the week, but less pushes to actually get the schematic itself, and more so just pushes to just go get into some PvP. But yeah, if we managed to get one, that would get rid of the problem. At least for a little bit, because I'd be able to repair it periodically. I think there's some titanium up that way too, but that's fine. We're pretty full. We're gonna go ahead and take this on back to the base. I think we're gonna also head back to the Haga Basin and go do a mining load of basalt, get some more plastone cooking. Get some of that plastone cooking up because there's still some base progress that needs to get made. I need to get that guild base completed sooner rather than later so we can get the permissions and the circuits all properly set up so that we can just freaking open that thing back up to the guild so people who are in need of materials in order to craft stuff are gonna be able to have a spot where chances are there's some materials that you can use in order to craft stuff. Oh, come on now. Beautiful. Actually, since we're heading back, might as well take some of this shit. Let's fly. Let's go ahead and go knock out some plastone. Get some more of that cooking. Let's see if their Discord is caught up with the fact that these servers are online. Oh, patch notes. Wait, no, that's not for today. Nope. Bro, it still says the region is offline for scheduled maintenance. Okay. Somebody should let them know that that's false. If only they had some quality assurance over there, they might know already. You know what's dumb? I think out of with the Regis Disruptor pistol schematic specifically, I feel like there's a few. I feel like there's a few schematics in a few locations that suffer from this problem. It's a 1 of 1. You get 1 item out of there. So each chest you get 1 pistol from. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Imagine being in a guild of 32 people and you're trying to get 32 people that pistol 1 at a time. That's crazy. That's straight crazy talk. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, man. There's no reason that shouldn't work, right? There's no reason that I shouldn't be able to laser that guy. Haha. Damn it. Running on few. Come on, settle down now. Oh, not fair. Okay, now you're not even gonna face the right way. Cool. It was day, then a flash, and now it's night on your server, David? Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking on this server? Because on this server... Bro, I don't know what's with the lighting in this area in the Haga Basin, but I swear every time I come in and out of it, it's like my screen goes through like 6 different lightings. before it's like, oh yeah, that's what I want to put up here. You know what flying ornithopters reminds me of and makes me want to play? Last Oasis, man. When is season 6 of Last Oasis coming out? I haven't played for like 3 seasons of that game, but damn, for some reason flying an ornithopter makes me want to go run around in a walker. Okay, what the hell? I had fuel cells on me and I went to fuel it, but it just didn't take my fuel. Didn't want my gas. Xandros, I don't know. Are the Harkonnen doors faster, or do they just seem faster? The Atreides doors are slow as hell. David, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Honestly, I don't even think we should be on right now. According to Discord, all of the servers are still down, but... yeah, no, the Atreides doors are slow as hell. I don't build enough with the Harkonnen doors. But I feel like in the bases that I've walked through that are Harkonnen, I feel like I'm waiting for those doors as well. That I'm walking into those doors for a little bit also. But I can't say for certain. I know for a fact that the Atreides doors are slow. Yeah, like we somehow snuck back onto the servers or something. I don't even know. They didn't shut them down properly. They just disconnected people and expected them to not try and reconnect. I don't frickin' know, man. I don't put anything past these developers over at Funcom. They're weird. They don't use their brains. I'm starting to think that the players who played on Dugap and built all those weird bases on Dugap might have been developers of Funcom. Because they're both weird. Yeah, David brings up a good point. Just in case we are about to get booted from the server again, might be a safe bet to avoid flying over any dangerous locations for the time being. I'm guessing we're fine though, and just for whatever reason they didn't update the Discord as to what's going on. Because technically it's 3:15 now. The servers should have been back online for 15 minutes. They've been back online for like 30 minutes. Oh, right. I don't know why I keep fucking doing this. Keep confusing myself over here. Honestly, David, I think we're clear because I force closed the game as soon as you said you were back online. Not only did I force close the game, but I force closed Steam. That's why I was talking about Borderlands, because I was looking at Borderlands before I force closed Steam to see see how all that's doing, what's going on over there. Jed, that's what I'm saying. We haven't even got a notification. Give it 2 minutes. Give it 2 minutes, Jed. Maybe 12 minutes. Maybe they'll... Oh, come on. Maybe they'll start spitting out the warning here at 3:30. And or in 2 minutes, because they do it on the 10 minutes on the dime. But Jed brings up a good point. If they were going to close it down, they've been pretty good at dropping and having the warning screens hit the page. Or hit the screen. Yeah, David's having his screen pop from day to nighttime in a matter of an instant. Oh, hell yeah. Eurism has some nice build going on here. I like that a lot. Yes. Very nice. Very nice. I do like it. You know what else I like? I like the landing pads that you build for these ornithopters. Oh, set up on the pillars. Oh, I like that. I like that. Yes, very nice use of the structural supports in order to create interesting looks that aren't just walls. I like it. I like it a lot. The Atreides Shamrock. That's what I was thinking too. It does look like a clover, doesn't it? Yes. Yes, it does. Well, what the fuck happened to this tile? This is most definitely not where I repaired my items last. I don't know what the fuck that was doing. Like, I do not have enough build pieces to go and slap those down everywhere. But in a couple spots like this actually makes a bit of sense. Hell yeah! Yeah, Caustic, you're right. Their warnings are pretty solid. 8 more minutes if we don't get a warning. I would assume that there's gonna be no server restart. Like, no daily restart. That, or, like, on their Discord, their region status still says that these are down. Their region status on their Discord still says that the regions are offline for scheduled maintenance or patch deployment. So, did we sneak onto the server? Did they ever actually shut them down? Mad said that Europe never actually got shut down. I don't honestly have the slightest freaking idea. Well, why the hell won't that place? Oh, it's because of the stairs? Or because of the... Am I stupid or something? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, okay, it should fit. Yeah, like it did. I just need to make sure it's facing the right way. Okay, it doesn't line up to those, so it was not facing the right way. There we go. There we go. Remember the other night we had a patch warning but never got a patch? You're right, the facade of a patch warning. We did get booted off this time, though. 4 people at the Regis that have no clue what they are doing. What do you mean by that, Jed? No clue what they're doing, as in, like, you're giving them a hard time even out there by yourself? Or no clue what they're doing, as in they can't find the key? Because that key's a bitch to find if you don't know where it's at. You know what I mean? That key is a bitch. It is pitch black in that place. They give you no clues as to where this thing could be unless you happen to be looking at the hole and you happen to know that you're looking for a purple key. Give me a minute. Fuck, Jed. But I don't know why it wouldn't let me put it up otherwise. Okay, though, whatever. Whatever. I'm not positive I want to roof this off. What is that? Oh, it's the buggy wall. It's the buggy wall. That makes sense. Now, what am I going to do with that? Give me a minute, Jed. I think I'm going to roll out there with you. That's not going to work, is it? If we are rolling into the reset and we genuinely have 4 people who don't know what they're doing out there. Really, Caustic? Some people really like the Harkonnen build set. Some people are all about it. I don't like the Harkonnen build set. I'm not one of them peoples. I wish there was more variety in both of them, if we're being honest. Both of them are kind of lacking. I haven't used the Harkonnen, so you might be right there. You might be right in saying that Atreides. But even Atreides feels like it's like, okay, we've got a few different things that we can choose from, basically. And even it still even gets redundant. But the floor pieces for Harkonnen look nice. Somebody was saying that the walls, there's a specific Harkonnen wall that actually produces a lot of light. Oh, here's the downtime. Here's the downtime announcement. Here's the downtime announcement. Jed, are you still out there? Yep, the notification just hit. The notification just hit. We do, in fact, have a reset coming. It just took them a minute or two to actually boot it into the server. I bet if I get on Discord now, it's going to say the servers are up. Nope. This game has no idea what the hell's going on. It doesn't even know its own servers are running right now. All right, Jed. Well, I'm gonna go grab my Regis pistol, and then I'm going to go check something in the Haga Basin real quick. And then, if you want, we can go and try and snake these guys. You know what I'm saying? We can go and try and snake into these guys, and potentially either A, sneak our way into the respawn location area and try and beat them back onto the server, sneak ourselves a little Regis pistol real quick, or B, just, you know, get into some more good old-fashioned PvP, as they say. As they say. Boom. I'm gonna check something in the Haga Basin though first, just so we know what we're left working with. $27 minutes remaining. You know what I need to grab out here? I need to remember to grab out here is my long-range scanner. We got to get the scanner. David, I agree. Harkonnen's weird, man. Anybody who picks Harkonnen's a weirdo. You can go to just Harko Village and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Is the Wayfarer's helmet worthwhile? Do you mean Wayfinder? Gore, yeah, you're a weirdo. If you chose Harkonnen, you're super weird. I'm just playing. Do you mean Wayfinder? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't tested it out to see exactly how much extended range it gives you. Like, how much of an extension does it give that scanner? Because of the way the game works now, it might be worth it carrying a Wayfinder on you, and then also like a pincushion or whatever main helmet you use as well. And then, you know, while you're trying to scan at distance, you have the Wayfinder on, and then when you go to get into a fight, you swap over to pincushion. You know? Don't you worry your pretty little head. All right. Oh, treasure hunting, like Yurism brought up as well. I've never read the books. I've never seen any of the movies. I've never watched any of the shows. Somebody was asking if the game, Aaron was asking if the game is still a good buy. I should have brought up the fact that if you're into the Dune universe, I think it'd be even more solid for people. Yeah, like if you're into the Dune universe, this is probably a really solid game considering the 150 hours, 200 hours that you can squeeze out of the Haga Basin. Everything falls apart after that, but you know, Dune wasn't even on my radar until very last minute, actually, Gore. We saw a Force Gaming video who was, oh, still works. Still works. No risk PvP. fuck, you know what I should have done? Really, I'm still here, I can do it. Well, let me repair my power pack and my shield jet, and I'm on my way. An MMO survival. I don't know what it is. When I hear MMO, I automatically complete that with RPG, which is what caused all the confusion with this game anyways. Even though when I even watched the, like I said, this game wasn't even on my radar, and then I watched Force Gaming talk about it, and he seemed super interested in it, and I was like, okay, I loved Once Human, so another online survival game, I'm all about it. So I was never confused thinking that this was going to be some MMORPG, but I was super excited for another massive online survival game. Hell yeah, I can get down with that. I had a lot of fun inside of Once Human, and then it just spiraled from there. I think the playtest is what really sold me when they had that public playtest and we were able to jump in. I think that's what really sold me. I had a lot of fun on that playtest. If I let go at any point in time, it'll just stop charging up. Okay, that's good to know. All right. The playtest was solid. I remember I played for like 4 hours. I set up a big-ass base in the South Haga Basin just for them to say, oh, you need to abandon this base. I was like, you son of a bitch. What do you mean abandon this base? I found like a nice hilltop. I was like, oh, this is beautiful right here. It's a beautiful base. Maybe we keep source of power on. All I was using for it previously was gravity field. But if we end up getting locked into a fight inside of this spot, Jed, source of power might help us keep our shields up. Have I hit double digits with the Hallex picks? Do you mean do I have more than 10 of them? Oh yeah, I've had more than 10 of them since 2 weeks ago when this map was out. I haven't collected any yet this week. I've got so many of them, I don't fucking need to collect any. I went and grabbed a Hallex pick over on Dew Gap, actually. I did need a Hallex pick over there. Speaking of which, on Dew Gap, we'll probably end up doing, like, some... I'll need to do some of the Plastanium dust runs at the same time that we knock out the farming or whatever. $17 minutes remaining. We're gonna see if we can't snake our way into this area here, snag ourselves the key, pressure and mess around with these guys up until the server restart, and then maybe, just maybe, if Jed and I are quick enough on the login, we may possibly be able to sneak one of these things, sneak one of these pistols out of here. Yeah, no, I burned through suspensor belts like crazy building as well. They need to come out with some sort of free cam building mode would be huge. That would be a game changer. You know what's funny, him, after the playtest, when they did, like, the streamer PvP showcase and they just hit everybody with the stun lock, I was still super excited. That should have been a big-ass red flag, though. We gotta watch the front side of this, we gotta watch the front side of this thing, Jed, because they could just pop out of that door in the loot room off of the front side and hit us with an ancient way. I'm not positive if they're actually like on the ship itself either. We may be better off doing what we did last time and landing by that ball just to make sure we get our ornithopters pocketed. Yeah, Eurism, I've got about like 10 more steps, I think, before we're even starting to transport things from the main base over to the guild base. Frickin' insanity, man. If you have a scanner on your ornithopter, can you scan people with your scanner on your ornithopter? There's like 10 different things that they could have done or tried to do to fix that him. You can scan chests inside the ships, but you don't know if it's actually scanning people. I see. Oh, there's a dead body out here. Okay, damn it, I did not mean to get caught on that wall. That was supposed to be a much bigger fly in. My bad. Okay, we're stuck in the hill now. That's Jed. Ornithopter flying. Fuck. Alright, we got people flying at us. 2. Fuck did he go? I don't know where he went. I don't know what the fuck this ornithopter is doing. It's not even locking on anymore. Jed, where'd you go? Jed died. Jed died. That's not good. We lost Jed. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not down. Well, I'm about to be down, though. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're good. Nice try, pussies. Seem like these guys got some aimbot going on with their fucking pistol. There's like 6 of them, Jed. There's like 6 of them. Hup. No! Fucking 8 people out here, dude. There's fucking 8 people out here, dude, and I'm telling you, Jed, the more fights we get into on this server, the more I'm starting to convince myself that there's just more cheaters than people are actually giving credit for. You know what I mean? There's more cheaters on this server. I don't think there's been a fight in the past 4 fights that haven't ended fucking sus. You know? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I'm saying. The fucking the Regis pistol is not that accurate. Some people are hitting some just unrealistic shots with it, just being real. Skrilla sounds like a you can watch in silent problem. You can sit there and watch in silence. There was definitely like 5 of them, Jed. Possibly 6. Whatever you did, Jed, when you were messing with them triggered some form of reinforcements. Ain't that the truth? They came in hot. That or, you know what? We got a lot of stream snipers. I bet Skrilla's been here the whole time just waiting. Just waiting. The stream snipers can stay, but they can watch quietly. Eight minutes remaining before we got a reset coming in. 30 minutes downtime. Well, they didn't quite lose Eurism. I wouldn't call it a loss. I would not call it a loss. I see when I'm off stream sometimes I'll see in the Deep Desert chat somebody will bitch about possibly running into a cheater, and then there will be like 3 or 4 people in the Deep Desert chat who are just like, oh, you're crazy if you think you're running into cheaters and this, that, and the other. And just let me tell you, you're crazy if you're discounting the amount of cheaters inside of these games. Honestly, Jed, it's the smartest thing for these clans to do is cap the reset. I was saying this earlier. I said you get one Regis Disruptor schematic out of each chest. So even if Jed, we managed to get into the ship and into the spawn room of the chest and et cetera, and say we got the chest and we walked out of there, we would have walked out of there with one pistol schematic. So now we got to decide, like, which one of us is getting the schematic. And obviously, I got the pistol, so I'd have given you the schematic. But you got 8 people in the guild over there. You got 10 people in the guild over there holding the thing. It's like, fuck, you got to hold that thing for 10 hours to get everybody a schematic? That's crazy, man. Yeah, Caustic, you might say that, but that's probably because the cheating that you've seen is just fucking... A lot of people, see, this is the problem, man. This is the problem. A lot of people, they hear somebody get called a cheater, and they're thinking like fucking rage cheaters, like rage aimbotting fucking rage hackers, bro. But that's not what cheating is anymore, you guys. Cheating is not rage hacking anymore. You have these soft cheaters in every single game. Whether it be a little bit of some ESP, whether it be a little bit of some extra aim assist, whether it be a little bit of some soft aim bullet curving technology. It's very, very rare that you run into a rage cheater, but it is not rare that you run into a cheater and don't know it. There's no possibility for multiple schematics to drop? Not out of that chest, Manzaw. No, out of that chest, it's one schematic per loot roll. So the problem I'm explaining with the single schematic is specific to that lab. I'm sure there's other ones that run off of like the same loot pool of just one per, but those people, Caustic, are not cheating, actually. Those people are duping. I mean, I suppose you could call that cheating, but those aren't cheaters the way that I'm talking about people soft cheating. Those guys are duping. Just let's look at this for a second. So if I fire, it goes straight, right? And it's firing from where I'm at, okay? We're all picking up on what I'm putting down. Now let's fly through the air. And if I am flying sideways and I fire, is it coming out of my gun anymore? No, it's coming from the bottom left-hand side of me. This makes aiming as you're flying through the air horizontally practically fucking impossible. It is practically impossible to aim while you're flying through the side of the air because you're aiming where you were. You're aiming your shot and firing from where you were, not firing from where you are at. And I think if you compound this with the fact that I'm flying through the air horizontally, and then they're flying through the air horizontally. Okay, your power just shut down, Eurism. Lowers the chances of the shots getting hit even more. And yet it seems like every single fight that we're starting to get into on this server, you guys, people are hitting some unrealistic shots, is all I'm saying. I'm not quite sold on the every encounter is being with a cheater. I can't get in that mindset because the second I get in that mindset, I walk away from the game, like dead ass. Fucking Apex Legends, dude. Warzone is the big offender there. Warzone, I loved playing Warzone, dude. I'm nasty with the sniper on Warzone, man. We had that shit dialed in. And it just got to the point where it's like every single lobby has at least 3 people who are using ESP. Fucking crazy, dude. You know, Manza, I did get hit with an attractor field for a little bit. And that's not what I'm complaining about. Those aren't the shots that were hit. And honestly, in the fight that we were just in, there was a lot of open air. Let's be real. Like, it's not a guaranteed cheater situation. Let's explain it from a possibility of a situation where it wasn't a cheater we were dealing with. There's literally 6 fucking people that we were dealing with, at least, okay? So we're running from 3 people who are chasing us. But there's also a guy who's just on top of the ship. He's standing still. So his shots are going to be a lot more accurate because he's not having to deal with that whole movement bug. So now it's just a matter of chasing and hitting the shot. Does that make sense? Also, with the Regis Disruptor, that looks like it's almost hit scan. Flying straight, I'm assuming, is what you're saying, Blade? Even here, even when I'm going straight up in the air, it's firing where I was, not where I am. I've been complaining about that mechanic since day 1 when I was trying to fly through the air. Bro, I was trying to fly through the air like this and hit an ornithopter that was flying through the air with my fucking rocket launcher that didn't lock onto anything. And the rocket does not fire where I'm at. It fires where I was, which changes the trajectory of the rocket entirely. Oh, well, now that's an interesting thing that you bring up. Being scoped in might actually change it to where the trajectory doesn't get changed. Very interesting point. Is the Regis Disruptor hit scan? That's not hit scan. And that's why I'm saying, Jed, that adds to my suspicion with some of these shots that get hit. That adds to my suspicion with some of these shots that get hit. But like I was saying, in that fight we were in, we're running from 3 people. They might not be the ones who are hitting me with the shots. It might be the guy who's standing still on top of the PvP ship who's actually hitting me with the shots, which is a lot more realistic and a lot more plausible than 2 people flying through the air managing to fucking hit each other with a bullet. Because not only do they have to fire where I'm going, but they have to fire from where they were. Neither of those 2 things coincide. You know what I'm saying? But there was plenty of opportunity, and if we're dealing with 7 people and I've got 3 flying at me, maybe there's 2 extra people on the ground standing still being able to pop shots off as well. So I have to talk myself down off the ledge like this and also give the benefit of the doubt. Otherwise, I'm just going to get in that toxic mind state. You know what I mean? I'm asking if it's hit scan because that makes it a little bit more realistic for somebody who's standing on the ground to hit somebody who's flying through the air. If they're having to lead the shot as I'm fucking flying through the air, yeah, Blade, you're right. It's like you're firing the gun from your chest or something like that, dude. It's like you're genuinely firing the gun from your chest. And you know what's funny? You might actually literally be firing the gun from your chest. I don't know if you guys have seen that visual bug where they shove the gun into the person's chest. Deadshot. New update as to what? Oh, like the September 10th DLC patch? No. The patch that was supposed to come out tonight, the downtime that led into the update tonight, yes, that update's completed. There was no patch notes for that. That was literally strictly just a maintenance. I just checked. There was no patch notes for that. That or people have soft aim, Matt, and they're literally curving bullets. There's been several encounters with Regis disruptors where it's like that bullet curved into my body. There's no pre-per. I was gonna say Jed's law. I don't know what he's saying. Repercussions. Yeah, no, I agree, Jed. I 100% agree. And like I said, during one of the live streams tonight, we'll probably spend the entire night just fucking around over at the PvP ship. Because literally we could die over there like 15. I want more than 2 of us in. That's why I looked at the player list before I decided to roll out there with you to see if Kel and Chuji were on, because they were just out in the deep desert and were probably down to go. But yeah, no, we'll probably run an entire live stream where we're fucking just dicking around over at G8. That's why it's nice this week. We know where we can go to get into PvP. So yeah, we'll definitely set up and spend a night doing that. Because with no repercussions, there's no reason not to. Maybe that'll give us a little bit more insight as to how these people are hitting these shots that just seem unrealistic. That's cheating, Blade. That's cheating. If you're, yeah, this fucking cheating. Turning up aim assist with software is cheating. Fucking straight up. You kind of sound like my homeboy who's like I got this controller that makes it to where I can fucking rapid fire weapons in I think it was Warzone. And I'm like, "Oh, cool. So you're cheating." And then you'll bitch at me and you'll say, "I play on console cuz there's no cheaters on console." I'm like, "You're fucking retarded, bro." Not only is there cheaters on console like that, but there's also wall hacks on console. If you think for a second you can't fucking get into a console and put wall hacks, I've got a bridge to sell you, my friend. Oh, the way Funcom has been talking, it seemed like Chapter 2 in the Lost Harvest DLC was dropping today. No, that drops on September 10th. We've still got 6 days Deadshot on that. 6 days on that. Today, 6 hours from now, they're coming out with dev stream where they're going to talk about God knows what. They're going to talk about the 2-wheel vehicle that they're dropping. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sounds like aimbot. Yeah, Gore, that's what I'm saying. Turning up the aim assist with software is almost like, by definition, aimbot. Deadshot, realistically, all jokes aside, they're probably today going to talk about exactly what the Lost Harvest DLC is going to have added to it. Because apparently there's some sort of island that's meant to be being added into the Haga Basin. So they're probably going to showcase that a little bit and talk about what sort of rewards may possibly come from that. On top of that, they might talk a little bit more in depth on like the archetype armors. They're probably just going to give a brief overview of what's going on. But the public test servers have been out for a while, and I believe everything is active on those except for that island. I don't know if like the island with all of the new content is active on that server. Honestly, Hayden, if I didn't already have the first 4 DLCs from pre-ordering this game, then I doubt I would pick it up. I doubt I would pick it up. What do you get for the paid DLC? You get the fucking vehicle and some cosmetics for the builds. Meh. I mean, calling it not bannable software makes it seem like it's software that's skirting the edge of breaking the rules, but it's very much so software that's breaking the rules. So it is bannable software. It's just shit that they're not detecting. But it's Funcom that we're talking about here, who's owned by Tencent. And I don't typically shift blame over to Tencent for Funcom's mistakes, but a anti-cheat service that is actually good, I guess I could say, which nowadays all of them can be bypassed, but an anti-cheat service that's actually decent is going to cost more money than BattleEye. So obviously they went with BattleEye, and I do kind of could see Tencent being the one who pushed that. Undetectable, I wouldn't use either. It probably could easily be detected, but these people, these companies just don't put the effort in. No, no, no. I'm not saying having the software in and of itself is cheating, Eurism. I'm not saying that what's that? What's that one software on Windows that allows you to use a PlayStation controller? Is it DS4? I'm not saying that having DS4 Windows makes you a cheater. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you cheat or add any extra competitive benefits using DS4 Windows, then you're fucking cheating, yes. If you have extra aim assist coming from software, then you're cheating. But if you just have DS4 Windows, I mean. You think the family sharing will be back? Rev, that's a really good point that you bring up, honestly. I don't know when they, or if ever they're going to bring that back, to be honest. They haven't mentioned or said anything about it since they took it out. They didn't even, like, technically go into too much detail as to why they took it out. Not just, not... Doesn't Win... Are you saying, like, Windows itself? No, I don't know. I don't know, Gore. I don't know. I've got a Scuffs, which works with the PC out the box, so I don't fucking know. Addie, good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't know, Gore. I know that DS4 Windows people who have it say they have it in order to get their controller working. That's one use case of it. That's like the only use case of it that I know. Aside from cheating, so. New World did the same exact thing with family sharing. Did they ever bring it back, him, in New World? Or did they just get rid of it forever? Oh, Windows 11. Interesting. But not even, doesn't work with PS5 controllers. Huh. Assuming you have Bluetooth, which I do not. So if I had a PS4 controller and Windows 11, I would still need DS4. That's why I went with Scuff, bro. I was like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I think it was only 3 months or something like that I had a PlayStation controller running on this computer. Oh, so does the PS5 just auto connect to Windows? Interesting. And then you need Windows 11 for a PS4 controller. I see. Yeah, this was years ago, so I don't remember all the details of it. They pulled the plug on it without warning for the same reasons. Yeah. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate that people, I mean, that sucks because it screws it up for, like, family sharing's meant to be like the name, a family that's sharing, so they don't have to buy the game 6 times over, you know? So that sucks, man. For it to get shut down because of bad actors sucks. I don't understand what Windows 11 being able to connect to your phone and then being able to connect to a PlayStation controller have to do with each other. From what I understand, it was a Windows Sony thing. Like Sony was just not the Sony PlayStation controller was just not compatible with Windows, and Windows didn't care to like fucking program in or develop whatever it needed to make that run. But with Windows 11 being the next operating system, it's entirely possible that they just got that running out the box. Bluetooth connectivity has nothing to do with Windows 10 or Windows 11 or Windows Vista. I've got no Bluetooth connectivity on this PC because when I built it, I didn't build any Bluetooth into it. Oh, and then it's certain games. Only the Xbox controller is compatible. Yeah, see, I don't know. It's been like 2 years at least since I've had to get a PlayStation controller running on this PC. At least. So I've honestly, it's all a bit foggy. I remember I had to get DS4 to get the PlayStation controller running. You don't lose anything in PvP, David. And I don't know what you're even asking. Do I think they will not employ cheaters? I would say that Funcom's more likely to employ these Chinese bot farms, or at least turn a blind eye to them and collect whatever player numbers they've got coming in from them, but only time you lose anything besides a vehicle is if a worm eats you, yeah. That or if you have resources on you and you die in the PvP zone. You drop some resources as well, I suppose, like half of them. Yeah, is Blade talking about a PS5 or a PS4 controller, though? You have wireless Bluetooth connectivity built into your PC. Has nothing to do with the operating system. Your PC has hardware that allows for Bluetooth connectivity. Oh, and Blade is talking about a PS5 controller. But Deadshot, if your Windows 11 is recognizing your PS4 controller, it's entirely possible that whoever brought this up is right and that you can just run it natively on Windows 11, which would be big. See, all of what we're talking about right now is why I said I'm picking up a scuff. I'm grabbing a scuff. We're just gonna get something that runs natively because all of this is crazy talk. All of this crazy talk. I'll be right back. Oh, I got you, Deadshot. I got you, Deadshot. That makes me wonder if I built this PC with Bluetooth, that it would have just Bluetoothed in. And I think you might actually be right. When like I said, this was years ago, so all of this is fuzzy information to me, but I know when I had the PC, I'm trying to get my controller running and it's not getting recognized. So I'm on Google trying to figure out what the fuck, how do I get this thing recognized? I think it was telling me to connect it to Bluetooth. So you might be onto something there. I don't have Bluetooth on my PC, so I can't confirm nor deny though. Don't you lose everything if you die in PvP? No. No, Jed and I could have just went and died to PvP 15 times in a row. And then we could have taken our items that have lost durability and then repaired those all the way back to full durability in a matter of I want to say 60 seconds. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know what it is. Something about you guys would think this blows my mind live streaming. Something crazy always happens where I'm just like, that just doesn't make a lick of damn sense, does it? You would think that probably the worst time to be live is when a game is down or downtime for a game or when the servers are down. It's actually the exact opposite. It's actually the exact opposite. People will funnel in trying to confirm that it's not just them who have the game down. Like the game's not just down for them. So people will funnel in and check and they're like, all right, this guy's game's down as well. It's not just me. It's the wildest thing. It happens every time, consistently. I think just a minute ago we were at 29 viewers over on Twitch, and I just checked back. It's all the way up to 36. So 11 sons of bitches who are like, I'm assuming, who are like, is this guy up? I'm down. Is this guy up? Nah, he's down. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, David, actually, Urism brings up a good point. If the right of salvage decree from the Landsrat happens to be active, then it is full loot. Last week was full loot. So you don't get a delay response in heavily modded games, also like Fallout 4, Skyrim. So on with the software, we'll get a nice 1 millisecond delay, even with the Bluetooth. Oh, that's what you're doing to fix the delay on the Bluetooth. I see. Yeah, Europe does not reset. Europe reset. Let me check Discord. This is the daily reset. This happens every day. It's not the downtime, and it's different timing for each region. Wait, is North America back up? Europe resets in 17. Oh, you're in Australia. Oceania resets in 9 hours. So in 9 hours, Oceania will go down for, and typically it's only down for. Are we back up? Oh no, that's Dugap. Dugap's already back up. Harmony will be another 10 minutes until that's back up. Deadshot, it is actually wild. It's the opposite of what you would expect. And now that the servers are going back up, the numbers will start to drop again. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's the opposite of what you would expect. So I don't know. I always thought people going live, waiting for a game to drop like an hour before the game actually launched was like a weird choice, right? Like these guys are going live an hour before the game launches, but actually it's in fact the meta choice, I suppose. It's probably when like the most hype is being drawn up for it and shit, and people are bouncing in and out of different live streams. Same thing with downtimes. your original servers always back up after 1 minute reset. Yeah, the resets, I swear, it's definitely server dependent, whichever servers are, like, got the most going on with them. Dugap, before we swapped over to Harmony, was all the way up to, like, 15 minutes of downtime. And then Harmony is all the way up to, like, 40 almost, I swear. Man, one thing sucks about having your base there. It's nice for the transport out. The moving day in and the moving day out are excellent. But when it comes to your solid buggy runs, all of your nodes are up on that mountain right there. Any thoughts on Idaho's charge? That's the one that helps with the suspensor belt, correct, Gore? I like Idaho's charge. On Dugap, I believe I've got Idaho's charge, but I'll be swapping that out for Power Harness. It's just hard with the chest piece because Power Harness is just best in slot for so many reasons. Mainly the 50% power and the knee, apparently. What knee? The 50% extra power that you get from the power harness is just best in slot. I like Idaho's charge because a lot of the combat that I got into specifically on Dugap involves flying through the air with my suspensor belt, shooting rockets at ornithopters. So I like the Idaho's charge because it helps with my suspensor belt flow, keeps me in the air longer. Now, on, like, the Harmony server that's a range meta, the power harness is just too good to pass up. It gives you the dart mitigation, it gives you the extra shield, which is essentially extra health. Oh, people stopped playing in chat while waiting. Haha, Yurizm, that's so funny that you were able to put his comment together. I didn't understand. I was not able to piece that together. Yeah, they stop playing, they start chatting, and they also start looking. Like, I even fall victim to this. If I'm playing a game and all of a sudden the servers go down, and I can't find any solid information on Google immediately as to, like, what the hell is going on with the servers, one of the first things I'll do is I'll go check to see if somebody's live playing that game, and if their server's down. Oh, their server's down too? Okay, it's not just me. So it totally makes sense once you think about it, but going into the live stream is just like you would think that's the worst time, but it in fact just happens to be the best. Which suspensor? Full suspensor belt. Dead shot, mainly because, so for a couple reasons. The full suspensor belt, I can double jump and then gain height. I can just gain height from the double jump, which is really freaking nice. Also, I can... This is why I don't like the Emperor's Wings anymore. This is the main reason I don't like the Emperor's Wings. I can get way up in the air. So high, right? And then I can let go. I can stop paying attention. Oh no, I'm gonna hit the ground. Last second I can hit my power belt and I'm fine. If I was using the Emperor's belt, Emperor's Wings, we would slam into the ground and kill ourselves in that situation. We would be able to Shigawire Claw and save ourselves, but are you gonna bank whether or not you win a PvP fight on whether or not you always have Shigawire Claw opened up? Because I'm not. You know, I prefer the full suspensor belt. Does it mean shield lasts longer? Are we talking about with the power harness, Gore? Yes, you technically have 50 higher health with the power harness compared to anything else. You had high hopes for the Sentinel, but it's a bust? Is it? I feel like that kind of depends on the meta that you're dealing with. On a Harmony prior, or on Dugap prior to the meta shifting to range, I think that that belt might have, like, helped you out. But yeah, it's still circumstantial, and it's just like everything you can do with that belt, you can kind of accomplish with the full suspensor belt as well. Yeah, full suspensor, I think, is by far king. They definitely had no idea what they were doing. The full suspensor belt should be the unique schematic, and Emperor's Wings should be the full suspensor belt. Like, the functionality of the two should flip-flop. It's super cheap to craft. Deadshot, it's super cheap. Well, that's why. Okay, I can't show you on this. This is a bad example. Bad example. We're not set to go out into the deep desert on this server. That's why if we're on the Harmony server and I'm actually going in and out of the deep desert, I'll have 2 or maybe even 3 backup full suspensor belts. Yes, sir. Does it save you from a mid-air break? No. No, it doesn't. But it gives you more suspensor belts to work with. Which, on this server specifically, most of the combat I was getting into was flying through the air and firing rockets at ornithopters. That or it was on the ground. It was one or the other. Like ground melee fighting or flying in the air shooting rockets at ornithopters. Circuit gauntlets are best in slot as well. Circuit gauntlets, I believe, make it to where you take less power damage per shot that gets hit on you. So those are the two pieces of armor that it's like you almost have to slot in your build. At least for me. Power harness, circuit gauntlets, almost must-haves. Power harness, I would say, is more important than the circuit gauntlets, but both of them kind of serve the same purpose and are massively, massively important. Blade brings up a really good point. The power harness and the circuit gauntlets will help with your power usage as well, which also kind of serve the purpose that your Idaho's charge does. You know what I mean? So it's like, does the Idaho's charge help you out that much compared to it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't dislike the Idaho's charge. Like, I don't think Idaho's charge is useless. It's what I have on this account. But on this account also, we were looking at the lands rads, and this week is a massive week. I'm going to be able to knock this one out incredibly easy, get myself the circuit gauntlets, best in slot, and then we've got power harness as well, just for delivering house rapiers, also best in slot. So I've got 2 upgrades that are being made on this account, which is going to replace the Idaho's charge, and then also replace my pincushion gauntlets. Alright, well, hell yeah, dude. Decent amount going here. We've still got... Damn, bro. Hell yeah, we still got over 400 plastanium to cook. Bruh, what the fuck, dude? I always run out of stravidium fiber before I run out of titanium, yet everybody's got their fucking ass in a pinch over titanium. I run out of stravidium first every time. Every frickin' time. Anytime, Gore, anytime. If you've got a question, I love answering it. If we don't know it, I will typically look it up. Because as soon as I get asked a question that I don't know the answer to, my curiosity is piqued. You know what I mean? So I like need to figure out what the answer is. I think this is why I don't know. I don't understand. I love customer service, you guys. Like, I used to work at Walmart before I was doing content creation full time, and I'm not making enough money to be doing content creation full time. Don't get it twisted. It's not bad, but it definitely ain't it. My wife, thankfully, was like, man, without my wife, I wouldn't even be doing this, bro. Like, she definitely believes in the dream we got working here, and she was like, she was getting ready to go full time at her job, and she's like, I'm going full time at my job. We're gonna be able to cover the bills. I think you should come home to homeschool the kid and push content creation full time. And I'm like, fucking bet, bro, bet. But prior to that happening, I was working at Walmart, and I didn't love working at Walmart, but I loved helping the customers while I was working at Walmart. It was my favorite part of the job, which was crazy. A lot of the employees would get mad when customers would like ask for help. Bro, I was all about, I loved helping the customers. And if I didn't know where an item was, I was like, hold on, give me a minute. I don't know where it's at off the top of my head, but I will find this for you, dead ass. So when I was working at Walmart, that's when I found out. I was like, shit, man, I like helping people, bro. Like, I'm all about it. I'm all about it. If I can help, I will help. You're 1,000 to 1 in the opposite direction. I feel like a lot of people that I worked with were like that as well. They hated getting asked for help, or they hated getting asked by the customers where something is, or like how to help or whatever. Definitely, Gore. And Bone, hello, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Damn, almost an 8-hour stream. I mean, sometimes we push it all the way up to like 12. Kind of depends on what's going on with the day and whatnot. When RuneScape 3 Leagues drops on the 15th of September, you guys can expect like a 24-hour live stream unless I get bored of that for some reason. So, yeah, we can push it out over here. We push it out thick. Gore, the compassion fatigue, though, you're right. I guess I should preface my statement in the fact that I like helping customers with the fact that the second that I get pushback while I'm bending over backwards to help your ass is the second that you and I are no longer on good terms, and I turn from happy-go-lucky employee willing to help you out to complete and total dickhead who's willing to lose his job to be a complete and total dickhead. The server's up. Depends. I guess, yeah, the servers are up entirely. Harmony just came up. Harmony's always the last server to come online. So Harmony's pumping. All of the rest of them should be pumping. Right, just about shit my pants, dude. I hear bang, 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 bang on the wall next to me, and I'm like, what the hell? So I go out, you know, make sure everything's all right. Nobody's out in the living room. Nobody's out anywhere. And I'm walking around. I'm checking, making sure, like, the doors are all shut. So I don't know what the hell's going on. And I hear bang, 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 bang again. So I walk in my bedroom, and my wife is, like, half hanging off the bed. And in my head, I'm like, did she fall asleep like that? She's, like, honestly halfway off the bed. No, she did not fall asleep like that. She was banging on the vent because there's a cricket or something, dude. There's been crickets in and around the outside of the house or the bedroom or something that have just been tormenting her, bro. She cannot catch a break with these crickets, dude. Blade, you're so right. That would get so irritating when people would ask for something, and I'm like, man, we've got an app, dude. You could look this up. Like, you could look this up. Guess what I'm getting ready to get on to find it? I'm going to get on the Walmart app to find it. But I didn't mind helping people, so I never minded it. What would actually irritate me with the customers is they would roll up and they'd be like, I looked on the Walmart app before I came here and it said you guys were in stock. Why are you not in stock? Mad at me like I fucking dictate what the hell's going on with the stock around this place. And I'm like, ma'am, your store is at another store. You're located at another store, ma'am. This is our store, and you can see, in fact, it says we're not in stock. I don't know what to tell you. Best way to get a tier 6 cut array for the buggy, anyone? Bone. Crafting one? Are you talking about the tier 6 unique cut array for the buggy? That only comes out of the vehicle lands rad. The tier 6 unique cut array only comes out of the vehicle lands rad. If you're talking about the base one, crafting it, I guess. That would be the easiest way. Awoken, hello. Good to see you, my friend. Is that the palace guild you were building? Yes. This is the still in progress guild capital of what will be the guild city. As you can see, it's starting to fill out here. We've got Eurism putting up another massive section of this city here, and there's still, you know, tons of room. I'm sure people will start to like fill out areas and whatnot. But yes, this is the massive guild capital, if you will, for the guild city. Still in progress. Still a lot we need to do. There's a lot of roofing that we need to take care of. A few more of these walls that we need to figure out and solidify and knock down entirely. It's huge, Shadow. It's absolutely massive. And what's funny is the main area of crafting and refining resources and whatnot is going to be in here. So, like, the guild will realistically spend, if they're at this base, 90% of their time in this area. So all of the other areas are literally just cosmetic. Like, all of this is just cosmetic. This is going to be an ornithopter bay, and then this is another ornithopter bay. But even then, these are so high up, realistically, people would probably just fucking cram their ornithopter somewhere else and then walk in elsewhere just to get down into this area, which is where they'll probably spend the majority of their time. But yeah, I swear these I really like the base building inside of Dune Awakening, and I think it's sheerly because of the scale that you can push these bases to. Taxes are going to be, I think it's 40,000 a week. I think it's 40,000 at max build. Yeah, what blows my mind is the scale that you can push these builds to. And sometimes even on like the Dugap server that we play on, when I'm building like this section, it's like, oh, okay, this is big. But then we like turn and it's like, oh shit, bro, there's still all of this going on. It's like there's certain angles where you catch perspective of the build and you're like, oh my gosh, actually bigger than you need. You know what I mean? We've always gone bigger than we need on here. Even on the solo Do-Gap server that we play on, that base is freaking massive for no reason. But I can go look at the taxes, Edu. The taxes aren't based off of amount of build pieces. The taxes are based off of amount of expansions. And you can expand or stake your base 5 vertical stakes and 5 horizontal stakes for a total of 10, which brings up the taxation to 24,000 Solari per cycle. Which is nothing. I could pay that to eternity. You know what I mean? On a hyperinflated server where I can literally, I can go sell 100 fiber for 24,000 Solari, you know what I mean? Probably more than that. The unique MK6 buggy cutter rate driver only comes from the Landsrad. Oh yeah, 2 MK5 rad suits. Yeah, Blade, yeah. I wouldn't even do 2 MK5 rad suits with how easy it is to knock down money on Harmony, but yes, you're right. Even on like Do-Gap, if I needed this much, I could just easily do that. Less than 10 minutes of work. I need to figure out what exactly we're going to do here, but I also need to figure out how we're going to build up to kind of like not mimic this side, but raise this side up a bit to give this height similar to that. So it's like a height, lower region, height. So I need to figure out how I'm going to build up to that, and I think it's going to be right here. I am going to bring these down. I'm not going to leave these up. These are just temporary so I can stake out position-wise where I'm going. Okay, not that yet. Okay, actually, let's put structure down, even though I think this is all temporary as well. One more ought to do it. Insufficient stability. Oh, right. That makes sense. Okay. All of that should be in line with the rest of the base, which is all I was worried about. It's going to take you weeks to finish it. You think the same? You love the base builds in Dune Awakening? The taxes are not bad at all for this base. First off, I totally agree. The taxes are basically nothing. Even on servers that aren't hyperinflated, 2 rad suits is nothing. Weeks to build? Hopefully it doesn't take me weeks to finish this thing. I'm hoping that we got to get this thing done before the 10th of September. I'd imagine by the 10th of September we'll have this thing fully opened up and functional for the guild. And I think with the 10th of September update, we're also getting the notifications as to what's going in and what's coming in and what's going out of chests and via who, which will help us keep track of any potential insider situations. Which is why the first base got shut down material-wise. The first base is still up, but material-wise it got shut down. Okay, that's as far as we can go. Eurism, I hope it only gets better too. So I'd imagine that the longer that these are up here, and once these bases are active, that more and more of the guild is going to end up coming and building throughout this, and it is going to end up looking like a city, if you will. Hell yeah. So on the guild capital, it's just gonna be me putting into the guild capital. But we've got Eurism over here, who's building up another base that's gonna be functioning as well. So we'll have two functioning guild production bases, if you will, set up over here. But yeah, I think just to keep things simple, I think I'm just going to be the one who's putting in on this. Yeah, Blade, so like, yeah, the same thing is even happening with over here. With our two guilds. We've got farmers like losing some of their hard work, which is why I've been pushing people in this guild to build out their own solo. This is why we showed off J-Wolf's tax haven base. Because I do suggest that anybody in the guild build out their own little plot where they put the majority of what they're grinding in a safe spot. You know, they don't have to dump everything that they're grinding into the guild or into the guild's coffers or chests or whatever. You know what I mean? Putting the majority of what they gather, or even all of what they gather, into their own spot is probably the safest way to go about it. It's going to prevent these situations where the heavy resource farmers feel like they're getting shafted, and then it's also going to mitigate any insiding business, because we're a very open guild here, because we're live streaming, and we've basically opened the playthrough up to where anybody who wants to join up can. We've kind of gotten close to reaching a limit to where we can't even fit any more people on this siege, but it's not quite there yet. We still got room. And like the inactives versus actives, whatever. There's a whole nother story, but a whole nother discussion. But I forget even where I was at. Oh, because we're an open guild, inciting, I've said it since day one, is something that we're going to have to deal with. It's something that's already happened once. Once on the second guild, they got incited. Which is why when I thought we were getting incited on the first guild, I moved all of the resources up into privatized stash locations and basically shut it the fuck down. And now we're in the process of opening it back up. So one step at a time. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the outside of this, because I want this to look more like a... Jeez, that is tiny, bro. I need something bigger than that. I wonder... It's only 2 wide. I wonder if we did this and slopped... Oh, it's 3. So I wonder if we did this and slotted this down here, if I could then go down here and have that at an angle. It doesn't look like it wants to catch that angle. It's still just grabbing the flat end. Line that open upper area with the new tiny turrets. Oh, you know what? We haven't even gotten into, like, the decorations and stuff, too, but you bring up a good point there, Hayden. Once we get into decorating, certain things may end up getting reshifted around in order to, like, make room for specific, like, areas that similar to that, where it's like a almost like a meme area-ish. Damn, I wanted this to, like, catch this angle and then come out to this corner. But it does not look like I'm going to be able to get it to rotate like that. It just wants to sit flat. Damn, I can't extend on that at all, so let's... I want these to be extended off. Like this one is sticking out, this one's jutting out. Want that to be happening on all sides. Bro, come on, man. Come on, would you just get to the spot? You think this is just a little too herky-jerky sometimes? I swear it's in... It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We can fix it, we can fix it. This was one tile in our way. Boom. Boom. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, we can fix this, we can fix this. I was like, this is gonna actually drive me nuts. Okay, but it's alright, we can fix this, we can fix this. Okay, okay, I like it. I like it. Your favorite building system is 7 Days to Die? I've never played that. I've never played that. The snapping system drives me nuts. The hold to build drives me absolutely freaking insane. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you guys can see what I did here, but these ridges are facing outwards. These ridges are facing outwards. These ones are facing in, and these ones are facing in. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Probably something nobody would notice, but I would know. I would know that the ridges are not facing the right direction. There we go. Outward facing ridges all the way across. OCD level 99 achieved. There we go. That just looks better. Along Pentashield Bridge, just flooring across the grid gap, set as owners. so others can walk on it. Oh, I fucking Hayden, my man. I like that idea that you just came up with. It'd be a bridge that I couldn't use, but yeah, like say for example, we did like a big ass pentashield, like a 1x40 pentashield bridge from there to here. Fuck, I like that idea, Hayden. I like that idea a lot. And then I set it to owner so that people in the guild could just walk across it as if it's a bridge, dude. That is so good. God, that's so good. You know what build system that I really liked, you guys? Once Human. Loved Once Human's building system. Not only could you copy bases the same way as you could in Dune Awakening, but you could typically find a spot to replace those bases and then reset them down. It didn't reset them down in a green state. It reset them down in a fully built state, and it was not hold to build. That game just absolutely burnt my bridge because of... Oh my gosh, you know what's perfect about this either? It's like not dead center, but the bridge would line up right with that edge. And I'm pretty positive it's at the same height line. I'm pretty positive it's at the same height line. Oh my gosh, dude. Can we even take one that far? Can we even take one that far? Oh, we can't even take it. Oh, wait. We've reached a limit. It's not the same height. We could build out to that, though, and we now have the, like, perfect... the perfect 2 reference points to line that up. It's such a good idea. Absolutely amazing idea, Hayden. And like Blade's saying, maybe we have somebody who's not as active put that up so everybody can end up using it. Everybody but them anyways, I suppose. Partially copy a Star Wars Clone Wars episode, animation one, droids turned off the bridge. Oh, you know, I didn't see that episode, but yeah, you shut the bridge off or you turn it to public as they're walking their way through. And they just fall to their death onto the roof. Onto the roof. Yeah, over on this side, all this is meant to be is... Honestly, I wasn't even planning on putting functionality over here. But if we have a bridge that goes from this side to that side, we might put some sort of, like, decorative functionality over here. If that makes sense, like a place to sit and gaze upon the game, I suppose. I don't fucking know, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we can just build like almost just like a just... I think I needed to go up 2. Like even something as simple as this. Just for the time being. This is all temporary. Can I connect from here, or do I have to do another wall? Oh, we could just connect from here. I didn't even need a wall. Shit. I didn't know. I thought I needed a wall. Uh-oh. Who jinxed it? Who jinxed it? Was it Gore? Somebody jinxed it and he said, oh, it works just fine until your suspensor belt breaks. Somebody foreshadowed and predicted what was going to happen. You monsters. It would be like the Odenheim Bridge. What's that? Is that from Dune or is that from something else? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I went too high. Oh, the bridge in Thor's movies? Man, you guys, I'm like, I'm stupid when it comes to stuff like that. I really, really am. Not a big movie guy, so all of those references are gonna go so far over my head. Miles and miles and miles over my head. Oh, no. Oh, no. How many times are we going to have to fly over this gap? I just want to see if it'll let me place it down. We'll rework, like, the actual, like, aesthetic of how this will function later, where we might come out, like, one tile there, and then, I'm going to need another fucking wall here, aren't I? I'm seeing it now. I might need walls on the other side as well. I probably will need walls. I believe this should be it. This should be the one. Do I got enough power? Hayden, we should. We should be... If we don't have enough power, we should be able to put enough power up. Do I have enough power to turn this on? No. No, the climb is gonna fuck me and take it off. Why wasn't that working? Oh, we didn't get any air. We got no air. Why isn't that working? Oh. No? The ghost walls don't work anymore, Gore, I don't think. All of this is gonna get brought down. I'm testing out whether or not this is even possible. What's weird is, watch this. It'll let me snap on this side, but when we get all the way to that side, it's not gonna let me snap. You used them the other day? Interesting. Oh. Overlapping other building? All corners are connected to a structure. Am I crazy? It lets me start the snap over there. Do I need a wall on the backside? I shouldn't. It let me start the snap over there. And then watch, it'll let me start the snap over here. Attach it to a floor there. I need a wall below where I'm standing. Either that or I need a floor tile right there because it's too close to the... You might be right. You might be right. You might be right. Okay, okay. We got a couple of things we can try. Because you're right. You can't connect these pentashields right next to each other. Otherwise, it just ends up... Yeah, it typically would say it's overlapping something, though, rather than the corners aren't connected. Okay, well, we didn't make it with that jump. Oh, no, you're good, Hayden. You're good. We'll troubleshoot this until we end up landing it. Surely. Now I'm starting to think, is it like a distance thing that we're dealing with, possibly? All of this is coming down, so I'm not worried about its orientation not being the right way. Oh my gosh, we did it again. We got no air. Oh! That's not max distance. That's not max distance. It technically can go one further. Let's get it to go max distance, and then we'll call it a complete and total success. But we got it. I think I think you were right entirely when you said that it was too close to the shield, which is weird because typically it'll say like it's overlapping an object rather than just flat out. Oh, I shouldn't even need these because those aren't over on the other side, are they? I think that's gonna get us there. Well, now what the fuck, dude? Is it just one too long? Is it just one too long? Like, if we'd have come out 3 from over there, could I have connected it all the way to here? Because technically, these shouldn't be overlapping. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Was it because I didn't have the lower fucking pieces? Is that what it is? Am I stupid? I think it was because I didn't have the lower pieces. I think I had my base set up wrong. We'll see. Oh my god, and my base isn't even set up over here. Wait, no, that's a flat. That's a flat. Never mind, never mind, never mind. Damn it, this is just... Damn it. Oh, please. Oh, come on now. You lost your mind? Alright, I think this is it. I think this is maximum distance as well. Overlapping other building. Did you guys see that? It did say overlapping other building. Hold on, hold on. Let's get all the way up and double check. I'm missing the 2 walls extended out. Yeah, I was missing these 2 bottom walls, yeah. The leap of faith. Yeah, we're going to run out of a suspensor belt again. Oh, look, it is connected, but it's overlapping another building. So, it is forcing it for some reason because it's too close to that. So we needed to come all the way back out to the 1 section for the max distance, and then we needed to fix our stupidity with these walls right here. Okay, all right, old man. Lost all of his momentum on that swing there. Let's go ahead and reset. It is too close to the hangar shield, yeah. Interesting. It did say overlapping, though. So that's that. We can say for certain it has to do with being too close to that shield. Okay, not only should this work, but this should be maximum distance as well. Hup. Yep, there it is. Oh, come on. This wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to fly back and forth every single time that we got this wrong. Here we go. If this doesn't work, then I don't know what we screwed up. It's got to be a distance thing. It's just got to be a distance thing. Yeah, because I bet if I go one... I bet if I go one further out, it's going to work. It's got... So this technically where we're at after this would be max distance. Because after that, it stops working. It's the wall type. You really think that just because we swapped the type of wall, it's dicking with it? I think it was the distance. I think it wasn't overlapping other building. What the fuck, dude? You really think it's because of this sticking into it? It might have been the wall, because that wall does have that thing that juts out. This wall, then, maybe? Because that wall's thick. This wall may be too thick. It's never caused problems before. We had it, though. I mean, we had it. Let's just go full flat, full default wall here. Can't get more default than this. Yeah, we were using the other walls previously, though. Like, we were using the other wall before. We were using this wall before, and we got it to snap once. Oh. Oh, I thought it snapped. I mean, that definitely snapped, but it's saying all 4 pieces must be connected to a structure. I don't know. There's definitely a way around this. There's definitely a way to get this work. It's a freaking massive idea. I absolutely love this idea from Hayden. And I think that I'm going to beat my head against the wall getting this to work. Because I do like that idea. I like it a lot. I had it before, Daniel. I should have left it. We'll get it working again. I could use the corner angles and just connect the rounded floors for a clean support. I mean, we'll get it working. The bridge across, a freaking immaculate idea. I absolutely love it. We may even, like, take all of this and shift it over one just to make the bridge line up with this. Just to make the bridge line up with the center of the roof. But I do like the bridge going right off to the corner of this thing. So we might just leave it offset a little bit. I mean, typically this would drive my OCD nuts, but it does line up right on the edge of that thing there, and it lines up right on the corner there. So it's like, I can work with that. I can work with that. Yeah, they definitely messed up the pentashields. Deadshot for sure. That is for sure. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:30 a.m. We are, in fact, going to be ending the stream here. It is my birthday day. I'm going to do a little bit of some cleaning and get ready to start the day and do some school with the kid and whatnot. Your typical business, but we are going to end it a little bit early to go and I don't know, I don't even know, relax for a little bit. We appreciate everybody stopping by. It was an amazing stream, an absolutely amazing stream. Hey, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys. I was more so just pointing it out because that's why we're bouncing off like an hour earlier than we typically do. Let us see here over on YouTube, the top fans of the night. The number 1 fan coming in is him, followed by Eurism at number 2. Then we got J Maldi at number 3, followed by Blade, Hayden, Rep, Deadshot, Electros, Mad, and Daniel, rounding out the top 10 over on YouTube. We appreciate you guys. Another legendary stream. Over on Twitch, we had Driver stop by for a while. Gore was here for a while. Juxt resubbed for the 2nd month in a row, believe it or not. Who else? So we had Juxt here. No, we didn't have stop by. Jen. You know, Jen didn't stop by, but we'll still shout them out because they're our RuneScape buddy. We got Craig, Kel stopping by. We appreciate you guys. Nomad came in for the first time, was here for a while. Same with Hom and Wolf. And we definitely appreciate you guys. Tomorrow, we're going to be going live playing Dune Awakening. Yep, we're going to come back into some Dune Awakening and continue to do some grinding here. We've got some more housekeeping we need to do in the Haga Basin. We may end up trying to get a squad together, go mess around at the Regis Disruptor pistol. All of that. I know I said this week we were probably going to mix up the live stream and throw a Path of Exile 2 live stream in there. But the week has just absolutely blitzed by, so I don't actually know if we're going to end up doing that. We might just keep it Dune Awakening all week per usual. But, hey, daylight savings. I don't know when that is, Driver, but that'll be nice. We appreciate you, my friend. Driver over on Twitch as well. I think that just about covers it. Okay, yeah, let me get under shelter. Good call, Deadshot. My ass, I'd go like AFK to get like something to eat or something and come back dead and confused. Dead and confused. I think that just about covers it. We're going live tomorrow playing some more Dune Awakening and yeah, shit, that's about it. We appreciate you guys. Other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.